Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. I am Gangly, and here with me once more is my favorite EMEA caster and yours, Impetuous Panda. Happy to have you here. How you doing, Panda?
Doing great. It was an exciting week one that we just got to experience with a new patch, a completely different patch, almost a mid-set, I would say, for set 16. And honestly, I'm just waiting to see how it gets refined even further for week two and how the true best of the best find even more interesting lines and just flexible ways to play TFT.
In this episode, we're going to walk through a little bit of what happened in week one of regionals for the EMEA region. But first, let's quickly talk about week two coming up. You can see on the screen in front of you, there are three different regional finals happening on this schedule. CN has their own system that they kind of operate off of, but Americas and EMEA and APAC, all three of those regions will have week two of their regional finals kicking off this Friday. If you're watching this, you're actually probably watching it in the countdown where we are waiting for the games to start. But these are happening at 1 p.m. Pacific for America, 4 p.m. CET for EMEA, and 6 p.m. SGT for APAC. So if you can, go ahead and watch all three of those. I actually kind of love it. I wake up early in the morning, watch a little bit of APAC, wait for EMEA to start. And funny enough, I actually find the Americas one is the least convenient one for me to watch. I'm like, in heart, I'm full on EMEA because some weekends I feel like I watch that way more. Anyway, let's move on.
You're an edge case. You're the most non-degen hour person of all time.
Yeah, you may be right there. Let's quickly talk about what happened in week one of EMEA. Coming out of week one, we now have tier 1 locked for set 17. And one thing that stood out to me, of course, I watched a lot of the Americas as well, but compared to the Americas, we had a pretty reasonable, retention rate of the players from the TFT Pro Circuit who kept their spots, right? In the play-ins, we had Clamu and Lekoko. And then in that week one, round of 48, we had HoroX, Volta, Pipo Glad, Zyko, and Coined all keeping their slot. Anything really stand out to you about the players who either got promoted or relegated coming out of week one?
I think the biggest relegation was Revan, a player who obviously is a TPC winner in Shirima Cup, the very start of the set, has already qualified at TAC the first Spanish player to ever do it off of that, but then didn't really have the best TPCs after, found himself in week one, was in a really good position after the first day of week one, but on day two, he didn't top four a single game. He just started slowly bleeding out more and more. I think the pressure started mounting in a way that's hard to escape as a competitor, even if your mental is very good, and he ended up bombing out and getting relegated. That is not the worst news ever in his position because there's a chance that if he makes top 8 final day at TAC Crown, he can salvage his spot in TPC and the 32nd best player will get eliminated in EMEA, which would be a crazy turn of events.
Yeah, it is wild because for pretty much everyone else in the tournament, you're kind of sitting pretty, right? Like or for every other region, I should say, you're sitting pretty where if you made top 32, you're in the final weekend, you're like, all right, great. I'm locked into TPC. Nothing can hurt me now. And now there actually are stakes for who's going to be going dead last at the second week of regional finals. I also did want to give a shout out. You're talking about Revan, and while we're on the topic of the Spanish players, there were two other Spanish players who promoted up. Salfo 20, and I don't know too much about the other player. Is it Julosco? Is that how you say that?
Giosco.
It's a Giosco. Okay, Giosco.
Yeah.
But it was great for, personally, I loved getting to see Salfo promote up. Of course, coming off of the Paris Open where he made a final lobby, but Spain is eating quite well this set, obviously making their first Tactician's Crown appearance, making a top 8 at the Paris Open and having two other players promote into TPC. So yeah, great stuff to all the Spanish players. Let's move on to talk very quickly about what we're going to be seeing this upcoming weekend. So we have seen so much. This graphic is very confusing, but we've seen so much all set long about players qualifying into the regional finals and how to get into the TAC round. The best way to kind of narrow your eyes right now is to take out pretty much like anything that is not that centerpiece and to the right. Everything else you can basically ignore because we're now at the regional finals with 32 players remaining. And so we have everyone qualifying from this top 32 into the set 17 pro circuit. And then we have 5 players that are going to be qualifying into the Tactician's crown directly from the regional finals. Obviously, we gave the edge case before of what happens if Revan does make the top 8 of Tac Crown and the implication it has for set 17. But for the most part, this top 32 is entirely locked to set 17. And not only are those players locked to set 17, we also have a bit of a larger view on which players are locked into Tactician's crown. And we can see them here. Obviously, from EMEA, we have Revan, Gobo, and Kubi, who are the 3 players that won the different TPC cups that qualified in. But you can see even beyond that, we're starting to get a really stacked picture of the Titans, I would say, that have qualified into the TAC crown. Is there anyone that stands out to you, Panda?
I think always with APAC, I have to look at Ironbog and YBY1. They seem to be so consistent in a region that I think is very competitive in some ways in terms of new talent emerging every single set that end up popping off on the international stage. Whereas in EMEA and in America, I believe it's not always the case. It's very hard to see a breakthrough talent that really rises up to that challenge. So to see them constantly qualifying again and again and again is very impressive.
The player on this list that stands out the most to me is from CN, which is Li Tutuan. If you had to pick a player who has not won a world championship from CN that I think you would say has the best chance to do so, I think it would be Li Tutuan. This player has been to the global stage multiple times, has come quite close, placing in the top 8 at a previous event as well. And once again, finding themselves here. It's no coincidence that they're topping the CN region and making another international appearance. And so I'm really hoping personally, if I had to root for a non-Americas player at TAC Crown, I actually think I would be rooting for Li Tutuan. This is a player whose consistency cannot be ignored. So I hope to see him make a big run. It's format time because week 2 is upon us. And while we saw last week, we had the play-in day that was quite brutal. We talked about how much variance was held within that one day of competition. I would say that generally speaking, week 2 of regional finals is kind of back to the office. It's much more standard compared to what we saw last week. And so we can see in week 1, 32 players are starting and they play 6 games. There are no cuts within the day. It's just 6 straight games. And by the end of it, 8 players will be eliminated. We saw this very similarly in week 1, day 2, where we had 40 players cut down to 32. Though you can get away with being this 24th best player, it is very important to note that the points do carry over. And so when we go into week 2, day 2, we have 24 players. Watch this. Only 2 games are played before we make our bottom 8 cut. And so right off the bat, it's important to note that you cannot actually get away falling asleep at the wheel. You need to be playing for placements. After those 2 games, 16 players remain. After 2 more games, 4 will advance into the top 8, into the finals, and 4 will be eliminated. And finally, we will be left with 8 players who will play 2 more games. And at the end of that, of course, 4 will advance and 4 will be eliminated. And this is how we'll end up with our top 8 in the finals. All set long, Panda, we've been playing Checkmate. We saw that in all 3 of the TPC event. It's important to note that this finals for the regional finals is not Checkmate, unless we have all 3 of Kubi, Gobo, and Revan all qualify to that final day, in which case it will not just be 6 games, it will instead be played as the Checkmate format. But as it stands right now, we have 8 players who will play 6 games, and at the end of 6 games, 5 players will qualify into the Tactician's crown.
And this exception actually happened last set. So, there is a reason to maybe prepare for it as a competitor. Although for this set, it'll be much more difficult in the case that Darthnub stole one of our spots. So there's one less EMEA player that can go into that top 8 and make that scenario happen. And Revan is also not in week 2. He didn't make it through the cut from week 1. So it'll be, I think, much harder, maybe even impossible for it to actually happen in EMEA. And for Americas as well, Weijin took 3 of the cup spots basically for TAC Crown already. So there will be more spots coming in directly from week 2.
Actually, yeah, you're right. With Revan not qualifying into week 2, it might literally be impossible for this situation to occur. So I think regardless, you should expect to see 6 games played and the top 5 qualify out of that. Now let's get into the meat and potatoes of this podcast, because we've talked all about the format and what to expect from this upcoming event. But what we really want to give you is a digestible way to see the players in the field, and that is through our player bucket. So Panda, I know you sat down this weekend as soon as everything finished up, and you started to look at the players at large to see how you would sort them if we had to put them in different buckets. So let's go ahead and just start with our favorites. If you didn't watch last week's episode, the favorites are what we consider to be the players that we expect to see in the top 8, not the ones that we think have a good shot, the ones that we would be surprised if they didn't have a very deep run all weekend long. And you decided to put only 3 players in this category: Double, Gobo, and Kubi. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think Double, you can never really count him out. He's never missed a regional finals in EMEA. He's the perennial, tech crown player, regionals player, GOAT player in EMEA, especially when it comes to the end of set. This is where his motivation and his will to become the very best player that's ever existed really scales up. And I think he is always a player to be scared of coming to regional finals. It would be surprising if he doesn't make top 8. That's where he has that mark, basically. Gobo, I think he has been the best player in EMEA this set in terms of just creativity and flexibility, and really from the very start of the sets, I anticipated he would have a great set because he is someone who just plays off of intuition in a big way. This patch and the big changes really suit him as well. He's cooked up, in my opinion, the craziest boards and the craziest lines in EMEA, maybe even globally when it comes to TPC games and some ladder games as well. Just doing some crazy T-Hex, Jin 3, 4 Gunslinger backline, just shenanigans, basically. But he pulls it off. He doesn't ever falter, it seems like, in this cooking. And then Kubi, he's been the most consistent player in EMEA. I just really strong performances from him in every TPC. He was a pro point leader as well. I think it's his time to return to TAC ground in a big way, not just qualifying through the pro points, but through having a good showing in EMEA finals as well.
I want to also note some of the changes that we've even seen set over set, right? There are some players that last time that we did this podcast for set 15, we had certain players in the favorites that are no longer there. And likewise, we have some players that are here now that weren't. But as we move into our next category, we'll actually get to see that, which is the elite. These are the players that we're putting directly below the favorites, players that are either historically considered some of the greatest players in the region, or have shown such strong results that you cannot ignore them. You have to give them some level of recognition to say that they are going to be a deep contender for the field. The player, though, that I'm really referencing when I'm saying all this is that Lekoko is not considered a favorite this set, despite most domestic results since, certainly since the merging of the regions, but probably dating much further back than that, would indicate that Lekoko is a favorite in the EMEA field. So why would you put him in the elite tier rather than favorite?
He's shown some weakness this set. He went from finishing 37th in last set's TAC round, which is obviously a record low for him as a competitor, and then came into this set placing among the bottom 4 players in TBC, having to play through play-ins. He did have a great week 1. He did comfortably make it through play-ins and day 1 and 2 of that week 1. Does that propel him directly back into favorites? I think he has to work for a little bit more. I think he has to prove yet again that he has what it takes to show up at a regional level. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes top 8. I think I'd expect it even. But I think you have to showcase that he has shown some inconsistency in his play throughout this set, maybe through having other things on his plate or just lack of focus, whatever it is. But he has to reprove that he belongs there. And Jenner's a similar story, more of a long process because he dropped out of TPC and now has fought his way back through ladder snapshots and then through a great performance in week 1 of regionals. I think also a player that could be a favorite, but has had a bit of a drop off in the last set.
I also want to note Raiko, who last set, I think we had him in the volatile tier, right? The more first or eighth style of play, not even only in style of play, but also like in terms of the breadth of his results, right? He's either winning tournaments or going dead last. And this set has not been that story at all, right? I think Raiko is second or third in pro points total. Second, yeah. And has been a great statement for his region to really have someone for the first time, an Italian player among the most elite of the region. So I'm rooting for Raiko and Tomino, the America's last hope, last set at the Tactician's crown. Everyone standing around watching him play. And also, I know a fantastic Rift Pound player. I saw that he made a crazy run at some regional qualifier. So you got some heavy hitters here in the elite category. Let's move on to the next one down, which is what we are calling the contenders. And similar to last week, this is going to be the largest category, right? That most players in the field will fit into this. And you could maybe call this average, but I think average has a certain implication that they don't have an edge. I think what we're trying to say with this contenders field is that the average spread of their placements will err on the more positive side. They will probably, on average, have a strong run, but they don't have the historical edge to put them over the players that we have in the elite or the favorite category.
Yeah, this is the bulk of tier one of what is, the elite competition in EMEA. I think these players all fit that mold. They're maybe not on their best set ever. They're maybe not on the best form they've ever showcased in TFT, like Raiko is, for example, in this set where he's been pushed up from contender to elite because of the great 2 sets he's had in a row and just his evolution as a player. This is the players that I think if they make top 8, it wouldn't be a surprise. It would be a highlight in their careers, I would say, for the majority of the players here. They would have a much closer chance of making TAC round, for example, maybe for the first time or coming back after not being there for a while or making it for the second time. It would still be a highlight in their careers. The one maybe exception is Volta, someone who's made 6 TAC rounds, but I think his level of play hasn't been extremely elite here, I would say, in regular season the last few sets, although he always turns it up in regionals. He always finds a way to, no matter what others think of him or where his level of play might be with the eye test, to still make it into that top 8 and still find his way when attack round again. If I were to highlight one player in particular from this group, I think it would be Dalisom, Spanish player who has had his best set ever. There's only 3 players, I believe, from TPC who have a sub 4 AVP this set, and that is Gobuster, Double, and Dalisom. He had a really, really great final TPC event in the Demacia Cup. He has a really great prep group. The entire Spanish squadron of players have really been rising up this set. I think it's his best chance ever to make tech round alongside Revan, for example.
I think the thing that stands out to me the most about this grouping of players is just how decorated they are collectively, not only domestically, but also internationally, right? You're talking about players who, yes, some are, like you're saying, chasing their first appearance at Attack Ground, but there are a lot of players here. I mean, Tardaman, Volta, Dasic, Ging, like players that we have seen perform well on the international stage and even in events like the Open. So these are all players that, yes, maybe they comparatively are slightly more average. There's not a single player in this list that you can count out as a non-threat in the event. And I think that's something that you can say pretty blatantly about everyone that's qualified into week 2. It's something I love about this format. There's no one that has not earned their spot to be here. You cannot high roll one event and end up here right now. Every single one of these players has proven that they are able to consistently perform throughout the across the entirety of a set. Let's move on to our next category, which is going to be our dark horses. Now, there's a distinction here, right, between a dark horse and an underdog, one of the other categories that we're going to be talking about today. How would you differentiate those two categories?
I would say dark horse are players who I think have showcased a lot of possibility in their, potential placement this weekend, for example. And their peak form, I think they can be very, very good, but they either haven't proven enough over enough tournaments because they're relatively new to this tier 1 space, or it's just, you have a feeling that there's something that if it all clicks, it all goes right. They can not just make top 8, they can maybe even win the tournament. I'm looking at someone like Motif, for example, who it's his debut in TPC this set, but he's had a really good showing. He passes the eye test. He looks very clean and composed. He does not look like a newcomer at all, for example. But it's hard to put him in contender because he's only played in tier 1 for 3 tournaments. Maybe just had 3 really good tournaments, 3 really good patches, and that all crumbles when there's much more pressure and a higher level of play in a week 2 like this one.
Yeah, in general, I would say a lot of the dark horses are players that have had they've shown the peaks that would put them in a potential contenders category. But like you're saying, they either don't have like the long breadth of placements that prove that they're able to do it outside of a flash in the pan. But there's a couple players. I mean, Clamu, I believe we've seen on the international stage before. Dicub, it's Dicub? That's how you say it?
I think so, yeah. Dicub.
Yep. Dicub. Has had a great TPC in general, actually, I would say. And despite not having the longevity of being able to showcase past results that amplify those results, what they have shown is clearly they're able to compete with this tier of this caliber of player. And so dark horses, I would say maybe think of them as they've shown a peak, but they have not shown that their average level of play is quite there yet. And then we can move on to our final category of player, which we mentioned it before. It's the underdogs. And While the other category of the dark horses, we talked about those peaks showcasing almost like a promise of what could come. The underdogs are just that. They're looking for that promise, right? They're looking for that peak. They haven't quite given us a reason to consider them a favorite or to even have an edge on this field, even though they have earned their slot here. So is there any one of these four that really does stand out to you?
I think Toon TV looked really good. A lot of his game plans in week one really centered around playing some very stable, like Demacia openers and AP openers, but then transitioning that into these fast line boards and being quite flexible in those transitions. I think all four of these players had a great week one. It's the reason they made it to week two. But now, when every single player in their lobby is going to be, absolutely S tier and TPC level, basically, can they hang? Can they dominate the lobby like they did in week one? That's the big question. These are all players who have played a lot of games on ladder, obviously, have maybe made a few TAC Cups in tier two, have maybe done well, obviously, this set, especially to qualify to regionals in the first place. But they've never been to regionals before. They've never really competed, consistently in any kind of tier one space. So can they hang with the absolute best of the best? That's the question that is poised at these players coming to this week too. And if they answer it in a not even in a great fashion, even if it's not making it to top 8 or making it to TAC Crown, I think it would be really good momentum to carry forward into next season's TPC. It's kind of like a preview of TPC for these four players in particular.
There's one other factor I want to mention with these players coming up through week one is that we spoke about in the last podcast that there was a gigantic patch, right? And with only so much time of the patch being on live, even though scrims can cover a lot of information, it certainly can't cover everything. I would say that week one play is going to be, on average, not very optimized. And I think that these players who are playing in week one can oftentimes get away with understanding how the patch works, showcasing new tech, exploring new lines, playing a less optimized version of the game. And I'm not trying to say that these four players or the players that anyone who came in through week one cheesed their way into the TPC. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I think it would be foolish to forget the fact that a lot of the players who are already in TPC, who have this long longevity in the game, are able to watch other players play a less polished version of the game and adapt that into a much more optimized version of the game. Even if you're able to showcase things in week one that other people weren't bringing to the table, you cannot expect that that's going to happen again. You have to assume that anything that you did well in week one, the other players that you're playing against this weekend are going to have seen that and figured out a way to improve that slightly. That's just the way TFT works. It's all small steps towards slowly improving your game until you've figured out what the most optimal way of playing a patch is. So I'm not expecting nothing out of these players. I think that every single player who has made it into week two has a chance to make it to TAC Crown. What I would say is that these players, in terms of their journey, have an opportunity to make a big statement here, and not even just making TAC Crown. I think going through this like 9th to 12th place finish, making a deep run, is oftentimes enough to spark this idea going into the next set that you are now a player that people need to watch out for. We can see, if we zoom out, what these power rankings look like, what these player buckets look like. And like we mentioned before, you can see the natural shape of it, right? There are more players in this contenders, fewer in the underdog, fewer in the favorites. But keep in mind, all 32 players who made it here have earned their spot. And so while some might be more favored than others, you cannot sleep on anyone in this field. So, David, let's make some predictions. Last week we did, how did you do? I had Marks and Lakoko, so I was 1 for 2. You didn't do too hot?
I had Jedisor and Odessa, so Jedisor made it through. Odessa, unfortunately, was cut on the first cut.
Okay. So overall, actually, we kind of tied. Let's see if we can do the same thing this time around, because we actually are sharing a dark horse. For my prediction, I am going to go with Raiko Mastery. I mean, I love Raiko. If anyone has never met this guy, by the way, even outside of TFT, like, this guy is just one of the most fun people I've ever met in this community. He's so energetic. You've seen him do his like headstand after he wins. He tried to do it again in Paris, and I think he like knocked over Marcel P or something, right? Just a little ball of Italian energy.
4 different players in his vicinity. They call the refs in to give him a red card.
And he's been having the set of his lifetime, right? And we were just talking about last set how Raiko went through this period of time of not playing TFT anymore. He kind of just fell off the face of the earth, and then he comes back out of nowhere and starts making a big splash, qualifying into the TPC.
I will say though, Raiko's massive edge this set, and the reason why he's an elite tier and he has good results, has been vertical Ionia in terms of Yunara and the traditional version of this comp. He's been by far and away the best player in EMEA playing this comp. No longer really the comp or the version of Ionia you're playing. So one of his big comfort picks and one of his, I think, just as stable comps to play often and find a lot of points off of is not really the same anymore. So I have to see how Raiko reinvents himself, especially with more of an AP meta now that I think he has not proven to be so good at yet this set.
And then for my dark horse, I went with Safo 20, same as you. And again, I talked a little bit about it earlier. It is just too poetic to have Safo qualify or make it to the top 8 of the Paris Open, then promote themselves into tier 1 of the EMEA regional finals. At this point, you got to just continue checking them off, right? Make TAC crown for Safo. If Spain could have not 1, but 2 representatives for the first time ever in this set, it would just be poetry. So
or 3.
Or 3, you're right. It's technically possible.
Why not?
Yep, keep it going. And you have Double and Safo for your favorite in Dark Horse.
Yeah, Double, I think no real need to defend it or to explain it. I think he's just the GOAT in EMEA. I think it's hard to find any flaw in his game, especially when it comes to regionals and to TAC crown. And for Safo, I think in terms of pure skill and talent in Spain, D'Alessio and Safo are the 2 best players historically in Spain. Safo has had, I think, the highest peak before TPC started a few sets ago, but he is much less disciplined, I would say, than other players. He's also studying full-time on the side, so he has to balance things. When he's not too motivated, I think you can see his level of play is just not the same. He kind of plays, it is what it is, TFT, and just doesn't really think through some things and just plays with the flow and just goes with the flow of things. But I think right now he's in his top form. I think he's an aura player, and I think he's going to showcase that again. Like you're saying, I think there's part of it that's maybe just destiny, and he has to qualify to TAC round because of his journey in this set.
I mean, unironically, momentum is a real thing in TFT, and sometimes you can't always explain it. It's one of those maybe non-quantifiable parts of the competition, but there actually is something that just comes down to believing in yourself, right? Like understanding that you're in the zone, that things have been working out for you. You're not doubting yourself. You feel comfortable. You play like yourself. It's all these small things that ultimately just come down to you feeling good. And so if Safo can continue on the momentum that he's had all set long, would not surprise me in the slightest to see him continue to make the run and qualify to the Tactician's crown. So we are going to end our journey looking at the roadmap to see where we've been, where we've come. And this is not updated. Let me move this. So we are going to end our journey looking at where we've been, where we've come, and where we have to go from here. Looking at the Lore and Legends competitive roadmap. We finished up week 1 of the regional finals, and believe it or not, we are nearing the end of this set. It's actually been such a crazy journey going from the Paris Open all through the TPC Cups and now halfway done with the EMEA regional finals. But this is it. This is the end of the line for most of the players in the field. Only 5 will move on to join the rest of the Tactician's crown coming up in just a few weeks from now. But Panda, I know the games are going to be starting in just a minute. You have any final words before we get going?
Yeah, I want to say the big difference from week 1 to week 2, I think there's a big one in expectations for most of these players. Week 1, pressure inducing, you're nervous, so much is at stake with trying to make TFT a sustainable career and qualify at TPC in the first place. Now that you've made it to week 2, that first massive goal has been accomplished. Yes, you would love to make TAC round. Is it likely for most of the players? Maybe not. There's a really stacked field of competitors in week 2. So I think it's just going to be a much more fun and a much more interesting and a much more refined meta for us viewers and casters, but also for players to have a lot more fun and find the joy in what is one of the best patches of TFT in the history of the game, in my opinion. So I am really looking forward to all the games, to all the action, to all the stories and narratives that unfold across these next few days.
All right, well, I could not have said it better myself, so I will not try. Let's leave it there and get into the action. So everybody, hope you're excited. Let's get started with the EMEA Regional Finals Week 2.
Welcome all, one and all, back to EMEA and back to our regional finals. We're heading into week 2 where all the greatest players from across our regular season will meet all the players who fought their way through the previous weeks of competition for all those spots at the crown yet to come and a chance to play amongst the very best in the world. My name is Canapit. Joining me, Impetuous Panda and Kenobi for this pre-show. We'll be meeting our casters a little bit down the line, but guys, with so many incredible players joining the field, how are you guys feeling coming into day 1 of our 3-day weekend?
I'm really curious to see how the meta is going to refine itself from that week 1 where it was a completely surprise new mid-set patch into now the 32 best players in the region, getting that patch for at least one more week and truly refining it to its best state.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I think there are so many possibilities for the players now that I'm super excited to see what lines they have been working and what kind of innovations are going to be brought to bear, not only today, but how it's going to develop on the next 2 days as well. So I'm super hyped overall.
Of course, we'll be keeping our eyes very closely on how things progress, but let's give you the biggest picture if this is the first broadcast of ours you're coming to, what our players are working towards. Of course, the crown will be coming up in just a little while. By the end of this weekend, all of the regionals from EMEA, Americas, and APAC will have finished, so we'll have a pretty good idea of what the crown will look like on March 27th.
Yeah, let's look at the competitive roadmap to see exactly where we are in the season. Where have you been? You are absolutely late to this set because we are at the very end, the final week of regionals. This is where we decide who ends up going to TACtician representing EMEA. Of course, APAC we saw earlier today in Americas after our broadcast concludes.
And so Panda, of course, we're worrying most about our players coming in from all over the place, but for our players specifically for who are playing in the regionals now, Kenobi, can you start to bring us in and give us a big picture of what's overall going on with our players now that we've got, as we mentioned before, week 1 and plans joining week 2?
Right, and for the player, first of all, here is today. It's very easy. It's going to be really short, and the players that are just going to be playing 6 games, and the bottom 8 are going to be eliminated, and that is going to be it for today. We'll talk about who drafted the lobbies a little bit later on today. For now, that's all you have to remember. There's nothing more. 6 games, bottom 8 eliminated, end of the day.
So at least we've got ourselves a relatively simple lineup for today. Of course, the big thing which we'll be hammering in again and again throughout today is that our players need to stay out of that bottom 8. As much as this is a battle stage rather than an elimination stage, we will definitely see the difference once tomorrow comes a calling. Our players still have that on their mind that if they do have a bad day today, even if they did amazingly across plans in week 1, even if they did amazingly across the TFT Pro circuit, they can still get knocked out early and potentially not get their spots. But yes, let's now talk about the field overall then, and everything we've got going on with us in terms of players. So Kenobi, we've got players coming from the multiple different routes. Give us the big picture.
Well, first of all, the players that have been playing the longest throughout this tournament have been playing since the play-ins. Only 4 of them remain. YUMAD Pro, Toon TV, Clemu, and Lekoko. They had to play 1 extra day, but now they're here, so that means they're a little bit more tempered than their opponents, and that the ones that made it through the week 1 and the round of 48, right, Panda?
And we were especially surprised about Lekoko, but he clutched it up. He made it through alongside the other players from TPC that were playing from week 1. And these are players who redeemed themselves after maybe not the best, middling to average performance in TPC. They still fought their way through those 2 days of week 1 and managed to make it to week 2. And some of the latter boogeymen, like Aaliyah, like Didizor, like Enzo, also fighting to re-qualify into TPC. And some of the surprises, the T-Cup players, where it's not maybe the most consistent, but more the bigger spikes who managed to again perform at a high level in week 1.
Yeah, and the players that were super expected here, the players from TPC, I do have an eye out to keep on somebody like Raiko, who's gonna be thriving in a fast 9 meta. That's something he's been known for so long, even when it was completely unfavorable to him. But right now, these are his waters, and this is not a Buildwater reference.
I want to mention Dalisom as well. He's a player who only 3 players this set have had a sub 4.0 AVP. Gobo's turn double, you'd expect, elite players, but Dalisom after his performance at Demacia Cup, is one of those players as well with a 3.9 AVP. So really impressive set from him. I think his best set ever, and we'll see more of him hopefully across this week too.
One of the things that makes the regionals unique, is having the drafts section of proceedings, which lets our top performing players from across the TFT Pro circuit really leverage their opinions about who's the player most to fear by drafting the players they wanted for their own lobbies, taking it in turns. But all of these players were chosen by those top players. There was no passing a priority here. So Kenobi, what's for you the biggest takeaways from these drafts?
Well, besides what you would most expect with the rookie players being picked first, Wyomat Pro, Allegory, Kaiser, Yobidashi, you have the ultimate final player that was picked right at the bottom of Lobby 4, Double being picked dead last in this draft, obviously shows the respect that he's being given as such a legendary player and kind of the face of EMEA TFT.
Talking about respect, someone like Tomino, who had a breakout set in set 15 KO Coliseum, the only Western player to make that top 8 the final day at T-Crown, gets another consistent performance across this entire set, and because of this is rewarded with the respect of all his peers picked in that same last slot position alongside Double for them.
We've talked about players who are more or less what we would be expecting. For you guys, are there any players who are in draft positions here we wouldn't have expected?
Well, I'll just highlight one of them being picked right before Lekoko, Zaiko, Og, and Enzo is Gyosco. And so all of these players right after that have been players that have been going to TAC Crown really often, being really consistent in performing in regionals. And Gyosco doesn't have the same accolades, and yet he's been picked super late, showing the rise of Spanish TFT overall throughout this set and the last one as well.
For me, the biggest surprise is seeing some Polish on Polish action. Kulikson drafting Travis fairly early into that draft, and we're going to see why. Maybe there's some beef between these two players, but looking at their career head-to-head, fairly similar, almost identical stat ABPs. The one big difference I would mention is I think Kulikson has been more consistent across all his performances in his career, whereas Travis has had some tournaments that he's played quite poorly and had poor results, but some tournaments where he has a really excellent meta read and he just wins it all, for example. And I will say, maybe Kulikson's plan will backfire, because I remember Travis all the way back in the Paris Open, he mentioned to me going to that tournament that his edge on the field was playing around Mbessa and Mel when it was not meta at all. And he knew a lot of different tricks on how to stack Mel a bit more efficiently in stage 4 and 5. So maybe Travis will bring out this old tech and find some good results. And maybe the plan will backfire in those first 2 games of Lobby 1.
And it's also worth noting again for anyone who's coming to this for the first time, of course, Travis being our reigning EMEA regional champion for KO Coliseum, and Kubikson being the regional champion for Inkborn Fables makes that even more exciting of a matchup. But Kenobi, is there anyone that you feel like we haven't necessarily given enough attention to as of yet?
Well, I don't know about enough attention, but I want to hammer on one point, and that's Double is in the place that he wants. He's been super seasoned, he's able to play any kind of strategies, but where he thrives the most, where he's the most dangerous is when it's about 4 and 5 cost units. He's super flexible about to play lines in some kind of unforeseen ways, and I'll always remember the fact that he's not scared to contest players and find better ways to do it. It always brings me back to a memory that is seared into my brain of a crushing defeat I suffered back in an old Tactician Cup, where I came in on fire, and right in day 3, it was back in the days when Kalista and Fairies were the meta, and he saw a triple contested lobby with Kalista and Fairies, and he told everybody, let me show you how it's done, proceeded to crush everybody under the contest and send everybody back to the bottom 4. And so that's why everybody should be scared of him. He's not going to be scared by anyone contesting his lines at all.
All right. Say, Double 61, I think, there will be volumes written about him by the time he's done with TFT, if that ever happens. But let's start to get onto the meta itself. We have the advantage of now being 1 week away from the play-ins and week 1, where everyone was scrambling to try and figure everything out. Again, guys, for our players today who are trying to stay out of that bottom 8, where should they be looking most strongly?
I think there's a few different game plans in the meta. It's a very good meta for this reason. You can choose reliability, or you can choose more risk, and you can choose kind of when exactly in a lobby you want to spike. In terms of the stage 4 reliability that we're used to in TFT, we have especially Bilgewater and Warwick as the AD possibilities, and Demacia as that AP out. But I will say this meta has introduced a lot of stage 3 spikes with a Yone unlock, for example, and Ionia, and also all the different 3-cost rerolls you can start spiking as early as 3-5 and have a big roll down there. And also, of course, the introduction of so many different and unique and interesting fast 9 AP lines, which let you spike in stage 5 if you had a really strong opener where you can coast and sacrifice HP in stage 4.
But when it comes to being able to just stay out of the bottom 8, because that's what's going to be important today, you have to keep in mind the lines that are less often tread on. You can see here the Ishtars and the Shadow Isles, much less play rate overall, but definitely a lot of potential because the rules to unlock the key units like Nidalee, like Kalista, and like Thresh have been lightened drastically, giving you a ton of access to them in stage 3 as well to rival those units like Yone. And I'm super excited in particular to see if players have cooked something with Nidalee being a main carry, because I think the unit has incredible potential and could be one of the keys to giving stable level 8s that bring you to that vaunted level 9.
I will say, some dark tech, some rumors that I've heard, Raiko apparently on the NA server has been doing some interesting stuff with Shadow Isles, where he is doing what he calls the Magician, which is selling all your units and making 10 going into stage 2. And then he purposely loose streaks and bard rolls for Shadow Isles as an opener and has a really big roll on 3-5 to try and spike around Kalista from a loose streak position. So it's actually very interesting. Hopefully we get to see it today in week 2.
We'll be keeping our eyes very closely on our players who do take the path less traveled. But let's talk a little bit about, again, for our players, if they're trying to avoid getting the bottom 8, another way to do it is to play comps that cap out very strongly. Kenobi, between our various options here, how do you kind of draw the line between them?
Well, to be honest, Mel, Ryze, and Annie all work in a rather similar fashion. They're kind of independent units that work in many different setups, and they're just about doing as much area of effect damage as you can, being the main source of threat. And the most important thing is just you play whichever one you manage to 2-star. It's going to be very frequent. Like we see the players flip-flop around them, keep some of the bench, and be ready to slot them in if they are first to be upgraded. It's going to be so important. Zeras being a little bit on the side here because as he requires the Azir unlock and you always want to have him on the board thanks to his unique trait with the charms. But aside from that, what's going to be important is the first one that's upgraded is going to be your main carry. And I think there's somebody here that we should have the picture, right, Panda?
I think Silas should be added to this asset on every single one of these comps because he is going to be sought after in every single one of these comps. He's a perfect addition with his traits in particular with Defender and Arcanist. And Garen will, for that reason, most likely be the most purchased unit in every single game this weekend. If you are trying to play Demacia and you're trying to stabilize hard on level 8, I recommend you try and have a lot of econ and roll on 4-1 because if you wait till 4-2, all your Garens might be gone.
Yeah, and speaking of Garen, one unit that's not there as well, I think that has a sizable impact despite being kind of hard to evaluate is Galio. The ability to unlock an early Galio can do so much for your board in stage 4, bringing you to that incredibly vaunted level 9. It's basically a Tactician's crown that stuns the entire enemy board, adds some extra shield. It's crazy what it can do when you snowball from a Demacia opener or when you play it from comeback. We've seen some players do some roll downs on 3-7 to have Galio ready by 4-1, and these kind of strategies are what's going to give them the edge, and being able to plan for it and execute it well to master that stage 4 is going to be what separates the chaff from the elite player right here.
And I think the big thing as well to mention with Fast 9 is that we're seeing this asset just the end of that journey, which is sure, you make it to level 9, you have a lot of gold, you roll for these incredible units, but the real skill is making it to that point, and that usually revolves around having a very strong opener where you streak all of stage 2 and 3. So I think that's going to be the most interesting thing as a viewer to watch out for, is how players make it there stable enough in terms of their HP and their econ to actually play for those winouts in the first place.
I do want to kind of to build on what you're saying there, because we saw some pretty dramatic changes over week 1 between day 1 and day 2. With late game comps in day 1 doing really well, but then more middling comps in day 2 having a lot more presence. How much do you guys feel like it affects the lobby, whether we say get a high econ portal or encounter, or maybe augments coming in, versus a more standard, say, all golds kind of game?
Well, I think the most important aspect of that question is that the portals don't change the damage you take, so everybody is going to be living or dying at the same rate, but what's going to change is the amount of resources that you can leverage to get to your next point faster. So being able to adjust your tempo according to what everybody is going to be doing, depending on the resources you get, is going to be a key skill that the players need to figure out. And what's so hard about it is that it's going to depend on what your lobby decides to do, as the optimal strategy is not set in stone, and it's all about being reactive and adapting properly to what your opponents will do.
And that's part of the patch. This is why the patch is so good. Most of this set, there was a much more concise idea in terms of spiking, which was you spike on stage 4, you roll down on 4-2, you hit your 4 cost, 2-star, maybe 3-star if you're lucky, and you win the game or go top 4. But now, some players are spiking on stage 3, 5, some players are spiking on stage 4, some players are so healthy they just don't roll at all on stage 4 and they're free wins because they're trying to go past 9 on stage 5 instead. So identifying who's in your pool and seeing where they fit in these type tempo spike templates is, I think, the key quality, as you're mentioning, Kenobi, to find success, not just today, but this entire weekend.
All right, we have got our first game coming up soon, but a few more orders of business before we get further. Do you want to make a mention, particularly Panda, of Revan, particularly from as being one of our players who are in a very unusual situation regarding this tournament and the crown itself?
You call it unusual, I call it a content masterclass, where he wins the first TPC of the set, gets the qualification directly to Tac Crown, the first Spanish player to ever do it, and then has, obviously on purpose, not qualified till week 2, so not guaranteed his TPC slot. But this is all for one reason: the content masterclass in Tac Crown itself, where if he makes the top 8, he redeems himself, he gets qualified at TPC, and that means the 32nd, the last player in the competition today, loses their TPC slot. So maybe an edge case, but something to definitely watch out for in terms of the players competing today, trying to dodge that last slot. And there's that extra little storyline to follow during Tac Crown.
All right, the Reverend Redemption, we'll see if it does come through. Kenobi, just before we get kicked off here, would you mind telling us a little bit about our co-streamers who are also covering today's event?
Of course, if you want to catch the action in a specific language, follow a specific player or set of players, you can just look at the names that everybody co-streaming the event here is right next to me for the EMEA side. There's also some American streamer that will be co-streaming the EMEA side, so you can think of checking them out as well. The list is rather long, so there's what you need if you want something special. Everybody's here for you.
There's so many amazing folks from over there, and I believe that there will be, I'm just double checking this myself, that there will be links, yes there are, to the co-streamers in the score sheet if you want to be able to get linked directly through to them. So all as convenient as is humanly possible. But again, as we narrow in on this first game and maybe get ourselves as ready as we can be, we've got to again remind you, 6 games today, the bottom 8 eliminated at the end of the day. But for me, guys, I think the biggest thing coming in today, say compared to the previous week, is previous week we had a mix of established players and some upstart players who some of them have done very, very well. Coming into this week, we've got ourselves an absolutely glittering array of incredibly established players and just the few who made it through for the previous weeks.
And I want to talk about a player from the TPC who had his debut in the TPC this set, the first time he was playing among Tier 1 competition. That's Motiv from Turkey. He's a player who, in my opinion, has had a very impressive TPC set. I think as a newcomer especially, he really did not feel like he was playing under any kind of pressure. He passed the eye test in every tournament I've seen him compete in. And I'm really looking forward to this maybe be that new era of Turkish talent coming through on the EMEA stage.
This lobby is quite interesting here because you see on the 6 players that have been there for such a long time, and Tomino being one of the biggest stars of EMEA on the rise, and Motiv and YU Mad Pro having to go through that crucible to face them all in their first game. You gotta feel like the nerves are going to be a big factor for them, while it's going to look more like business as usual for the 6 other players there.
And of course, we haven't had a chance to mention him so far on this show, but as we can see, he very carefully arranges things in the bottom left there. Volta, of course, who is, if you're new to the stream, if you're new to the competition scene, maybe you haven't heard of him before. If you have been here before, you'll have heard us talk about him pretty much as we've talked about Double, an incredibly accomplished player. Of course, we'll get into more details as the day goes on, but some stats are amazing here. But let's get games started as we pass across our passes, Barry Baden and Makes.
Thank you guys so much. And yes, we're ready. Games are finally starting. It is time. And Barry, we're getting another loot subscription round here.
It seemed to be the flavor of the first week, just resources. So it definitely feels like it suits the vibe of this Fast 9 heavy meta. But just as we get into this first lobby mix, I'm so excited to see what the players that have been sitting out and watching this first week have got in store for us.
Me too. I think there's also been a slight shift on the meta. I know the casters were talking about it as well, but of course, as players get more and more time with the patch, there's always a little bit of shift. There's always a little bit of ideation in what could be stronger, better itemization. So I wouldn't be surprised if Raiko isn't the only one that has surprises in store. So maybe there's something else that we're going to be seeing here. For now, in case you're new to TFT, players are just going to be collecting a bunch of units, trying to see if they have some trait webs that work together, or if they can get any upgrades here in the early stages to maybe get a win streak going in the beginning rounds.
Yeah, players just looking for anything that can give them a little bit of direction, something clear that you know what you're playing throughout your early stages. As we come into this lobby, for anybody that has just joined us, we did have the draft to get us into this first game, so it does mean that puts a little bit of pressure on Kavixen, who he essentially picked this lobby. He had the will to go, Why You Mad Pro is my first pick coming in, the big rivalry pick in Travis. I think it puts a little bit added pressure onto our number one seeds.
What if, I know the casters were talking about the rivalry, and I know there's a little bit of heat in the Polish scene, but what if he picked Travis just to make sure he wouldn't have him in games 3 and 4, because of course we are reseeding then, and he was trying to get rid of Travis in his own match pool. Some players are playing checkers, he was playing 3D chess, but we are getting our first set of augments, and it will be golden augments for our lobby. Everybody taking time, only Tamino insta-slamming the slamming.
Insta-slamming that slamming, and that has been econ heavy early on, has been the approach, Makes. We've seen players so tempted for anything that can get them to 9. Travis has the potential of something like Birthday Reunion, comes with a bit more of a risk, but we've seen a lot of players go for anything that can accelerate their game and get them there, as we do with it being loot subscription, get a second spatula coming through, so that's an instant Tactician crown for Travis.
Yep, that is certainly not something
good.
You're going to be mad about if you're Travis. That's usually where other players hop on the board and hit it with a question mark, but it is loot sub. You got to be ready for those things. Look at Sappho just walking up to Travis, looking at him like, okay.
Okay, buddy.
Is certainly going to be getting a couple of wins together with that Caitlyn too. A very strong unit in the early game, just because she's able to one-shot a bunch of units earlier on. Is there any other augment that kind of stands out to you between all of the ones that we're seeing here?
I think we're seeing Coco picking up that calculated loss, a player that's going to be heavily pushing for that early loss streak. Motive here on Birthday Reunion. So already we are seeing quite a few indications of players desperate to try and get to that level 9. Does get the Scion off the back of it, so really nice for the early tempo. I think with it being loot sub, that's maybe why players were taking a little bit longer, waiting to see if there was a spatula potentially. So it does kind of make sense why everybody just took their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, it does. Motive here with 2 Leonas. We know there is a comp that loves Leona as their frontline, the Malzahar Zoe Leo comp that players have been tabbing into. If we can find an upgrade to a 2-star or maybe a Malzahar Zoe, that could be something he is looking for, pending on items, of course, as we are moving through. I do kind of want to mention that I'm surprised with loot sub. At least right now, we're not really seeing players angling for that Bilgewater. We saw last weekend what loot sub can do to Bilgewater. You can get to that esteemed Bilge 10 marker if there are spatulas coming in, and that is just a really, really nice trade to play alongside on. But as of right now, nobody has activated Bilgewater in their trade webs.
Yeah, it felt like last week we saw Bilgewater some games really struggle if it falls behind on tempo, if the lobby's quite strong, and you can't punish them and can't pick up these Silver Serpents, then it can really struggle. And we are now in week 2 where the big TPC players are here. So I'm wondering if that's just coming into play, where players are thinking, okay, there's not going to be as many free hits in this particular lobby. Not that there was really any in week 1, but we have upped the quality a little bit.
Yeah, that is certainly something to keep in mind. The big league is playing today for sure, and they will cause a little bit of havoc. I'm looking across our lobbies as well as we see a matchup between two really strong boards here from Tamino and Travis. Both have that upgraded Caitlyn equipped with a Shojin on the side of Tamino, but I think this is going to be going Travis' way on the back of that at Tacticians that we were speaking about earlier on. As we were going into Carousel, I want to take stock of our Barts, because Bart, with the new unlocks that we've been talking a lot about last weekend as well, has become easier to get like most of those units, and it's really, really neat to play just for tempo. And sure enough, 3 of our players have selected to put that Bard on their screen. The Coco, as you were talking about with the calculated loss there, playing around the Ishtal line right now, that's certainly something we'll need to keep tabs on.
Yeah, he had that early Milio drop, so clearly thought, lose the first 2 rounds here, and then I can roll for, if I miss on the Ishtal, I can at least get the Bard in. But yeah, as you see, even more people picking it up here. And Lococo's a player, not just in this particular lobby, but as the day goes on, we're going to have to keep an eye on, because such an established name with such a rich history, but did have to come through the play-ins, so not the strongest set so far. But having the play-ins, that additional day, could prove helpful as we get them further into the tournament.
We are getting an info there from our observers. Thank you very much. Path of the Transcendent is going to be our Ionia for now. And Volta says, listen, that's good enough for me. Ionia emblem has been slammed. We've been seeing a lot of Yone in the past weekend as well. We've also been seeing every now and then a little bit of an Ari reroll moment. That certainly is also still something he could be thinking about. But with the cluttered mind, I think we're going for the late game. We're not going to be rerolling too much on the side of Volta.
And Travis here, I don't know if he's aware that he is actually level 5, already having a Garen and a turret come through here. So when it rains, it pours for our win streaker. Just going to be putting an absolute stomp down onto the rest of the lobby. And maybe Kabixon might be regretting this pick early on, as we see Travis just having almost the best opener he could have imagined.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what else could have happened there to make that any better, to be honest. I will say, though, Travis has digged a little bit just to make sure he can keep that win streak going. So if you're looking at the goal totals on the right-hand side, you can see he is a little bit low, but of course that will be paying up if he's able to keep that win streak going. And yeah, I mean, with those shop hits that you called out there, Barry, I would be very surprised if anybody else can throw something up here to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine there's anybody that can contest this board, but we will see. Having the early Dragon Claw coming down, it felt like it used to be a bit of a weird slam where I'm not too happy about it, but it is just the fast 9 AP meta, as we do see him coming up against our loose streaker, even Lococo, so both players will be keeping their streaks.
Yeah, lucky there for Volta to try and avoid Travis for quite some time as we are going into Crux. He might be able to keep that win streak going as we are fighting the last couple of rounds before the Krugs. And keep in mind, this is loot subscription, so there will be more craziness coming our way. I'm just glancing across our lobby. Volta only played that Bard for a little bit of time. He had it in during the carousel and basically immediately sold it off again after he decided he was going to go into the Ionia emblem. So just a short moment of extra resources for him there as we are looking over to Kubikson, the player that has assembled this lobby essentially in our draft. and looks like we might be looking to go into Mel in the long run. We have put Noxus onto the board already. Of course, there are still ways to go for our former EMEA champion, but with a 5-loss streak, you're at least making good money.
And the way the matchups played out, we actually see almost everybody's on a streak, which really never happens, but the matchmaking was almost perfect for the entire lobby here, so we should mean we'll have a pretty high econ game, and with it being loot sub anyway, I think the resources are going to get pretty ridiculous, so if you tune in at the end of this game and you just see 5 costs galore, we just see everyone getting a 2-star 2 cost coming in, just to accelerate the tempo of this lobby even further.
And welcome to anybody who's just tuning in. We had our notification go live across the client, and so lots of new faces here. This is the EMEA Regional Finals, and our players are fighting for the title of the EMEA Champion, as well as qualification to the Tactician's Crown, which is happening in 2 weeks, a global stage where our players are battling it out for that World Champion title. And as of right now, we're in Game 1. You haven't missed much of the action. And we are trying to see how this one is going to be playing out after we already had our first week of regional finals last week.
Yeah, we are looking ahead to that Tactician's Crown and hoping for a better performance from EMEA. Not had the strongest showing as of late, but you look across the field of who we've got representing the second week here, the players that will be in TPC, unless the Revan miracle run happens, and you do think we've got a really, really strong roster together. And I think Tamino in this particular lobby, off the back of that really good Crown performance, going all the way to the last round of the draft, kind of showing that he is now considered by his peers as absolutely at the top of his game.
Absolutely, and we are on our second round of augments here. It's going to be golden augments once more. We're having a little bit of a camera bug there in the bottom right. That is Sappho, not Tamino, as we are looking across the boards. But of course, with loot subscription, players are going to be enticed to try and go for more spatulas just to make sure they can maybe get that Tactician's Crown or additional emblem like we've been seeing from Volta.
Yeah, for Volta, already paid off early. We see a lot more combat coming through here. Lakoko picking up that care package, so our Ishtal lose streak player getting a little bit extra resources. But we do see, for the most part, it feels like just very item heavy. A lot of people very rich already off the back of keeping these streaks going. We see Motive, 2 items on top of this LeBlanc. Noxus emblem already coming down. That Scion 2 that he got very early. A lot of players are looking in a pretty scary position, Mix.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit terrified for how this late game is going to be looking. We'll take a look at Travis here. Still hasn't lost, but this could
forward thinking.
Potentially a moment where it is going to be happening. Yeah, he does have forward thinking in there as well. So 0 gold for now, but that win streak is going to keep on trucking, giving him big income on that win streak and putting pressure down on the rest of the lobby as well. If you have a win streaker in your game, that just means everybody else is bleeding a lot more. And so that is sending the tempo across our players.
Yeah, 2 big streakers here as well. One of them pushing to 7 means even bigger losses coming through. Travis is in a position where even if he drops around, he's fine because he's got so much gold coming down the road. But the best spot to take this in when you're just so healthy and so strong, as we see Motive also pushing to 7. And we'll lose streakers here are not going to have much HP to work with. As you said, they've kind of been put on a timer.
100%. I'm glancing across the board to take a peek at what Lakoko is building because we know he was an Ishtal early on. He still is playing around that Ishtal. We have Nidalee online there with 3 items, but it is a Nidalee 1, so he will need to upgrade her to try and get a carry working for that Ishtal line. But we'll keep tabs on how his quests are going and we'll inform you if anything does come of it. I don't know if you can hear it. My cat is quite excited about TFT, so
big fan.
She's been yelling a little bit. Her name is Ari. She would like to see some Ari reroll for sure.
Well, potentially Volta having that early Ari has summoned Ari as a little fan to cheer him along. If anybody's going to do it, he's the player that's been playing got that Ionic Red Balloon coming through. He's been playing a bit more reroll in general. And Volta, we could always trust him to pick the lines that are a little bit more fun to see.
That's true. We don't call him the boar for nothing. As of right now, that is an RE1 that's sitting on his board, so that doesn't spark the most confidence as more and more players are reaching level 7. But you know, it is Volta. He always plays like he could hit, so there's a chance for sure in the long run for him to maybe pick up a couple of additional Aries. I do think we are looking for Yone for him, though.
Yeah, definitely possible. See, potentially has quite a lot of pairs here, so tempted to just roll a couple of times, see if he can get the upgrades, get somebody to splash in, gets that Kennen coming through. A player that when you have him in your game, sometimes it's best even not to scout him because he can confuse you. He can. I've had him in my games myself. Everybody says Volta plays the game almost entirely uniquely to most of the players, and you have a look over at what he's doing and you're thinking, okay, it's just Volta. I'll leave him to it.
It's interesting because he also really doesn't prep for these events with any other player group. He prefers to prepare alone. He doesn't go into any prep groups. He doesn't share a lot of notes with other players. He's very unique in that aspect. And I mean, he is one of our players with the most Tactician's Crown appearances in the world. He has been there so many times, and seems to be working for him is all I can say. But let's take a look here at Lakoko as he's going up against Volta, because that could be a win potentially on this Nidalee here. Okay.
Just
there was a chance.
He's on one of our lose streak players, Lakoko. Had picked up one win, but I don't think he's too disappointed about seeing that loss come through. We did see it as Zia glanced over there. Checking in here though with Tamino on this Void line, a lot easier now to just splash in. You can get that Herald unlock early enough. Kaiser's a pretty reasonable unlock now as well. So you get a real big spike on this line in stage 3.
Taking a look at this board right now, we've been talking about him a lot. Like you mentioned, he has built out really good econ, and of course we are going to be getting money from the Ishtal. Although with how it's looking right now, he still has a little bit of HP to give, so there might be a world where he is dragging this out a little bit longer. Let's take a look at how his choices are turning out after this round.
Yeah, we'll be saving quite a lot of HP off the back of this Nidalee unlock. Even the rounds he's lost, he's at least been able to pick up a few kills. Sitting pretty comfy there. I think he's feeling himself after the recovering in week 1 and getting himself through to this spot. And this is a player that when you look at his all-time competitive experience mix, his average is ridiculous. This set affected that slightly, but just overall has been at the absolute top of his game for such a long time. And I think that shows with just how respected he is by the rest of the field. Everybody knows that Lakoko, when he's on his game, is one to watch.
100%. We did see the quest being completed there for Lakoko, as we are going to be hopping over to Motive, who has slammed that Noxus emblem on the back of the loot subscription, and we are most certainly looking for Mel here. Something that has been a struggle for players in week 1 as well is trying to find that Ambessa to really get that unlock going. It's not always gone in the way of our players. Sometimes you are with the back against the wall and you just don't get her, so that is certainly something Motive will need to find here to make that dream come alive.
Yeah, at least it's now possible, though. I feel like before the changes, you never saw this Mel unit, and there's so many of the units we're actually finally seeing, and it feels like getting it to regional finals and some of these mystery units that you'd almost forgotten about, you wouldn't see them for 50 games, have started to really rise up in popularity. But a comp which has been good all set, we saw that Demacia, Tamino here, Lux 2 as well, so a lot of players will be looking for the likes of Garen, the likes of Lux. That Demacia core, so powerful.
Interestingly enough, Tamino still hasn't done anything with the spatula he did get as early as stage 1 from the loot subscription. And so I'm curious what the long plan here is. He's of course going to wait for the next augment to see if maybe something rolls around that is going to be helping in killing off that spatula, but eventually you will need to have a plan for it and try to make something happen there. He is most certainly looking for the Silas as well. I think the most popular unit in the current state of the meta. Everybody would love a Silas, but you of course need the Garen to unlock that as well. So a very popular unit in the current state of game, as we are getting another round of golds.
And we saw on the Kvixen's bench, there was the Garen pair. So even our non-Demacia players, they're always holding that onto those Garens, hoping they can get, as you said, that Silas unlock. But yeah, we do get gold here coming through. A lot of players did go Econ early, so potentially are just looking for a little bit of combat power now. And is at 4-2, so a lot of players will be rolling down. The Demacia core so contested, especially having that +1 coming through for a lot of players here. Sappho's putting together his backline nicely, but doesn't have a Garen pair. Really struggling to really put anything together in the front.
In the meantime, Travis's win streak has been snapped. He has definitely been dethroned a little bit. Sappho is rising to the top there. He's currently playing around a Lysandra carry as well as the Lux that we've been seeing every now and then. I'm just looking across the board. There is an Ambessa, but there is no item on her for the side of Kubi. Would need to slam that if he wants to unlock something here.
Yeah, it does leave players in a little bit of an awkward spot when they're waiting for some of these unlocks. They don't want to roll until that unit is available to find, but then also you can't just wait forever. So a lot of players roll down to try get at least that one Ambessa and then stop. They know that they don't want to roll without the ability to find the Mel. But it does mean that they're potentially vulnerable for a few rounds here. We do see a T-Hex unlock coming in. A unit we haven't really seen at all throughout the first weekend, and when we did, I don't think it did too well, so Travis is definitely cooking something up for us here.
We are getting a word from our observer that he has not rolled a single time during this game, so he has just been accumulating wealth and has been going through the stages, playing strongest board with whatever he can find, whereas, of course, we've seen a couple of rolls from our other players to try and stabilize every now and then, but more and more units are popping up. Dad Azir in the backline for Motive there is definitely going to be doing some heavy lifting while he's looking to also unlock the Mel for himself as he goes up against Volta.
Volta on the other side, still level 7, so even though he's Cluttered Mind, hasn't opted to go towards level 8, which does make you think he's looking for that Kennen 3, potentially Ari 3 as well, but he's quite far off, so has committed to the reroll off the back of it being Transcendent, but if you're stuck at level 7 and he's nowhere near the 3 stars at the time being, essentially down a full gold augment as well, definitely a difficult spot to be in.
See his board at the bottom here. He does have the RE2. He has also unlocked the Yoni there. We saw it with the TG on him. But I'm also a little bit worried for him. Certainly has a little bit more HP to bleed as he's sitting on 32. But the lobby is moving closer together as we take a look at this carousel.
Yeah, certainly is. Sappho was our one player that was really running away with things. Still on 82 HP, but dug deep to keep the streak going. And elsewhere, a lot of players are looking towards level 9. We have a couple of players that have not really rolled too deep. Motive, with the birthday reunion, rolled enough, but to stabilize, will be going 9. And then we have our 2 players. Travis is one of them who has now went to 9.
Damn. Not much gold to give here, but the shop is also not giving him much back. Is he really thinking about picking up another T-Hex? It would be a huge surprise to see this comp come out here in the late game stages of day 1 of our EMEA regional finals week 2, but I don't think that is the case. I'd be very surprised if that's where we're headed. I think we're just playing this as it is strongest what he can find right now. And of course, the additional gold is helping as well for Travis to try and maybe claw a little bit back. But after such a dominant win streak early on, I'm a little bit shocked at how this has played out for him.
Yeah, I mean, the unlock on the T-Hex, yes, it gave him a little bit extra gold, but we saw he rolled into another T-Hex. That's potentially a 5 because you're actually looking for that you're missing out on. And with so many players having so much direction, I mean, we got the early spat coming through and then at stage 4 as well. So many players knew what they were playing the whole game, leaning into these Demacia or Noxus lines, just having a clear plan. Whereas Travis was really our win streak into forward thinking, okay, I'm going 9. But there is obviously that risk where in stage 4, if you really don't get things going, as we see here, Travis has bled all the way down to 19 HP and he's still not anywhere close to building an Exodia.
That's right, and more players are needing to look at their boards. Travis sitting on 19, Tamino sitting on 11 HP. That's not a whole lot here. They could be knocked down, and you don't want to be starting the day with an 8th place, that's for sure. So our players will need to try and fight it off. Travis digging really deep here, slamming everything he can as he goes up against Motive. Good enough for now. Tamino, though, down to 3 HP. That's one last life as we go into PvE.
And Tamino couldn't really afford to take that loss, especially with Travis picking up just barely a win there. And Tamino does have Bronze for Life coming through, so with the +1s he's got from the spatulas this game, does have the potential to be really strong, but hasn't put anything together. Volta here, still level 7 with this cluttered mind, only the 4 copies of Ari. I mean, a pretty disastrous set of rolls this game. He's really committed to sticking at 7 and rolling for this Ari 3, and just nowhere near it at all.
I'm honestly surprised that we're really going for this. I understand that the Transcendence was the reason that he wanted to go for the reroll, but it really has led him astray a little bit. Nobody else in the lobby is really looking for those rerolls. Usually in this current meta, we are seeing a lot of late 9 boards, and we're seeing a lot of 3-cost reroll. And so when there's another player in the lobby that's already rerolling on the 3-cost, you're like, nice. He's going to be taking units out of the pool. I'll be taking units out of the pool. It's win-win for everybody. This is not the case in this lobby. We don't have anybody that's playing around the Zoe line. We don't have anybody that's taking out any Malzahars or Leonas. And so Volta is the only one trying to look for those upgrades. And you can see the result of that right now. Still so far from the Ari, despite having digged so much.
And especially when your econ augment isn't an econ augment that's about re-rolling, it is about pushing levels. Yes, Cluttered Mind kind of rewards you for holding on to things. You can re-roll and gain XP, but essentially down a full augment really at this point in the game. Does beat Sappho though, but Sappho is one of our players that is 50 gold, going 9, so a pretty good tag as Tamino does drop out there. So for Volta and Travis, a key position gained at least, but for Travis, really playing this game on a knife's edge, still trying to put together anything at level 9, just a complete mismatch of boards.
Yeah, I mean, we did get rid of our T-Hex here. We have Annie in play. I think he's trying to maybe play alongside the Arcanist board, which we've been seeing do a lot better during the last weekend as well as the last week, but he's still missing a couple more units, has 4 Arcanist in play now as he's slamming units and items in the last second. Does go up against Kubi. Kubi on Mel 1 still. This could be a saving grace here to try and go in Travis's favor. Kubikson, the player that has drafted Travis in the picks so early, a sign of a little disrespect or a sign of giga braining as he takes out Travis in this game 1. Tamino has also fallen. The minus HP do matter here, but it is going to be an 8th place for Tamino and a 7th for Travis.
And Travis there taken down, as you said, by the player who picked him. So Kubikson maybe knew that Travis's prep hadn't been as strong as it had been in the past. And we saw that so close to putting together an Exodia board. He really was just a couple of rolls away potentially from being one of the strongest players in the lobby. But checking in here with our lonely reroller, sitting as the one player that's not in the Fast 9 Fiesta, not playing Legendary Soup, and still has not hit this Ari.
On the other side, as Motive has upgraded to an Annie 2. We're also seeing that Azir 1 in the backline. Senna, lots of legendary units on the side of the Turkia player. Does Volta have the strength to contend on the back of the Transcendence? You're, of course, seeing a lot of HP on that cannon as he is tanking away enough for Volta to hang in there. And look at the lobby totals. Kubikson on 13, Motive on 15, Volta on 4. Eliminations will come after this carousel.
A pretty good TG there for Volta. Got the DB for the extra damage, and actually the Dragon's Claw in a full AP matchup kept that Yone alive and just gave him a little bit extra strength. Feels like Volta's clawing for every position he can at this point. If this is somehow a top 4, it's a miracle from this position, and I think he'll be satisfied already considering he's avoided those bottom 2 places, considering how much of a disaster this game has been. But elsewhere, our Demacia players all really starting to put things together, but just lacking some of the frontline upgrades, really all struggling to find this Garen.
Hopping over to YU Matt Pro, this is a player that has really stepped into the light, stepped onto the stage during the set. It feels like has played through the play-ins last week and was one of the surprising players to really, really perform there. Well deserving of his spot here in this weekend. And with at least not having one of the bottom 2 slots in that first game, he's making a case for himself, saying, yes, I actually can contend with the top players here, but we gotta log in. Kubikson is going up against Motive here, and as we are in stage 5-5, this might well be an elimination pending on how heavy that loss is going to be. Athacon in the backline nearly takes out that Annie, but not good enough. Kubikson being served loss here from Motive and will be eliminated on the back of that. Volta also falling, still hasn't found that Ahri. Maybe he can keep looking for her in the next game.
Volta falls out in 6th, but good 6th, I think, all things considered. And now we do get to the point of the game where players really are getting out of hand. Sappho's had this on in for so long, just getting notified that he has 2 artifacts already coming through. And we are starting to see near enough true Exodia for a lot of players coming through here. We know how good Demacia can be, we know how good Legendary Soup can be, and Coco, Calculos, Ishtal, he is in Dreamland now.
And it just goes to show the Lakoko Masterclass. There is a reason he, for the longest time, was the best AVP player in all of EMEA through so many competitive events and tournaments that he participated in, and he just played around this loss streak beautifully. Said, I don't care that people are win streaking, I don't care that they're putting pressure on this lobby, I don't care about loot subscription, smothering my chances here to assemble a really strong board in the late game as other players could run away with it. Makes it into that top 4 easily, and Motive makes it in there too, just barely scraping by on those 3 HP.
Yeah, Motive here, clinging to life. Coco, as you said, so much history. Worth noting, coming through the play-ins but still being second to last picked in the draft kind of shows how respected you are. The rest of the field are going, this player had a pretty bad set overall. They've had to go all the way through the play-ins in week 1, but it's still Lakoko, and it's still a player that I do not want in my lobbies, ideally, and was left almost right till the end. And we're seeing here, for YU Mad Pro though, you look at the rest of the top 4, a lot of veteran names, having such a strong set and a really good start to week 2 here for potentially the new staff coming out of Germany.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the only Dach player in the tournament. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. There is a more strong player. I messaged them this morning. I was like, Dach together strong. They got this for sure. But Motive here, getting that Xerath too is a pretty big upgrade. He will need to try and find good items for him. There's a little bit of juggling that's happening. And he will be going up against none other than Lakoko, who has just been ramping. You can see the Rise 2 in the backline as well. Thankfully, the Silas on the other side is also just a Silas 1, so there is a chance that Motive on the back of that Xerath can do something here. First cast is going to be coming in, does some damage, but the rest of the board has already crumbled in front of him, and that is going to be a knockout for Motive.
And Coco, they're setting down a bit of a marker. That was a really strong board. You're loading in thinking this can really go either way. Not even close. And Coco now unlocking Brock, which leaves him even higher cap potentially. I mean, is there really anything YU Mad Pro can do here? It doesn't have any goal to work with. And Lakoko on such a big win streak has been commanding in this particular game. Silas 2 as well, as if he needed anything else.
Yeah, I mean, At this point, it's just for funsies. Azir too, why not? We're taking
not?
all of the upgrades. After all, why shouldn't he? And Mad Pro is standing in front of this Goliath that Lakoko has built out here of a board and tries his best to maybe make a scratch, maybe make an indent into it, as he is fighting his best with the Luxter in the backline. Won't live for long, and Lakoko will take this win and this lobby. First place for a player that has been doubted so much to Set, coming back with incredible strength. And I think that's just amazing to see. I love to see Lakoko when he's in his best shape.
Yeah, Lakoko, it was a pretty risky game as well because the tempo was so high early on. In stage 3, everybody was level 7. We even had Tacticians crowns coming through. So lose streaking's a little scary because you don't have a lot of time to work with. But we saw at the end why you Mad Pro essentially just had a good Demacia board, nothing truly exceptional, and just coming up against Exodia. Lakoko there setting down a marker that he is still worthy of this slot in the big leagues.
Well, we are going to be hearing from our analyst desk on all they thought about this game. Before that, we head into a quick break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the EMEA Regional Finals.
Always rises. Cannons.
Golden days live in my head. Now I face the world in gray. What I wouldn't give for you to stay. Echoes of your laughter fill the emptiness I feel. Am I holding on to something real? Let the moment slip away. Live a life stuck in yesterday. Though the world has pulled us far, you're always in my heart. I know someday we'll find our
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk. Our first game is done of the second week of regionals, and what a first game it was. Kenobi, let's jump right into things here and start to break down what we're seeing, because, while it's only one game, it does set the temperature for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and well, I've got to check something because this is very unusual. But as you can see, there is not a single AD composition in this lobby. You could say that, yeah, Yone is kind of AD, but Ari really is the main star of the composition for Voltairex. But 100% AP, I don't remember seeing it in recent memory, starting in regionals with a 100% AP, no AD in sight, no Bilgewater's, no Jinx Warwicks, nothing of the sort. Pure AP flex from the players. That's going to be the theme of the week, really, of the weekend, really.
And if everyone is playing AP, there's only so many AP units to go around. So we did see some fairly big contests. I think in particular, there was an interesting discussion around the Demacia line where players like YU Mad Pro and Sappho ended up surviving that contest in stage 4. But it was a little bit iffy for them because they were already committed to the line because of their Demacia emblems they got from Loot Sub. And then there was a few other players like Tomino who had a Lux too, and he anchored his game plan around that Lux, but wasn't fully into Demacia. But there was some risk of all these players buying Garens and making life a little bit more difficult for Sappho and YU Mad Pro. But they both managed, Sappho in particular, I think anchoring around the Horn, not just for frontline, but for the printing of 2 different artifacts across that game, I think really helped them find value and end up in that top 4.
All right, so let's zoom out a little bit here then, because I think we got so excited about the specifics. We need to talk about the general. As David mentioned, of course, we had the loot sub. Kenobi in particular, in terms of general approach to loot sub, particularly loot sub where we end up with multiple different spatulas, what do you think about how our players approach this one?
Well, the first major difference is that starting with the spatula means you have to commit rather heavily towards one line. From the get-go, you have to, if you commit a Demacian emblem because it helps you being a little bit stronger, then you're going to be staying much longer, and it means you can't move from the Demacian to a more Noxus-centered board in the late game, really. So it kind of reduces the flexibility. Everybody has to focus a little more on what this first emblem is going to give them.
And maybe that's a good thing because we had someone like Domino who didn't slam anything. He picked up Earth's Gambit, had a Fawn essentially from stage 3 onwards, but was playing way too flexibly, didn't have clear direction, and ended up going 8th because of it.
Yeah, that's so much flexibility. He probably tore something in his calves. It's definitely a rough sight to see at the end.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Well, I want to kind of be a little bit of the bad guy here, and one thing which sort of jumped out to me was Volta in that game. Ultimately, it felt like he had a lot of potential there, but the board just didn't work out overall. Was it, from where you guys are sitting, again, particularly with you, Kenobi, was this a case of circumstances working against him, or was it just an unsuitable environment for it to work?
Well, considering he was the one, we've talked about contest, he was one of the players having none of his units contested by anyone else, and he ended up dying without finding the RE 3-star in 5-3, if I'm not mistaken, after just beating out a board with Annie 2, and without his main unit being 3-star. So I think that speaks for the strength of this Ionia reroll when the Path of Transcendence is there. Really, it's just, well, it's a low roll game and you have to move on. 6th is fine for this.
Well, David, we've got our standings ready after round 1. Remember, of course, we've got a limited field compared to what we're seeing before, and our players, again, are trying to stay out of the bottom, though their points will continue between days, as long as, of course, they make it to day 2.
And some of the newcomers we talked about, like Allegri and Giosco, potentially feeling the heat of what Tier 1 competition looks like when it gets the best 32 players in EMEA duking it out for just a few Tacron spots this weekend.
Yeah, and well, there's something that we haven't really touched on when it comes to the composition of the tournament, and that's the number of French flags there. French players are 50% of the competition here, so that's why you see so many of them. So it's basically everybody else being there. And well, as you can see, the next lobby is about to start, so we're getting a look at lobby 4 with Double, and that is something that we have highlighted in the analyst desk.
And it's worth noting that Double was able to win his first round, so you can see the 8 points in there. So Petrus Pan and Double hype enjoyers are off to a good start.
And G2 enjoyers are also off to a fairly good start, but we're ready for game number 2. Makes and Barry Batten, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, I fear we're going to be seeing a lot more AP Flex throughout this tournament day for sure. But Barry, we're going in to a scuttle puddle game here.
I do kind of want to see a pretty standard game of TFT maybe one time this regionals. Nice. Scuttle puddle, another fast 9, potentially another high resource game. But that does suit the meta, and it certainly suits Double, who setting that marker in the first game, coming in, swinging, laying down the reminder that he is the EMEA GOAT. And Kenobi touched it in the pre-show. This is a player that loves playing Fast 9, loves playing Legendary Soup, just could assemble absolutely Exodia better than almost anyone else.
Now, if you're looking across our lobby on the right-hand side, I fear that might be the truth for all of them. They all love playing
True.
heavy, fast 9 boards, so we certainly have a very strong lobby on our hands here. Several of these players have been to the Tactician's Crown, to the world stage, and will be eager to get back there, but they need to fight through this weekend to make that happen. And for some players, they're just taking new perspectives. Double Dare for a second, going into the horizontal on his camera. Just, sometimes even you have to take a physical different perspective.
I know Kenobi especially has been tracking the camera meta. We've had the chin cam, the forehead cam. Enzo here. Oh, just resetting his cam,
Yep.
going for the ceiling view. We like a lot of that as well. The players have a surprise for us almost every game.
I love them too. We
I like
told
the
them
chin cam.
we want player cams. We didn't tell them how they had to look, and so this is what we receive. I am a huge fan, but we're also getting another set of golden augments in our Scuttle Puddle here. Previous game was also triple golds. We've been seeing a lot of those rather transformatives being picked up, but there's an interesting one. Yobidashi goes for heavy lifting there on the bruiser line. This is something we saw from EMEA last weekend, being played in an exceptional way through the early Yordles and then building out with, of course, the now easily quote-unquote splashable Volibear Rift Herald combo. I'm curious if that's the same plan here for Yobidashi.
Yeah, it feels like initially this was thought of as maybe it gives me a potential to reroll the bruisers, but the players know now that this is just an econ augment. It gives you extra resources, money coming through, items, and you can kind of just play around a Scion early. You'll reach some of these thresholds once you get to 4 bruiser. And then you can kind of go from there. And you will eventually get to the spot where you cash out the second to last one. We never really see the big cash out coming through. But yeah, players, especially with Noxus being so viable, have really just liked having this as an option just to tempo off the back of.
100%. I'm really curious what the long-term plan for Yobidashi is and what he's going to be doing with that. But we're seeing a lot of LeBlancs being unlocked, not surprised by that, as players have been looking for that Noxus line, the Athacon being so strong early on. But something interesting is happening here on the side of Toon-to-Be. We have picked up the Vanquisher emblem.
Yeah, this is something we've really not seen a lot of at all. I mean, the Vanquisher emblem itself can actually give you quite a lot of money back. We've seen it ran in sometimes Bilgewater lands and the likes, but potentially just going for I've got the cooking pot, I'll go for the Shadow Isles line, I'll just tempo and try get money off the back of this slam, and then maybe lead into this Callista. So we haven't seen it have too much success, but I'm open for any AD lines because we've not been seeing much of them at all.
Yeah, I mean, I was promised, the secret tech of the Callista Shadow Isles. Maybe that's what we're going for. Maybe that's where we're headed. Certainly, Thresh is a very desirable unit. So if you can get that on board, that's something you have to think about. We are seeing our players build out their win and loss streaks, of course, as is standard by stage 2. But what's not standard is somebody actually fully open fording. Would you like to take a guess as to who it is? I know it's a hard question.
It's a hard one to guess. You'd think maybe it's not our player that picked 2-trick. That's not the type of augment where you would completely sell the board. Well, that is what's happened. So Double saw his options come through, saw an Echo 2, I believe, and went, no, not for me. I'm just going to make money. And we see already a 50 gold going for the hyper econ approach here. And I respect it. I mean, get rid of those upgrades. I'm going 9.
Yeah, and that is just, I think if there was any player to really define this playstyle, it would have to be Double. He's so comfortable on using HP as a resource, on dropping really low, on building out those lost streaks, and then clawing back with insane transitions. So quite excited to see where this one is headed for him, as we are going to be going into the carousel. And don't be surprised if you see a lot of Ionia units. It's a pretty good pretty good comp to play alongside early on. We're seeing a lot of Noxus also being unlocked and some pinging.
Yeah, a little bit of pinging coming through here. Potentially that pan that is quite tempting. We do have our cooking pot player. Any player that's leaning something like a Noxus, something like Demacia, as we do see Toon TV is our cooking pot. Does get the pan coming through as well, so the potential to extra HP coming through can scale even further. But you are risking being short on items.
Curious if we're just going to be going for another Vanquisher emblem for Toon. If he has any open components there to actually slam that in the immediate. We're in the meantime also getting word that the Ionia is XP, which makes perfect sense for everybody to get it on their boards, trying to really get into those late stage boards. We've been seeing econ augments do so well in the current meta, and this is just another one where if you can get any free XP, you are going to be very willing to pick that up.
This is going to be a pretty big Yorick. Not that I think a Yorick 2 is going to do an awful lot, but it's going to have a lot of HP, so we'll see how well that can hold up. Coming up against Ging here, who is one of our players still keeping the streak off the back of the 2 items on top of Draven. Big frontline upgraded. Should be able to make quick work of Toon TV's board, and getting that little bit extra gold coming through, just the nice bonus that Draven adds. A lot of players just trying to eke out every single piece of interest they can.
Absolutely right. Ging very happy to keep that win streak going on the back of this upgrade here. Hopefully it's good enough to contend with Enzo. Both of these players are on 100 HP as of right now, and they could be going up against each other. Here's a look at the board that Enzo has assembled. Didn't get to pick his augment, but is probably happy with it nonetheless, as we are seeing where this portal takes him. Is Ging on the other side, or do they both have a chance to keep this win streak going? No, someone will get their streak snapped. And just to the eye test, I would assume it's Ging, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think this Declaw is going to do an awful lot, though, up against this Draven. So the front line is melting a little bit here. Do see Atakan coming in as well. So Ging potentially just having a little bit too much here for Enzo. It's pretty close, though. This Archangel has been stacking up. We'll see if it is going to be enough. Draven chipping away. I think this final cast from LeBlanc. Yeah. And Enzo keeps that 5 streak.
Going into Krugs, this is usually where you would want to look at your bottom players, just make sure they have a board assembled. If I had a penny for every time a player in a national tournament has lost to Krugs, I would have 2 pennies, which is not a lot, but it's surprising that it happened twice to begin with.
It's too many, I think. But thankfully, though, we do have the Scuttle, so no risk this time round. But yeah, some of our players, they feel a little bit overconfident when they put together these lose streak boards and maybe overvalue how strong they are. But we do see a bunch of gold coming through here.
Good news, everybody has made it through the Krugs unscathed. Full potential of resources have been assembled. And honestly, as we are getting closer to your next augment, can I just quickly say I wanted to not be gold? I'm fine with silver, I'm fine with prismatic, but I feel like we've seen enough gold augments for the start of the tournament day. We could get a little bit of a different one for now, as Double is doing some flips on his camera there. And we're also doing some flips across our player boards, because here's Yobadashi. We're checking in on his augment, of course. He really wants to carry those bruisers in the late game. And a Scion, if you have a Scion early, it's just such a good unit to build out that HP on. Used to be played like that. Used to be played with a Bard, a Felly, a Scion. If you hit this augment, I don't think that's the plan in the long run for him this time around, though, so I'm curious where he's bringing this.
Yeah, I think like the ML game, based on the slams coming through, just so easy to get there with the guaranteed LeBlanc unlock, and then LeBlanc being a really, really good item holder. You are able to keep the bruises in with this Mel line. You can play maybe just the 4-piece for 1 or 2 rounds to get the cash out. Or the 2-piece. It is, though, unfortunately, another gold augment coming through.
I mean, the players are probably not mad about that. Knowing them, they're like, yeah, this is nice. This is not a prismatic. We're taking it.
Yobidashi did go for the magic roll, so for the gamble, but just getting the 3 costs coming through. They took a little bit of time to arrive. He was waiting a little bit longer than normal for them to pop in, but nothing he really wanted to hit here, but it's still quite a bit of gold.
Yeah, that's right. We're looking over at Clemu, and if I am judging this correctly, Clemu might be looking to play around the Freljord Situani Jinx line because we did pick up those dupes. We don't really have anything to slam them on in the immediate, and this is a comp that's kind of Frankenstein from 2 comps we've been seeing in the last weekend. So instead of playing the Jinx Warwick on the Bruiser front line that we saw previously, we're now playing it around this Freljord line. You take in Braum instead of the EMEA, then you re-roll the Jinx and the Situani and bring in the Warwick later on. You can cap it out really nicely with something like a Senna or even a Kindred, but he's very far off from making these happen, so I'm surprised to see him actually consider this, which is what I'm thinking based on the duplicators, of course.
Yeah, taking a really big loss. I mean, it does get the Warwick unlocked now, and he's already level 7, so it does have the
and a
potential to
Braum.
roll. Braum coming through.
We'll take that.
Maybe just wants to do a little bit of rolling. If he can 2-star the 3 cost, it's such a good position to be in. Does
Yeah.
get the Jinx upgrade, Sejuani pair coming through. Maybe he can take his foot off the gas a little bit here. But we've seen it not perform very well so far. Jinx reroll, even the variant where you just temp off the 2 cost into Warwick, also not very good. Kabixon said the players haven't been playing it right and there's a hidden way to play it. So we're expecting to see that in week 2 now that the best players from TPC are here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is it. Maybe the Freljords will give this board the strength and the time this Jinx really needs. Of course, you would love to have something like a Flicker Blades on that Jinx, but that is not going to be happening, at least not for now for Clemu. What will be happening, though, is the win on the back of all the upgrades he just found, so something he will certainly be very, very happy about as we're going into the carousel. Checking in with our top players, Yobidashi on 6 wins, keeping that streak going beautifully alive. And yeah, I mean, that was one large Scion, and we're getting another cooking pot in our carousel.
And one thing we do want to keep an eye on, one of our players who's sitting pretty on HP is
Toon got it.
Toon does get another one, so he does get the Tactician's crown, but a player will have to check in after carousel here. Ging, 97 HP, 50 gold level 7, and a zillion. Pushed level 7 early. He doesn't need to be rewarded further. This game's already going pretty damn well, and just give it a little bit extra treat there from the RNG gods.
Yeah, I mean, if you find Zillion this early, more power to you. I guess it must feel really nice to be Mortdog's favorite. King here, just running away with it a little bit. He is certainly going to have an easy time getting to those level 9 boards. Hopping over to Dalisum. One of our Spanish players really banking on the XP, playing around the Ionia, playing around the XP augments as well. Already level 8 and on his way to level 9 here, but 8 losses in the tank, Barry. That's a little worrying.
Yeah, and coming up against one of our stronger players in the lobby here, Clemu, who has rolled. Dalisum not playing the game before level 9, I don't think, just going XP, XP, XP. I'll 10 loss, I'll see you there. Hopefully he's not too low, but as he said, already 41 HP. Going to be taking another loss here to Clemu. Does kill at least a few units, thankfully, so isn't in too bad of a position, but he's going to have so much gold to roll with once he gets to level 9. Already level 8, 50 gold, in a really comfortable position.
Going to be unlocking a Poppy. Not necessarily the big unlocks we're hoping for, but does give Demacia if that's where we're planning to go. But let's check in with a very large unit that's not on the lifting challenge board, because this Yorick is being fed by not 1, not 2, by 3 of these pots, just nom-nom-nomming HP, as we are seeing a variant of this Shadow Isle board from Toon TV. Now, he's not winning right now. but there is
This-
a chance.
This is a Yorick 1 as well, so it might
Yep.
look quite big, but it is a 2k HP Yorick 1. We'll have to see how good Yorick is. We've not really seen Yorick be prioritized so heavily here, where it is just getting infinite HP stacked on top of it. So we'll see once we get the full Warden Shadow Isles board online and a 2-star. Not to ask for too much. See if he is able to survive long enough, but has been dropping down pretty low himself here. So another player that just by the sheer tempo of the lobby is getting put on a little bit of a timer.
Yeah, I mean, stage 3-6, and some of our players are level 8, 50 gold. Some of our players are 32 HP. This is a very, very high tempo lobby that you're seeing, and of course, this is all facilitated by that Scuttle Puddle, really bringing the influx as well as the golden augments that have been helping out. We are unlocking a Galio on this turn here for Dalasum, so that is great news. And I'm seeing another Zillion in play.
Yeah, a lot of players finding what they need here. Dalasum, Garen 2 already, which has been the big problem for the Demacia line, or for any line, quite frankly, trying to get to Silas. So getting that early, already having the Zillion, being able to use the neutral round here to get this Galio unlock, really, really good position to be in. We saw Yobadashi actually got the lifting competition third piece cashed out. You got a bunch of gold coming through, so a lot of players hitting what they need here. But checking back in with Double, who off the back of the early 2 trick had to sell it off, ended up now on this void line, and he's rolling on level 8, which I really don't think he would have wanted to do, but as long as he can keep his econ together, he should still be able to go up.
He found this Rift Herald pretty early on, if I saw correctly, so has been playing around that just to stabilize. It's not ideally what Yobidashi would want, because I'm sure he wants to be looking for that hefty bruiser unit later on, but Void is certainly not a comp we've been seeing at all, I want to say, in week 1 of the regional finals, and so I'm curious where Double is going to take it, as well as I'm curious on which augments are going to be our final ones, which will roll around here after this. Looks like our top players have had their streak snapped, so that will bring the lobby a little bit closer together as we will round it out with golden augments.
And Enzo here, forward
Wow.
thinking. Spirit Link as well, so he has been losing quite a bit of HP off the back of this forward thinking. 113 gold, he's going all the way up to level 9. We'll have a decent amount to roll with, but this board's expensive to try assemble, so suddenly once you buy 1 or 2 units, this gold can deplete quite a bit.
Yeah, he was not just rich, he was rich. But not much to get here from reaching that level 9. You can see Dalasum has also arrived, same as Yobidashi. A lot of gold being rolled. We're checking in with them. There is a Garen on the board, and there is a Garen on the bench, which is great news for Dalasum on the potential of unlocking the Silas. Would still, of course, like to upgrade that Lux in the backline there, but Zillion should be helping, and it looks like the bleeding for now has stopped for him.
Yeah, now 2 level 9 players actually coming head to head here. But Enzo didn't roll an awful lot, and coming up against the likes of Garen, the likes of Zillion, this Dalasum board should have too much. And for Enzo, really would have wanted to find 1 and better. He's looking for this Mel. It doesn't matter if you're level 9 with a bunch of gold. If you can't get that Ambessa online, you then need another round to activate it. It's in a difficult spot. But another player looking for Ambessa has found it. He lost score here, but 26 HP and only barely any gold to work with.
Listen, I wanted to call out Clamu, who was able to find that Jinx 3 is a massive hit, but then I saw the pop-up on Toon TV. He has finally gotten Yorick 2, so that unit will be doing
that's
some
a big hit.
actual tanking here now with the cooking pot. Snacksy's been fed, but yeah, take a look at this board here. We were talking about how this comp hasn't been doing too well, but he still has both of the duplicators, has hit that Jinx 3 naturally on level 7, and is holding 2 of the duplicators to bring that Sejuani online. He will need to find that Sejuani to really buy that Jinx enough time, but just look at how much she's able to do here against Toon's board.
That was a Jinx 3 up against just a Yorick 2, but it's got so much HP. And the Bramble as well, which, considering it's been a very AP-heavy meta, hasn't normally been the good slam, but coming up against that Jinx, perfect in that particular matchup. And it is a 4.2k HP Yorick, so we really are seeing just how much Yorick has to play with here, with a unit that we've not seen the entire set be relevant, really, other than for his traits. For the first time here, he's getting to step up and be the main man.
Yeah, it's nice to see, you know. Yorick Mori, we do remember him as he takes care of all the Shadow Isle units. Looking across our board here, there was a Garen in this carousel, always something to think about with the Silas unlock. We're also seeing a bunch of Mels in place there for Gyosko and Ging. We know Enzo has been looking for that Mel as well, still a prioritized unit in our lobbies. And the one board that baffles me, I can't say it in any other way, is doubles. He just upgraded that Belveth. We are on an 8-win streak on the Void line. He's just saying, I don't actually care about what people say the meta should be. I'll play Void.
This is just a sideways buff. I think he's figured it out. Maybe we don't know anything, because I think we were saying Void is a little suspect.
Kaisa won as well. Like, how is this happening?
He's essentially down a full augment as well off the back of his first one. Does have quite a lot of combat power coming through off the back of it, but I mean, the fact he's able to stabilize so hard that even if he loses these next couple of rounds, he would be fine. He's still going to be able to get to level 9. And knew exactly how much he needed to roll at 8 to be able to bridge the gap to level 9, and he's coming up against players who've committed a lot more resources than him, so he won't mind at all about losing this streak.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, I said this before, but I think a lot of it is on the back of finding this Herald so early.
Yeah.
And then he was just assembling around it, but it's still crazy that nobody could knock him down before just the round we saw. Checking in with Dallison, though, because we are playing on the Arcanist line. This is also something we expected to see coming into today. Annie has been found to a 2-star. We also have the Demacia lining up here in the background together with the Galio, building out very, very nicely for him as he goes up against a rate boss that is Yorick.
Yeah, coming up against this massive Yorick here, but does have
He
the
found
Bramble
another
Vest.
cooking pot.
He did. There's even more coming through. When it rains, it pours, and we're going to have infinite HP scaling here. But this Annie is doing so much damage. There's 6 Arcanist line. Not a lot of magic resist on top of that Yorick, so it does fall down there. And 2 now dropping down pretty low in HP. Dallison looks like he's stabilized. Getting that Annie upgrade, absolutely massive.
Definitely is. Hopping across the board to a player who has finally found Mel, but it could be too little too late. Has been relying on that Seraphine to deal some damage. Of course, the Scuttle Puddle round is assured there will be some extra influx of resources here to round out the items on the Mel or on the Silas, depending on what we get. Nasus is helping with a little bit of tanking in the front line to try and stabilize this board a little bit, but looking across the lobby, even with the Ascension, I'm not sure I feel very confident about this board being able to contend.
No, and when you look, doubles just went to 9 finally as well. So we have our reroll players reroll player, has managed to get the 3-star. Our level 9 players are there, and you're stuck on 8, still carrying Seraphine. He feels like just fell behind on tempo here, but double still on the Void line.
64 gold, level 9. What the hell?
I think maybe we've got a Baron in on the way here. I mean, he's looked. Everyone else is playing all the other 5 costs. He'll just skip all the way to 10. He's got his own plan.
I love that. I mean, it's just such a joy to watch a player like Double. Usually I would expect this from a Scapeus, you know, a little bit of a weird meta read that somehow works out, but Double really stepping up here in game number 2 and saying, actually, I have my own plan. You guys look for the Mels. You guys try to contend on the Gallios. I'll do my own thing. I'll play around this Bruiser Splash, and This makes me a little bit worried for Yobidashi, but he is still streaking, so good enough for him. Doesn't need to rely on those bruisers, but the lobby is incredibly close. Yusko on 3, Ging on 6, Toon on 7, Clamu on 11, and then players are starting to look a little bit more safe. But yeah, that is not a skyscraper. That is Yorick Mori on level 2 that has been fed by 4 emblems altogether, 4 cooking pots. So he's been eating good.
Shuffling around the items here, he's facing down the potential elimination, as is Galosko, though.
Yeah, both of these players really want to hang in there. Of course, all the points matter in the EMEA regional finals. On the right-hand side, Toon TV does have, of course, one unit that will stand the test of time. This Yorick will not fall, but does the rest of the board have the power to do anything here? And it doesn't look like it. Eventually, Yorick will fall to the enemy as well, and Gyosko has done the same. Double elimination is at least assured. There might be a third player, depending on how the matchmaking has worked out, that could have gone out here. We'll take a look at the overalls. But yes, Gyosko in 8th, Toon in 7, and Ging taking a 6th place here. Clamu, the surviving player, making it out of the death trap of the bottom 4, still has not found Sichuani 3. So all of this happening on the back of that Jinx ray he was able to hit.
Yeah, not able to find it, but a player who has found what he wanted. Double did get to level 10. Baron 2 instantly as well. There's so many 5-costs out the pool. It makes it so much easier to get there and just almost spawn it in. And we see items are looking pretty good as well. And often you have to sell off quite a lot to get to the Baron 2. It hasn't been the case here. Been able to keep everything else. Is a test though, coming up against the Ghost of the Jinx 3 player. It's been a while since we've seen a Baron, but we know at 2-star it can still live with any board. And Double now on his own line, playing his own game, realizing it was Scuttle Puddle, he could get there, and he has got there. Baron 2 is online.
It's surprising to me that we still haven't found Kaisa 2 because nobody else is looking
Don't
for
worry
Kaisa.
about it.
I guess Baron is the defender now. We do have to mention Clamu being eliminated here on a 5th place. I do think there was potential for this board to claw the way into the top 4. A little bit unfortunate he wasn't able to get that Sichuani. Other players holding some of that Bristle unit. Enzo notably wasn't able to play around the Mel, says, okay, instead I'll go to what we've been coining the vintage Rise, playing around this Freljord and the Rise, a comp that calls back to the early stages of how this Rise has been played, and is building that out. Has the Rise 1, lost the previous round, and cannot find the Rise 2. Is it good enough to deal with some of the other boards?
It's a Spirit Link loss. Just needed one more, get maximum value. Does get the 3rd item on the volley here though, so depending on where the volley goes, potentially has the option to wrap onto the backline and could swing the fight.
On the other side though is a double 61, and his Baron has only the Kaisa 1. So if there's a chance, then that would be the determining factor. But he has all the mutations he would want. The front line has already fallen apart, and Rice stands alone against the rest of the world as Enzo is taking a 4th place. And our top 3 players remain Dalasum, Yobidashi, and Double. I feel like we should be talking about Yobidashi a little bit more. The way he played around this lifting challenge has been really, really cool. It's not the same thing we saw from Aaliyah, but just goes to show that if you have a correct plan for an augment like this, which is generally not picked by a lot of players, it can work out. But Double getting that Kaisa 2 online now.
Yeah, but Yobidashi initially went to that level 9 and didn't get that Ambassador straight away, and he was leaning Mel at that moment. Opted actually to go for this Rise line. That's the other way he can play it. So really expertly piloted. But as you said, coming up against this Void board now is going to be a real test. The upgrades are coming through for Double.
Look at the sheer power of this Baron 2. Honestly, I'm not sure any of the other boards can take him down as we've been looking across these matches. Yobidashi, of course, will hang in there for now. Dalasum, though, able to beat the Ghost copy. Now we know Ghost Copy is not the same as the real thing, but there's hope, maybe?
There is hope, and Dallason's been on such a massive win streak. 11 streak here, has made it to level 10. Silas 2, the most desired unit maybe in the game right now. So important to find. The Arcanist upgrades just are so powerful. Will be a real test up against that board from Double, though. And Yobadashi will be hoping that Dallison can potentially knock him out, because if they avoid each other much longer, he could potentially even lose a spot himself. But yeah, it feels like Double, a little bit of a throwback to right all the way to Paris. That was the
Yes.
Void. Right at the start, we saw Void. This was the Baron Nashor starring the star of the show, and a little bit of a throwback right to the beginning.
Honestly, what a treat we are getting. We're on stage 6-1, 3 players on level 10, some of them with more than 1 life to give. And if you had told me that we were going to see Baron today, I probably would have laughed at you. Like, this is so unexpected, but so cool to see come out. But let's take a look. Double here with the low HP, of course, is the one that's fighting. Dallison beat the Ghost Copy. Can he deal with the real thing? Baron being not hit by the Lux has to be a big factor. Annie in the backline also untouched. Nothing can really break this frontline. Kaisa has crumbled. Can this Annie deal with these chunky bruisers? And I think the answer to that is no. Dallason's streak has been snapped.
The Baron just has too much HP and too much lifesteal. It feels like at no point did Baron even look like dropping down there. The items have ended up working out really well. And we saw there, it's going to be very difficult. You're going to have to get that Silas pretty quickly on top of the Baron. Try get the Kaiser down early as well to get that secondary damage dealer gone. Dallison, though, another Silas 2 being added to the mix here. Maybe the potential to itemize it, but just lacking the resources to do so. I don't think we'll be seeing a Silas 3, though, in this particular game, but who knows?
Yeah, anything could happen at this point, but Dallison and Yubidashi going up against each other means Double is getting a Ghost Copy. I don't think we need to worry about him, but between the two of them, there is going to be the matter of HP totals accounting for the top 3 placements. Annie in the backline does live, though, and takes down Yubidashi just a little bit as we are getting one more round.
One more round here, and Yobadashi slipping down. Doesn't really look like he can beat anybody here. So it looks like potentially going out in 3rd place. Double now putting together this real big win streak. And he did finish first in his first game. The player that we highlighted at the start of the show, as we've highlighted since the beginning of competitive in EMEA, the player to keep an eye on. And it feels like viewers may think, well, surely he's not going to be at the top of his game still this far into his career. But just a reminder to everybody so far that he absolutely is.
Yeah, well, we might see this lobby shake out to the end. Yubidashi on his last life once more tries to throw a wrench into the Baron's maw, you could say. For now, it looks like it might be working. Kaisa taken down, the rest of the board has fallen. Everything kind of arranges around the Baron, and that is going to be it. Double board taken down. Looks like Dallison, okay, hangs in there. So Double taking a 3rd place, and Yubidashi and Dallison on 6 HP both, going into one more carousel and one more fight.
Baron was just straight into the danger zone there we saw from Double. It looked like potentially he was trying to get access to the backline straight away, but he was just stood getting splash damage from Lysandra. The Rise was, the Archangels were stacking, and it just, the Baron got chipped away. And in the previous fights, it was so safe the whole time, never really in any risk of dropping down. But we saw there just too much to deal with, and Volley getting on the backline as well. So Yobadashi really well done for the positioning and grabbing a top 2 when it seemed like there was almost no way for him to do so. And that must be a massive confidence boost.
Yeah, I mean, great play from Yobidashi, trying to get that Baron under fire early from the rise, trying to play for nuking him down while eliminating the backlines has worked out in his favor. But here is one last matchup between Yobidashi and Dalasum in Game 2 of our EMEA Regional Finals. Backline on the side of Dalasum holds, but the same is true for Yobidashi. Volibear has only just now, Tibbers has just now arrived. Listen, they're both big bears. And that is going to be what seals it. Dalasum taking the win here, the first place, with a well-deserving board, and Yobidashi taking that second place there. But man, what a treat we got. It's so rare to see those super high resource portals, and so rare to see a Baron for us on broadcast. I'm quite excited that we got there in the end.
I cast a curse to him a little bit because double did fall out there, but first into third, definitely a good start to the day. But we saw how much that meant to Dalasum there, giving himself the clap on the camera, knowing that that's a real good marker to lay down. And just a completely crazy lobby. I mean, in terms of Exodia, we saw almost every different variant of it.
We did, and we are going to see our analysts as they break down this game once more. I really hope we have a clip of how the Baron died in their highlights compilation. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then you'll hear all about it from them.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Analyst Desk. Game 2 is done and dusted, and we are beholden with a wealth of gold in game number 2. Guys, talk to me about this one. Scuttle Puddle coming in, but even in a resource-rich environment, this game was out of control economically.
Well, not only was this Scuttle Puddle, it was also the Path of Enlightenment Ionia, which means that everybody that hit these 3 or 5 Ionia could add extra XP to their list of resources and made them... the economy was just so inflated, and you could see, for example, Dalesom level 850 gold as early as 3-5. And then to tack on top of that, some players found Zillion on stage 3, printing extra XP on top of their XP, on top of their gold, meaning that we got 3 players level 10 by the end, 3 players were level 9 as early as 4-2. It was just a crazy amount of money, and the one that won out in the end was Yobidashi with that Rise Freljord board.
Yeah, played it really well. I think he had some great upgrades from Magic Rule in particular that helped his stage 3. And he kind of beat out his contester, which was Enzo, also on that same board. But Enzo didn't quite hit the same capacity of units on his level 9 roll down 4-2 that early. And I want to highlight Enzo's in particular because he picked up forward thinking. This is an augment that usually you cannot fast 9 with, even if you have double econ, because you're just going to be too poor once you make it to 9. But specifically because it was Scuttle Puddle, I think this is the one time where you can go directly to 9, as we saw from Enzo. So the econ really was, I think, the big idea that every player had to have in their mind, how they were going to best use it in this game.
Well, from one G2 member in Enzo to another in Double 61, I really wanted to bring this up with you guys because this was something that was so fascinating from the game. Seeing the open fort style approach being taken, I can certainly remember back when open fort used to be absolutely everywhere. Would you guys mind again reminding us all why we don't tend to see it so much, nowadays, and why it did work for Double 61 in this game?
I think open fort usually is something you opt into for meta reasons or just from your spot. In this case, Double was kind of forced into it because he picked up not really the best 2-star unit, so he sold it immediately and said, I'm going to cut my losses. I won't just try and play around it. Instead, I'll just make econ now and play for a stage 3 spike instead while losing some HP in stage 2. I think the really interesting decision from Double is to play into Void. We're seeing a lot more 3-cost reroll as your chance to spike in stage 3 on 3-5 roll down. We saw it from Camus with Jinx, for example, or Yone even with Ionia. But Double picked up Spirit of Redemption, a great augment to really enable that Rift Herald. And Rift Herald plus Kaisa gave him an 8 win streak, which is a little bit surprising. And that is what allowed him to have his second spike, which is going to eventually level 10 and playing around Baron. So he took a game that was right from the get-go looking kind of doomed and made it work in a fantastic way.
Yeah, and he came super close to winning because he was winning some rounds against the final 2 opponents, Yobidashi and Dalesom, and he got knocked out just at the end. But as you mentioned, being able to transition from not having anything to guaranteeing these 4-cost unlocks in stage 3 is crucial to salvaging tempo, and he benefited a lot from the players trying to go 9 super early, because that means that usually when players try to skip level 8, they stay weak throughout stage 4. Well, here they stayed weak throughout the end of stage 3, right when he was strongest, and so he took advantage of that, used that to go to and win streak through level 8, go to 9, get to level 10 on 5-3, 2-star Baron online from that point, and then he had so much time to go level 10, try and cap out his board for sure. And on the complete flip side, some players that could not make it, for example, I want to highlight the huge heroic that we got to see from Toon TV. Unfortunately, kinda fell flat, was lacking in the damage department. Kalista did not have enough backup when it came to killing the other boards that scaled up so quickly.
I think we're all saying, it was the kind of board we all dream of making. You get the opportunity to bring out something really unusual, and I think when you're watching that kind of stuff, you really are hoping it works out overall because it seems like it's such a promising proposition. But I don't want to highlight, of course, we're having our signings in a little while, but of course we saw for ourselves through these games, a player like Giosko having an incredibly rough start to the tournament. And when a player has those 2 games early on, what are we seeing from Giosko's play which is maybe causing this, or at least inclining it to things to work out this way?
I think this game in particular, he just played the fairest game of TFT. There was nothing specifically or particularly interesting about his spots. Not having an Econ Augment 2-1, he got outscaled very quickly. The HP he preserved early on did not really matter by the time stage 4 came around. And he played into a very contested line with just this max cap AP where you don't have enough Econ compared to the rest of the lobby. Everyone else is level 9 when you're trying your best to stabilize on level 8. And there was just no real chance for him to come back into the game once we saw every other board just have a much better game plan overall.
Yeah, and saving a little bit of HP early on does not matter if you are taking if you are being taken by storm by the other players when it comes to economy. Saving 5 to 10 HP early doesn't matter if you're 10 to 20 gold behind, because somebody like double full scented, open forted made all of his econ, perfect loss streak, exact same for the players that will win streak. The players that save a little bit of HP but not enough and don't commit to making that economy through selling their units to get these interest thresholds, they just end up getting caught between a rock and a hard place in between the win streakers and the loss streakers that come back super hard.
And as we're waiting for these signs to come through, we've got a little bit of delay on some of our lobbies running a little bit long. So of course we'll update you as soon as we got that moment active. I think something which kind of really was illustrated in a spectacular way in this lobby, because of so many resources being online, was the idea of how to cap out with effectively unlimited resources. What were you guys seeing in that game that kind of really demonstrated what other players should be doing under perhaps somewhat similar circumstances?
Yeah, we saw from Dalisom. I think it was the best example because he played a fairly standard Demacia board from 3-5 onwards, because he had 50 gold on level 8 at 3-5. But then he found the ways to continuously cap this board higher and higher by fitting in Silas, usually a risky move if you don't have enough resources, because you have to sell your main tank Garen to then usually rebuy the Garen and find Silas, and it's not usually worth it. But with so much gold, he can play for Annie 2, he can play for Tibbers 2, he can move the items from the Lux into the stronger unit and the Annie as well. And he even fit 6 copies of Silas. I think if Double won that fight against Oidachi at the end, and Dalisom felt he had a bad matchup into Double, potentially we could have seen him sell board for the Silas 2 condition. It didn't end up coming to that, and Dalisom, I think, knew he had a pretty good chance of beating Yobidashi without doing anything too crazy, and just a really strong finish from Dalisom in the end.
All right, Kenobi, it looks like we have got our standings raised. So this is after round 2, so a third of the way through the day, but already we're seeing some patterns emerging. We can see down the bottom, we've got a couple of players who've got the longest possible road to climb out of that bottom 8 and survive through to day 2.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a perfect balance. I did a quick counting, 8 French players in the bottom, in this first page, meaning that there are 8 more on the next page. So perfect balance. This is the whetstone against what all the other countries have to play. Surprisingly, Kubikson and Tomino also being here with, as well as Og. So all players drafted super late, being on a little bit of a rougher start. Meanwhile, as you can see, Dalisom, Double, Raiko, and Yobidashi making this first top 4, crushing everybody with 14 points here.
And some of the players we actually highlighted individually coming into this tournament just from their performances in set, like Dalisom and Raiko. I know, Kenobi, you were really high on Raiko's performance coming into this, are popping off already 2 games in. So it really seems like these players, who I would consider A-tier talent in EMEA, have taken a strong step forward in set 16 and are now moving into a position where they could become those new elite players in the region.
It finally feels like 2 to 3 sets ago, there was a huge dominance of the couple of French study groups. And now it feels like everybody else has caught up to them, and they are now right in the mix with everybody. It makes things so much more exciting seeing countries like, especially Italy is a very small TFT country. There's basically 2 to 3 elite players there, and Raiko showing up big is makes me really happy for the future of the scene in this country.
Well, I mean, we talked about it in the previous week, but I think it's worth bringing up again for anyone who didn't see it. You know, the Spanish players were talking to us about how much of a difference it was made to step into a more serious version of their pro player experience here, to get the organizational support, to be able to coming together as a group. And I have to imagine, you know, as we're seeing here from other players, that is happening elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I think TPC, a lot of kind of sustenance and stability in the region for these tier 1 players who maybe weren't spiking in regionals before or at attack round, and it was maybe financially not the easiest to full-time TFT. Now it's a little bit easier if you are among the very best, the top 32 in the region. And we're seeing, I think, the effects of that in terms of players really being able to dedicate a lot more of their time, master their craft, and really reach that top level that they have the potential to go to.
Exactly. And the TPC overall shifting the ecosystem a little bit has also given a little bit more place for aspiring pro players to hope to compete here in the regionals, having an extra path and not having to constantly fight against the best of the best in the Tacticians Cup. It really makes the scene flourish a lot more. You've got room for everybody to grow against people of their skill level, which is very important, because when you're playing in the Tactician Cup and you're just a kind of a rookie player and you go against a lobby where you're a super veteran player, you're playing against, I don't know, Wet Jungler, Solo Gazang, Voltarix, and you're just trying to make it for your first time, and feels a lot harder and makes it take a lot longer to get there.
I will say I had some pretty top players in my lobbies in Tech Cup this set, so I'm not sure if I stand by that point. Some players from the Elite did fall into Tier 2 this set, so I had a bad time.
No, absolutely. But I take your general point, Kenobi, that I think it has been a case of stepping up with competitive TFT as a whole to put all these players into one hand stability and on the other hand a real pressure cooker to say that every point, every step you take to stay up in the TPC is going to be earned against other incredible caliber players. And of course, the players who've made it through to week 2, they have already accomplished that goal. Instead, now thinking much more about the crown. And since we're waiting on our next lobby to come through, it's worth noting for any of our first-time viewers, just quite how long it has been since EMEA captured the first global championship up until this point. So we are hoping with what we're seeing over the course of this weekend that these are players worthy of seizing back that #1 spot.
Look, listen, I just don't want to make it a repeat of League of Legends where EU won the first Worlds, but it didn't really count because it was just not everybody was there. I just want TFT to be different. Please, let's just win one time so that we can put these allegations to rest.
I think it's too late for that, Kenobi. We are too closely linked at the hip, unfortunately.
Okay. I just have to not look at it. I can just, take my glasses off and suddenly it's just, everything's fine. I don't see anything anymore.
No, I believe it. I think we just need to close our eyes and hope for the best. So, of course, heading forward for this, for our next lobby to come, guys, based off of what we've been seeing from the game so far, of course, we had the incredible high cap from our game before, but we've had this transition from week 1, for the players especially, when everything was completely wild, to week 1 where things started to settle more. From what you've been seeing so far in these first couple of games coming in, kind of what are your initial feelings about how week 2 is going to go meta-wise?
I think it's a 2-game sample size, so we can't really have definitive answers to this, but we haven't seen much AD at all. I think Bilgewater should be played more often. It is a bit spot dependent in terms of having the right opener for it and the right tempo to play into it. I think Warwick, similarly, we've seen some Jinx from Clemu this last game, for example. That was the failure variation. Now the traditional vertical's on. And I do think some more reroll is to be expected. RE3 was missed altogether from Bullten game 1. But I think there could be some more Darius free roll. We saw some niche spots for that in week 1 that were really cool to see in action with all the buffs that Darius did finally get, patch after patch after patch. So hopefully you get to see some more of those niche comps. I think the less resources you have in the game, the more players will have to dig their way into some alternate angles.
Yeah, you're definitely right that rerolls have been absent, and I think Bilgewater is going to be mostly absent, especially in this day 1, because of its high top 8 rate. Bilgewater is Feast of Famine. Either you hit the threshold where you start outscaling everybody, or you just die very, very early, struggle in stage 4, don't get to the Fed Tamkench that just snowballs. It makes it super, super rough for the synergy. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see very little of it today.
All right, game 3 is almost ready to kick off here. As you can see, we've got our players already with some pretty disparate points. We mentioned Raiko Master, of course, representing Italy, our top point scorer in the lobby, but there's a lot of players who are going to be hungry to take every point they can.
Now, I want to highlight a player who we haven't talked about at all on broadcast yet today, and who overall I think is quite slept on, Vomendeth. I believe he was 3rd in pro points this set. He's a player who had a truly breakout set back when Street Demons were around in set 14. He mastered a lot of the 1-cost rerolls to make it to attack round for the first time. He didn't have the best set 15. I think a lot of viewers kind of forgot about him, but he qualified to now set 16 TPC, and he's had a really, really good set, really good start to the day as well. So I'm really happy to see him doing well.
It's kind of cool for to see Vomendev's story because in the French scene, it seemed like he was not taking it very seriously. He had famously been coming to lands a little bit hungover on day 2s or day 3s, and in the last 2 to 3 sets, he's really cleaned up his play, and he's shown that he has what it takes to be elite when he goes at it full steam and very seriously. And as well, he's giving us a very rare profile cam, 100% profile.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we get the perfect view of every wince that might come in. I like us, one thing I love about having, of course, the cameras here as we head into game 3 is you really get, sorry for the players who manage to stay in frame at least, you really get to see some of their faces. Raiko Mastery is so interesting, particularly for me, because he's doing so well, but he's got the, you can see that he's got a lot of weight on him already, even with the first couple of games going so well.
Yeah, Raiko, very importantly, he is doing some face muscle stretching, and this is because when he wins games of TFT, he does a headstand on his chair, which requires just your full body being prepared for that. So Raiko's already getting ahead of himself. 14 points, second place on average across these first 2 games. I think a first is definitely not out of his wheelhouse.
Hope for his sake that he's not in fact doing these headstands, not without proper preparation, because that sounds like a great way to end up in the same spot as Tomino. Too much flexibility, and especially when it hits the neck, it's probably bad. But less joking around, more focusing. I believe that we are getting super close to having game 3 begin, and just on this word, we're getting Echo, so way less resource than what we got in the first 2 games.
Well, I think this is a good chance to bring up what we were talking about a little bit in the pre-show. In terms of what we're going to be seeing, in terms of late game boards and other kind of things, David, what kind of difference is it going to make to go from a Scuttle Puddle here to Echo, as you said, which will give you a small upgrade, but nothing in comparison economically?
I think it just opens up a lot more different ways to play the game in terms of the costs you're playing for and the different types of comps you're going for. Last game, the baseline was essentially Fast 9. And this game, only a few players with select high roll openers or very strong openers plus econ or just giga econ will even have a chance to go 9 usually. And a lot more players will have to settle for, hey, what comp can I play on a stage 4 stabilization that can get me a top 4, for example, or even a 3-cost reroll, then just again try and play for a 5th or 6th. It won't be as easy for everyone to make it to 9 in this game.
Very interestingly, we could see 2 players with 2-star Viegos from the start, which could have led into Shadow. I believe Zyko has already either benched his or sold it. You can see it on the side. It's now 2 Briars. But Raiko has bought a 1-star Viego as well, so we might see that tech you mentioned, Panda, if he wants to, because I think Shadow Isle has a shot in a game with lower amounts of resources. The unlock of Kalista and Thresh being on level 8 does fit rather well into a lower pace game.
Maybe Toon TV will message him, hey, don't do it. It's bait.
I mean, I'd love to see it work out, even if it isn't necessarily in the context of having a whole bunch of other emblems to really mess things up. But we'll see, of course, what our first augment will be. Perhaps that will provide some more economy in here where the portal is lacking. No, Instead, it's goals. So maybe this will be the bigger divergence points that our players will have to choose things like Calculate the Loss and Slammin to be able to reach those higher peaks.
Would you like some econ or a different flavor of econ? Oh, maybe you'd like some econ instead of your econ after re-rolling. We're just seeing Og being confronted with all econ choices here. Well, we can see on the side a bunch of econ is being picked up by a lot of players, but interestingly, Toon TV, Coin Need, and Experian are taking more aggressive approaches. Here we can see Void and Juggernaut could make for some very interesting and very powerful Shelly play.
Considering most players' complaints around their 2-1 augment is, I didn't get an econ augment, the game's unplayable. I think Aug is pretty happy with the selection of augments that he was given. We are seeing, like you mentioned, a lot of emblem augments that I think was a big realization for me in week 1 of regionals. I think a lot of players were just very happy to insta-pick Legion of Threes, insta-pick spreading roots in terms of the power of these emblems, since the emblem revolution in the halfway point of this set, where they got so much more stats and effects for some of these emblems, and just the direction, right? You have this clear direction. Meta is so good that almost any emblem is going to give you a chance to play into a good line.
And if we're talking about our players, particularly the ones on the lower points, well, they will have to take some out risk, but I'm sure they'd love to be able to move further forward. Toon TV with the quick striker from the Legion of Threes. So we know we've got some potentially interesting options. Let's check in with Raiko, who I think a little shy about it. We'll sell his board immediately the second we look at him, because he's following a similar path to what we saw from Double, getting his econ online immediately with Trade Sector to back it up.
Right. We mentioned Ionia rerolls. We hadn't seen enough of them in the first couple of games, and I think we're going to see some more Ari reroll here.
And this is actually quite typical of Raiko. He calls it, I don't know why, with his Italian chat, he calls it like the magician, essentially, which is just selling all your units and making econ threats. I guess because the units disappear, that's the magic trick maybe. But he is a big fan of this. He's been quite open to holding one unit on at the end of stage 1 and making 10 early, and just playing for loose streak.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated to see what he's able to pull out of his hat. Of course, touching back on kind of the spreading routes, hopefully we'll get to see more of the Void we saw in the previous game, certainly with the Juggernaut, a potent combination together.
I've watched a fair bit of Raiko playing as he's unlocking Bard with the free rolls here, basically for getting more free rolls with his free rolls. I followed him especially in the first couple of TPCs, because I thought he had a really unique way of bringing about some of the most common meta lines. He had some great ways of stabilizing after rolling on 2-3, especially for Bard, being able to bring, for example, Bilge Water to make some extra econ. Here it's looking like we might just be going into the Ionia in the end. He kept just the Yasuo because that's the one unit you want to upgrade.
Raiko's also a player. Oh, sorry. Just one last thing on Raiko. He's a player who his results this set mostly stemmed on playing Ionia better than anyone else. Every single patch this set, essentially. So I was really curious to see how he would adapt to this meta, where it is very AP-centric, and I think he generally favors AD a lot more. And I think we'll find out in this game, and we'll see maybe his results later on in terms of what he played in the first 2 games, because he might be the unique player that actually might favor AD a little bit more, or equal to AP in this patch.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on him very closely. A couple of players I really want to bring front center to the conversation are, of course, both French. Experian, Toon TV, 5 and 4 points in this lobby. It's very, very tough place to be in the competition overall, to be fighting out this much for a corner. So definitely be keeping very close eye on how they develop through this game and how they hopefully get those first or seconds they need to reset.
Indeed. It makes me a little bit worried for Experian, because he's been known to have quite the volatile mental, and being able to go into negative downward spirals if it goes poorly at the start of the set. And he's also just barely qualified to week 2 by being the 16th player out of everyone on the TPC points. So definitely he came in from a tough position, and if he's put into a tough position right away again, it just might be too much for him, and we might see him break.
Looking at Vomandeth here playing around the Freljord line for right now. This could become the comp that we saw a lot of last game with both Yobidash and Enzo playing into that Rise booster, but for now, very, very open, only the Steadfast Slam. The win streak was going to help him a lot in terms of his flexibility, in terms of his 3-2 augment in particular, and to see what he plays into eventually.
Yeah,
Ronnie pair as well is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very, very solid board to get a start off here. I was something you wanted to bring into the conversation again. We're talking about the classic Rise kind of approach to things, which bring the Freljord Rise, which caps out a little bit less strongly, but is generally very reliable as a composition. I mean, from where Vomandeth is right now 11 points. That is towards the upper half of the players. So it seems like it makes sense to try out something that's a little less risky, but a little more reliable.
Our observers are pointing out that Vomendev and Koenid are both on a 4-win streak, and so are they going to face each other? Are we going to see something spicy like a level 6 roll up at the last second, and Koenid is going to say yes? Still on 20 gold despite leveling to 6 here, so he's extremely rich in this start, and it's going to be slapping Zyko across the head for free. He's taking the one that was meant for Vomendev here.
And with enough econ, I wonder if he maybe takes a page out of Double's book and tries to play for Baron with his Void Emblem. I think most likely he will ignore the Void Emblem altogether and just try and play around this Noxus line, play into Mel, have the Juggernaut Emblem as just a good item, plus some flexibility on his front line. But there's a chance, depending on his 3-2 augment, if he has enough econ, that he can consider playing into Void as well.
We'll definitely be keeping our eye on how many players are headed in that kind of direction. Experian with the enhanced Archangels and a pretty decent start to the game. Not a full streak, but a decent enough board.
A 2-star Zoe on level 4 indeed is decent enough. Just might be him committing to the Zoe Leona Malzahar reroll board.
And it's a comp we haven't seen yet, Kenobi. It's a comp that we saw a lot of in week 1. It had a pretty insane top 4 rates. I think higher than most viewers expected coming into that tournament, but we have not had the chance to see it really show up yet. Max was mentioning earlier in the cast that it is a case when one player rolls for 3 costs that you really want to have more players in the lobby doing the same, so that could have been maybe part of the reason why we haven't seen it yet.
And there's also the fact that we've played on the super high resource portals, which are less conducive to reroll lines that are capped that cap a little bit lower than super late game boards with level 9 and level 10 on the board. Usually when you're playing a reroll board, the top end of your composition is leveling to 8 or 9 and getting a 1-star legendary in some way. So that's definitely less impactful than being able to play those 2-star 7-cost units that have reigned supreme in the first 2 games here.
Check in with Pepperglad. What's one of our... In fact, no, yes, our only Polish player in this lobby has got a very good start. You know, as we mentioned before, the portal not providing the economy for our players, but the savings account, we saw an absolute ton of this, or similar augments as well, being played in week 1. Just reliable econ that takes a while to arrive, but when it does, you're really getting at a huge economic injection.
And it's an augment that really telegraphs when Pepperglad is going to be spiking as well. We talked about earlier in the pre-show, one of the important skills in this current patch is to identify where each player will be spiking and kind of trying to play around that information for your own game plan. So this is really big news. Pepperglad, we know, will be spiking once he gets all his gold back on 4-1 and he cashes out the savings accounts. And players have to keep in mind, why roll down heavily on 4-1, for example, if you might have Pepperglad in your pool and you might lose anyway.
Indeed, and with that, oh my god, Raiko doing a little bit of extra magic here, getting a Tactician's crown here from this magic roll is definitely very lucky. Also very useful because he's been committed to playing Ionia reroll, and this is going to allow him to potentially play a 7 Ionia on 7 without sacrificing any useful slot on his team. So it's super impactful. He's going to try and look for the Yasuo 2 right now, I believe. Goes very, very low on gold on level 7. Doesn't find a Yasuo pair, so it's going to stop here and just try and win streak here. And I'm just going to point out that this positioning is a throwback to when Keepers was in the game.
We've even got a Kennen there, just for good luck as well.
Yeah.
Raiko's certainly finding some great units as well to go alongside it. We've got the 2 Yunaras very close to getting the upgrade. If we're talking about throwbacks in general, this comp as a whole seems to be there. We'll see how well it holds up against the newer iterations of the boards, David.
Usually can't very well in this meta, but it seems like Raiko cannot escape his fate. He just rolls down and he gets his comfort comp that he's been playing the entire set. In a patch where I think it's not really as strong anymore, but we'll see if Raiko, if he finds a Yunara 2 somehow in stage 3, that could be his ticket to spiking and stabilizing.
Wait, he won that. That's absolutely
Wukong as well. The Ionia Whisper.
Yeah, he's just too good, man. But that round looked like an absolute disaster with that 3 items Nico surviving for as long as she did. But with the Ginzus, the Yunara just clutches up at the end here. And yeah, this lobby is going to be heavy on 3-cost rerolls, even if Raiko decides to shy away from the reroll version of Ionia and just play the more classic version with Yunara. Here's going to be a Jinx Warwick. We've got Mittens on 3-2 here. So this Warwick's going to be absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, for the time being, Org just going to slam everything onto the Jinx. But you're right, for the long term, that's going to be great investment once the Warwicks feel strong enough to survive in the melee. Just not getting, all of those slows and things that would normally cut a lot of his power will be massive. But even at this point, Org will punch through with the double item Jinx, breaks his loss streak at the bottom of the table against Pepperglad, the other player who's building up a loss streak of his own.
I think this exact spot from Og here really highlights one of the strengths of this patch and why it's so much better for competitive. Usually Og from this loot streak position and with Calculaus, he would kind of be forced to play around a level 8 roll down, going into 4-1 with almost no HP and gambling his entire game away. But now he has the option to instead use all his Calculaus rolls on level 7, roll down earlier in the middle of stage 3, stabilize earlier, and find a way to play for a top 4 from a more comfortable position.
Yeah, and this fact is what has made set 16 so interesting to play, the ability to control what you spike on with the unlocks and with the addition of Bard to generate some rolls that you can spend without feeling like you're hamstringing your economy for the rest of the game. But at the same time, it has made the composition that do not include these unlocks a little bit more restrictive to play. And as we see Toon TV having hit the board that maybe Raiko wished he had, but at the same time, I kind of feel like he wanted to play Warwick as well and got shoved off the composition by Og.
Well, hey, I mean, take what you can get. I mean, just having the Yasuo upgrade is going to make a big difference. I'm going to be interested to see where we do go here longer term. So, doing a little bit of item rearranging. I imagine we see the Quick Striker go into the Ari for a little bit more punch. And close to the 7 Ionia as well. Up against Coinhead, we get to check in and see if the direction is as you expected. Debbie mentioning that he might be playing more around the Juggernaut side of things and less towards the Void. Looks like we've got something which could be a little bit more Mel flavored longer term, as you suggested.
Yeah, I think it's a default. Found an early Ambessa as well, so I think it's just much easier. You don't have to overcook your game when you have a pretty good spot to play into the Noxus vertical. From Toon TV, I wonder what his item component drops will be at the end of the stage, because that will really decide what game he can play. Right now, he doesn't really have Ari items. He might be forced to play into just an AD-centric Ionia line or something up altogether, relying more on the Yone. Usually it's the flip. You're relying on your Ari and your Yone secondary carry, but in this case, I think it's going to be all about the Yone.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration of him losing this round here, because he's so low on economy that losing a win streak really, really hurts him in the long run, and might be compounded by the fact that as you mentioned, usually we play for Ari first and Yone second, and that he was preparing to play for Warwick and now has fallen back onto the Yone, and so it's kind of a double whammy of frustrating moments for him.
Oh, do want to take a chance as we've got Pepperglad, who has built up the savings account and Slammer for maximum longer term potential. Up against Experian, a player we were hoping to get to see the Malzahar variant being played, or Malzahar Zoe being played. Looks like we've got a kind of a grab bag of everything which we can find. An early Tarek to carry some tank items. It looks like Experian might be able to still show what his board is capable of with the double Archangels.
Econ loss for Pepperglad, surely. He is not bothered by this one. It's going to be really interesting to see what his rolldown looks like right now. He seems to be still open to both the Mel line and the Ambessa if he finds it early on, or just the more traditional Demacia line despite his opener. I think it's a very similar game to what we saw from Dalisom last game, just with a lot less gold. But he might hope to, it looks like he'll be playing around Ambessa in all these cases.
Yeah,
in the end.
the best thing about playing with these high econ augments is being able to roll on 3-7 to get your legendary unlocks starting on 4-1. It's double impact on Ambessa, because that unlocking Mel that early allows her to start stacking off that mana for the Radiant item that can be a tipping point in your board and allow you to win out the entire lobby. So Pepperglad in a really strong position in spite of his 31 HP. I don't think he's in too much trouble, and he might just cap out really well here, especially if the shops are looking like this from the get-go. 2-star locks, the Annie here and the Darius pair. Just lacking a tiny bit in the frontline department now and just needs a little bit of adaptation.
Wow,
There we go.
there we go.
Two. Might just be enough.
Hey.
Rounding it. Oh, hey, we're still going. Okay, no, finally we're stopping. This is a very, very strong ward here. The Annie. Oh, wait.
It's getting tempted, I think, but to go for the Annie with already having the Mel locked down. I mean, we've got so much Noxus in place already that it seems like a crime. I think for the time being, we'll be seeing the Lux carrying the items just because she's going to be so good at clearing out the board. I think, David, as we were talking about before, the Pepperglad is low on HP, even if the economic situation was very good coming into the round.
Yeah, each player with different game plans, they have a window of time where they are expected to win, and that's really the magic of this patch, I think. And we're seeing Pepperglad now. This is his window. If he loses any of the fights from 4-1 to 4-5, it's a very bad sign for his game plan.
Yep, and here comes the item to bring his upgraded board to fruition. What he was missing here, the drops are fantastic. I think we're going to be able to get that Void Staff to have that reduction of magic resistance that's going to be so key, especially with how many Dragon's Claw we can see in this meta. You take some auto losses if you don't have access to some shred. So excellent pickup for him. Not greening out the explosive growth is going to be key for winning these rounds. As you mentioned, this is his window of power, not his window of waiting 3 rounds to get some extra XP.
Checking back in with Raiko Mastery, our points leader in the lobby, finds a very important upgrade to 2-star Tarek, doing an incredible job of locking down that front line. We've also managed to find the 2-star Yunara relatively quickly into stage 4 as well, so we'll see how well the throwback composition can do from Raiko, because right now it looks like it's doing decently well, but I'm still a mite concerned.
Not having a third item yet for the Yunara, and that really only being the source of damage for this comp. I think it should do well for now because he's rolled down to 0 essentially, but could have some trouble capping the comp in particular. I think Yunara is going to have a very bad time once those AP fast line players make it to 9 and stabilize their boards at the start of stage 5 in particular. Not sure how Raiko will cap this board. That's my real question.
What I'm not really sure about is where he got that second spatula, because he got the Tactician crown on the magic roll, but I'm like it's truly the magician getting all these pulling them all out of his hat and making it look pretty good here. But on the flip side, Zyko here hitting super early with the 3-cost 3 stars. Remember, Volta had missed on Ari 3 by 5-3, and here we see already Dario 3 and LeBlanc 3.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. I really love the itemization as well. The thing that was mentioned before, the adaptive helm in place there as well. We've got the crowd control immunity and the Sterax, giving it an enormous amount of time for this LeBlanc who, just stack up during the round and eventually kill everything.
I love how much the players respect us as casters. At the start of the game, we asked for maybe some more 3-cost reroll, maybe some Darius reroll, some more AD, and we got absolutely all of that. Complete contrast and a stark difference to the comps and the game plans we saw from players in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, and Raiko's Yunara just got absolutely slapped down by the Darius, not even taking any inch of his HP. He's going to be healed instantly and just dunked on. Terrible position for Raiko because he's super low on HP. Pepperglad, as you mentioned, has stabilized super out, already back up to 53 gold, and is going to be making his 60 and 70 interest threshold. Thanks to the savings account, gonna get to that level 9 quite comfortably, and he's gonna be in a position to maybe win the entire lobby if he doesn't whiff.
Right now, at least, we've got Toon TV up at the top. He's managed to hold on with his Ionian board and preserve HP, but he's completely out of cash, so he's gonna need to be able to pick up some round wins. He's got a sneaky little Aatrox on the bench, but I worry if economically he's gonna be able to stay afloat.
And that's one of the questions we had, right? If Toon TV would find AP items for this Ahri and play the more traditional Yone plus Ahri duo carrying comp, and that has been the case. With Legion of Threes just getting a lot of value onto the board with the Ken and the Ahri as well. I'm sad about Aatrox though. I think it's one of the patch changes that did not quite seem to come through at the competitive level in these tournaments last week and this week.
Right. So once more, we're seeing Raiko. I am getting super worried for him. This is the worst time to be facing Peppo Glide if you're Raiko. He's just gotten to level 9, added the Azir. You can see his board is doing decently. The Yunara has stacked up. The Ginzu gets stunned by the Swain. Can she take down that Taric in a reasonable amount of time? It's gonna be pretty hard. He just face tanking her. Honestly, the Taric is just gonna do it himself. Nope, it's going to be good enough. Interesting. I wouldn't have bet on Raiko's board in this round if I'm being completely honest.
I think it would be quite reasonable to be aligned against him. But Peppercloud, I think, relatively happy, has also been able to bring the Silas online as well. So we look on the right-hand side, we can see there are a few different players who have had to expend their resources pretty heavily here in Stage 4 just to try and get online and try and keep those HP going.
An Experian with the Forbidden Tech, triple Archangels with the augments that go alongside it, and a Xerath trying to carry the hopes and dreams of this entire board, essentially. When he casts, it would be fantastic. If he casts a second time, I think he wins every single fight. But does he cast a second time? That's the big question, being it's still a Xerath one.
Well, with the Seraph
Does he need to?
Embrace, it's also going to be heavily dependent on where the bolts go, because that Yunara could have been dead already, but here's the second cast, and the rain is not going to be enough, still lacking in damage, but we've got plenty of HP, stacking up those free rolls with Bard still. He's taking it slow, still getting a bunch of extra free rolls here. He's gonna cap out super high. If he hits Xerath too, this is gonna spell doom for the rest of the lobby.
It's worth putting that again in the context that Experian is up towards the higher HP bands. For Org, though, very much not the case. So the 3-star Jinx is online. Mentioned before, we'll be seeing the mittens moved across to our favorite Woofy pal. But for Org, it all needs to come together strongly. He's on 7 points overall with Toon and Experian. Very much on the lower end of points. Cannot afford to take an 8.
Really needs to find some items here for this Warwick or that final tank item for the Sejuani to buy time for this Jinx. This Jinx only operates as a unit if enough time passes at the start of a fight for her to actually get into a state where she's dealing and dishing out a lot of DPS.
And I'm quite worried about him making the decision to go level 8 to try and get that Braum online instead. It really feels like the Sejuani 3 or the Dire 3, if you are in this kind of position, is the anchor point for that Jinx. As you mentioned, she needs so much time. But here, unfortunately, not enough time to... Oh, actually, reforges this like a Baus, gets a Giant Slayer. Wonderful. The Jinx with the Titans in an echo of what Yunara was doing in the previous patches. Not as good, unfortunately, but definitely have a chance. But here, as you can see, the front line, it looks to be a little too thin, and the Lissandra gets through it, absolutely explodes Og, and that's going to be pretty rough.
That's such a shame. So Org goes from 7 points, just grabs 1 more point from this round. That's going to be pretty down disappointing. Again, Experian at Toon TV, Coined to a slightly lesser extent as well. All our players still on single digits. This is a big turning point game from them where they may well be put into a position that they'll be fighting for their tournament lives for the rest of the day.
All right.
We talked about... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just want to mention quickly with Og, we talked about the windows of time where players should be winning, and that's the point where you enter stage 5, you only have your 3-star Jinx to show, and it's just not going to be enough to hang with the rest of the boards here. So unfortunate game plan and how it all panned out for the Greek player.
Yeah, and Jinx going bot 4 once again, despite being one of the competitions that we're definitely looking forward to. And here we can see once again Experian here still on level now on level 9, but still on Xerath 1 after having expanded his free roll. I can see there's a pair of Xerath here, but he's also against a Xerath, but most importantly a 2-star Annie with a huge T-burst in the front line. And so Experian is going to start dropping in HP down to... I was about to say 17, but it's 22 thanks to the Xerath's charm. Heals him by 5. Pretty decent for him, but he's second to last now.
Got very volatile lobbies. We do see big upgrades coming through. There's a Silas 2 Experian managing to get multiple upgrades as well. The HP across the remaining players in the lobby, though, is so close. Could be a matter of just a couple of rounds that could send a lot of our players out of here early.
potentially a tilting position here for Experian. I'm not sure if he's hit enough to stabilize, especially consider the similar line players that are contesting him. Coined and Pepelgat seem to be just that much stronger. Even this Freljord board has now hit the 2-star Braum and Lissandra. Maybe the Zilean not going to be too impactful yet at 1-star, but the Xerath really has to carry this fight if Experian wants to stay alive.
The main issue here is not finding enough frontline upgrades for Experian. The Taric is still 1-star. We haven't found the Sylas. And you can see here the Xerath gonna start his cast. Can he kill Lissandra? Yes, she dies
so
in a
close.
single bolt. So Experian with 22 HP is on effectively 2 lives, which means he still has a tiny bit of leeway, and the HP in the lobby is dropping super fast. 29 for the first and 7 for Pepelglad, who is hanging in there.
Yeah, and of course for Toon and Peppo, they're hoping that everybody's going to be dropping onto a single life sooner rather than later in a lobby that's incredibly tightly contested. Because Zyko is still up at the top with Coined and Experian feeling the most comfortable, but there's no one left as this carousel as well, loaded down with emblems, could be a big swing for multiple players.
It seemed like pretty unfortunate last few items left for Zyko there, but he does have a Deathblade 4, a Draven 3 that he's been carrying. Actually, we haven't gone to Zyko's board in quite a while. Actually has a very interesting setup with the Draven being itemized as well, along with the Darius and the LeBlanc.
With nearly everyone being up to level 9, Zyko is the kind of the lone victor of this stage 4. He was crushing everybody with these 3-star 3 costs, and he's also scaled up to level 8 now. The board is, well, we've added a Twisted Fate to the board, so that's that, I guess. But the Quick Striker is actually going to be super impactful, and if we find a Kindred, it's going to be a huge upgrade as well. Let's see if he can hang on with everybody else being level 9 but Toon TV.
Yeah, I mean, Toon TV's going to be facing down a nightmare board. At this point, we've got the Silas upgraded there as well. It's just not even going to be a little bit close. It's an absolute scrum. And Toon TV doesn't just get eliminated, but gets absolutely wiped out. I don't even think it's going to be possible for anybody else to drop low enough, especially, of course, Pepelglad, really the player he's hoping would go out in this round, being the one who beat him.
I think similar to Og, Toon TV had to know, looking at everyone else's board, that his board is not really matching the power level that we're seeing from everyone else. But the Radiant does come through for Pepelglad. This is maybe his chance to continue this new win streak and fight for the top 4 despite the lose streak start to this game. Picked up a Radiant Morello, which could be quite impactful on the Mel.
On the Mel, or could simply go on the Rise. He does apply it quite... Oh, no, actually, yes.
On the Sylas.
Goes onto the Sylas. Yeah, that's why he's playing and not us, because that's even better on the 2-star Sylas. The increased, the double stat from the Morello, and the fact that he's got the Lux Laser as well as the Jarvan Cataclysm to just apply it to a huge chunk of the board. Here you can see the entire front line is going to burn. And is Experian able to take down the front line here? The Xerath opens up first time but gets stunned, and he's going to take a while before casting again, and I think the front line has started falling. Xerath is very close to casting, but is there enough for him to go through?
No.
Gets executed and taken out by Pepelglad.
Gosh, what an incredible board to have been knocked out in 6th place. But it's a testament to how strong this lobby is. Zyko as well is out of there with what would be a spectacular reroll board, which I was hoping we would see go all the way. We're into our top 4 now.
Can we give a shout out to Raiko Mastery, or I think we should call him now Ionia Mastery, because somehow he is leading the pack coming into stage 6, playing around Yunara and a line that I think no one is considering meta or really strong enough to hang with these fast 9 AP boards, but he's somehow doing it yet again. This is a player who found so much edge on this line across every single TPC tournament. The set, I think, is what really helped him get much better results than he's had his entire career. And somehow he's still doing it on this meta that really does not favor this line.
Honestly, I'm in absolute awe at the audacity of playing Yunara from this position and not only succeeding, but just thriving. And I have to point out that Zyko, who was in a seemingly disgusting spot, went 5th in this lobby. So this is definitely not a case of a weak lobby where he got lucky from weak opponents. Definitely the boards are capped super high. Experian going 6th with that 2-star Xerath with triple Archangel is a testament to that fact, and it's just it seems like with 21 HP, he should have at the very least a top 3 locked in, maybe a top 2 already.
I mean, yeah, Vomadesk gets completely ventilated in this one. The Silas, of course, proving his assassination credentials. Everybody else, apart from Raiko, getting the win in there. So the 3 remaining players down to a single life each. And however this ends, Raiko has done very well. Came into this on 14, will leave with at least a third.
I think Raiko knows his time is up. He's looking around. He's like, wait a minute. What are these boards exactly? They have completely outcapped his game plan, but he has done his job, which is navigate what looked like a very bad spot when he was 7th place coming to stage 4 into a wonderful top 3 that adds a lot more points to his total and puts him in a very good position halfway through this day 1.
He doesn't even have armor shred. There's no even shroud. There's no last whisper. How did he get through the front line with a Yunara with 2 offensive items? Is kind of beyond me. I think this set has to have been doing something with it, because that Yunara has no punch in her, and it's going to be, I think, the Siren calling on this. I always reserve judgment as long as long as Seth is alive. I don't want to be.
You can trust me. He's not winning this one.
Yeah.
Pepperglad wins out the lobby unobserved. Schrodinger's winner comes through absolutely huge. It's Mel, it's Salas, it's everything we'd expect and more.
And that goes back to his decision on 4-1. We saw he was slightly open to Demacia, and this Noctis line found the early Mbessa with all the gold he had from savings account and was able to really do a great job of winning the fights he had to win at the start of stage 4, maybe losing 1 or 2 fights at the end of it, but then coming back in the strongest way possible in stage 5.
Yeah, it's a tough line to walk when you're 4-1 with that much econ, making the exact right choices that you need to be able to then go level 9 not too late without losing any rounds in stage 4. As you mentioned, with 30 HP, you have barely any room for error. And he went on with the Mel taking first a support role with the voice staff onto her and the Lux being the main carry, and then later on moved on these Lux items to a Rise, unlocked the Silas, and the rest is history, as they said. Important to note, he won without upgrading Mel or Rise and just off the back of that Silas 2-star.
All right, we're enthusiastic about it. We're sure that you are as well. We're going to take a short break and head across to our analyst desk because we have officially reached the midway point of day 1, and some of our players, as we were discussing, are going to be in some very tough situations in the games to come. Stay tuned. We'll be back momentarily with the desk and then game 4.
Always rises. Cannons.
Lanterns dance as twilight spills across the open skies. A spark of joy once lit the dusk and crimson flame is song, where voices rose like echoes deep in halls where we belong. Yeah, 海角共鸣，一见你我，共此时光。愿此情长似月流芳。Where we belong. Until I see you again, to the end we begin. Taste the shine, see you home inside.
always rises. Cannons.
Well, welcome back after this short and little break. My name is Mason. I'm joined by the one, the only Barry Batten. And after both of us got very high resource games early on, the casters were blessed this time around, Barry.
Yeah, they certainly were. I mentioned it earlier in the day that maybe we'll see just some standard TFT, and that's what we got. We got upgraded champion coming through. So a little less crazy. We still saw some people able to get to these higher cap boards, but overall it meant that it was lower cost, players leaning towards these 4 costs, these rerolls, and a bit more relaxing compared to some of the other games.
I will say, at the end of it all, we saw very, very familiar boards
Yes.
here at the top. The Silas, the Annie, breaking through. We'll talk about Raiko in a moment, because that was obviously very, very interesting. But I want to give some honorable mentions as we start our highlights, because we were both looking at Og that was safe there, you know, the calculated loss coming in, then finds himself in this 3-cost reroll on the back of Jinx, but wasn't really good enough. The items were awkward, clicks the artifact to really go for the flicker blades, but wasn't coming through, got mittens instead. And in the end, it was just too tough with Womandeth also taking a lot of the Situanis out of the pool.
Yeah, it just didn't really materialize. We've seen 3-cost reroll be an out for Lost Streakers. You can, in stage 3, try to stabilize, and then you don't have to go all the way down to 1 or 2 lives. But when you're the other reroller in the lobby is Zyko, who clicks 3s and spawns in their comp, it doesn't even remove any from the pool. He was playing that Darius LeBlanc reroll. Those are unlockables anyway, so didn't really help Og, and he just fell too far behind in tempo, unfortunately. And another player that also did Toon TV, just playing a rat, trying to play around this Yone line, just a standard Ionia board, wasn't able to keep pace with what we saw players put together.
And that is so unfortunate, because we also know how the previous game went for Toon. So now 2 unfortunate placements, at least for now, in the tank. A similar story for Experian brings together Xerath with not 1, not 2, but 3 Archangels. One could say it's a biblically accurate Xerath, but it was not good enough. In the end, falls to a 6th place, unfortunately there. Close, but not close enough. But let's talk about the boards that were really, really exciting. Of course, I already mentioned Pippoglad and Coined there. Tried, true, and tested board, what is to be expected. But tell me a little bit more about Raiko, the magician of the Yunara?
Raiko showing that Yunara has its place in the meta. All you need is the entire lobby to be a little bit weaker. You hit pretty quickly in stage 5, and then you will bleed out. We saw he was not able to keep pace beyond stage 5 as we got towards the late game. He just stayed healthy, stayed strong enough, got to that set 2 star, and then started to bleed away. And the likes of Peppoglad and Coined, along with Experian, those were the 3 players that were fast 9. The risk, of course, we saw Experian drop away. They were all 1 life, so there wasn't room for all of them to get up there into the higher placements. But for Rico, took that Yunara as far as it could realistically go.
Yeah, I think a 3rd place, you have to applaud yourself. But speaking of applauding, we have one more highlight for you guys at home watching, because in Lobby 1, something exceptional happened. Dalisum hit a Noxus 10 game, and we got this clip here. Let's take a look together. Has the emblem already, and will pick up this orb, gets the Tacticians, goes level 9, and just assembles a beast of a Noxus board.
Yeah, was holding every piece there. We saw, did the correct ordering, selling everything off, making sure he didn't miss one of them. You can see just trying to squeeze everything in. Has those emblems to come in as well. Has that Galio to hold the emblem. And, I mean, for any player loading in against this, it's only 5-1. You know, it's not exactly late in this particular game when Dalisum hit this and then just tore through the rest of the lobby. So a player who'd already had a pretty good start.
Oh my goodness!
Absolutely ridiculous.
So cool. Yeah, look at him charge up, and now he's going to be pulling everything in. Pathagon on top. We did get word, though, he needed quite a little bit of front line in order to make sure he doesn't lose a couple of rounds.
Still needs some
Apparently, it was
upgrades.
close sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you get to these chase trades and you've sold everything, and you're like, oh my god, my entire board's 1 star. So there's a few sketchy rounds there, but then once you're able to get the upgrades through, no problem at all. But we're now at that halfway point for our players, and some of these players that have had difficult starts to the day, yes, we're only eliminating the bottom 8 players at the end of today, but points are going to be carrying over. So you really want to make sure that you're absolutely getting maximum points, even as the first day goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 3 games done, 3 games still to go. That has to be on the mind of the players that are at the bottom there. Of course, towards the top, it's a little bit more cushy. If you're starting the day out like Dalasum with 688, you're chilling, you're thinking, yep, this is going my way, but you cannot stop there. As more players drop lower and lower, they will start to play more risky, and we all know what that means. They're coming for you. They're coming for those flip-flop kind of boards, and it is going to be so much harder to get everything online. But I believe we're already in game here for game number 4. So our casters, Counterfeit, Kenobi, and Impetuous Panda are going to be taking you through it.
Thank you so much, Mix and Barry. As you said, we're past the halfway point, so our players have very different roads laid up before them. It will be Silver Scrapes coming in for game number 4. So if you thought the game was getting out of the way in the previous lobby, it's doubly so this time.
They go into this game and we have Dalesom in this lobby. I will just go ahead and say it. There is a lot of superstition in the Spanish community, and some players and viewers believe that Revan had to sacrifice himself in week 1 by not making a TPC so that others could rise off of that sacrifice. And Dalesom, I mean, 10 Noxus in game 3 of day 1, that's pretty crazy to see.
Are you suggesting that Revan had to sacrifice himself, and that if the Tactician crown goes his way, he will come back a few days after? I'm sensing some undertones in here. Maybe the Spanish scene is getting too important for them. No, I'm just kidding. With Silver Scrapes in this game, it's going to be an explosive final 1v1, but in the meantime, it's going to mean very, very low resources once again, kind of like in the previous game. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of a rarity of augment we get. If we see something like a silver augment here, we might have to see some different strategies from the players.
Hey, call for it and it happens. Augmented powers one way
Read the script
to say that you're not going to take this kind of level of non-interference. But so guys, talking about this here, we've got a low economy encounter, we've got lower economy augments coming in as well. What kind of compositions, I think we were alluding to this before, but what kind of compositions would you like to see our players go for in this particular very specific environment?
I think more of the niche rerolls and the 4-cost comps especially, I think, are going to be much more prevalent. Not everyone will have the resources to make it to 9 quite easily. Looking at Elia's setup and his game plan, I'm wondering what he thinks are the best comps in terms of playing for artifacts. Obviously, you have no real agency what that artifact will be until much later in the game. So I'm curious to see if he actually wants to take the Shadow Wall, for example, as a comp that can enable quite well.
One thing I want to point out is that 3 players were fielding just a single unit on that final round of stage 1, meaning that they all made 10 gold in economy. I think Jedusor was one of them, with the Caitlyn being able to solo that round in the corner that she's in right now. It's super interesting to see the players favoring economy this much, especially with how hard it can be to come back. And the more players do it, the rougher it's going to be for them, because if they are all trying to lose streak, then it's going to be more likely they come across each other and they have to make tough decisions. While we're getting the information that the Ionia is the path of Transcendent, and Allegory, despite quite a tragic start, has a tragic start to this week of tournament, has a pretty great spot with the items being loaded up for the Ari and the Duplicator on the bench.
They're going to make a big difference going forward. Jedusor going for the Oriana early on, which of course we saw a ton of before. We're going against Allegory in the next round. We certainly see that this can do very well, at least as a temporary item holder, but something which I wanted to bring into the conversation from YU Mad Pro, which we just kind of glanced past before, is we're in a low econ portal, low econ from our augments. I was kind of curious, David, what you thought about how that affects Bilgewater, which I believe we're going to be seeing play from YU Mad Pro in this game, in terms of that kind of economic impact.
As long as you have a good opener for it, I think it's a great decision to play into, specifically because the relative value of the resources you get specifically from Bilgewater are going to be much higher if everyone else just has little resources to work with in terms of econ or items or whatever it is. And that could be one of the options for YU Mad Pro to go into this line. A player who played a lot of AP Flex in week 1 to qualify to week 2 and had a great showing with Mel in particular, but I think did play a few games of Bilgewater as well, so he has reps on the line for sure.
Yeah, interesting things to know that we've just loaded into 2-3. It's a key moment. It's the last time you can unlock Bard, and we are not seeing 1, not 2, but 4 players having unlocked and fielding Bard. One of them being Tartman with a 2-star Bard. So it's going to be interesting.
Okay, well, I mean, it sounds like the reroll options are alive and well for our players, particularly playing more towards a Lost Streak style if they can get away with it. As we see Dasik and Leah, of course, currently managing to occupy those lost streaks for themselves. YU Mad Pro, I think, just about squeaks out this one, which is not necessarily ideal. It keeps themselves nice and healthy, I suppose.
Curious to see what these Bard game plans end up feeding into. I see that Tartman does have the potential to pick up a second Malzahar if it goes to him potentially. Nope, Elia says no. That could have been an angle to play into the Zoe Malzahar line we have seen a little bit of in this tournament until now with the Void Staff built.
I'm not sure that they are quite committed to one thing in particular. Maybe Elia is going to try. No, I don't think that this is looking like the start of any kind of reroll with based on Ishtal.
Well, we're getting some information from Deratro, our observer, letting us know that some of the reason why we're seeing so many bards, at least initially coming through, is a lot of our players were getting free rerolls from the beginning of the game. Of course, with the change to bard making it so you only need 3 of them to get it unlocked, that's going to be so much more tempting just to run it down and just get that economic engine online for barely any investment at all.
Panda, something to say about Dalisum in this board? Hello?
It's a normal standard looking, very average, not super strong, not super high roll board in stage 2. What do you mean?
I see. Well, it's important to note that the show gas is coming from the magic roll onto 1. It was his 2-star 2 cost, and it's important to note that this Cogmore has absolutely been blown to smithereens by the combo of Briar plus a Gangplank barrel. And so, just as I was pointing, I truly have a knack for cursing Spanish players. Maybe I should do that more.
It does seem a little.
I'd rather you not, Kenobi.
What do you mean? This is great.
Get this guy off the desk.
Well, I mean, it just frees him up to curse more freely in the chat. Dasik, of course, we haven't talked too much about him as of yet. Like, one of our bar players coming, gets access to Piltover early on. Currently, Dasik doing pretty reasonably in the competition overall, more towards the middle of the pack with 14 points. Seems to have a solid start.
And if you look at his camera, he's stone-faced. There is no emotion being. He's just another day at the office for him. He's just competing at the highest level casually. He's one of the most seasoned players that we've had. He's always had very divisive takes on the meta, and that's why he's such a treat to watch. For example, here might be going for the Aphelios, or maybe a remake of what Raiko did with the Ionias.
Yeah, I think the facial expression might just be around having to slam these items and having to play into AD. I think most players would like to play around AP if given the spot, but if you can't really decide, you gotta do what you gotta do. And for now, just using the Aphelios as an item holder. He did Bard roll, so I really think he missed on really any key better units to play on this board, so I'm not too happy.
Well, yeah, though, looking pretty decent, 15 points in the competition so far. And we do see the beginnings of a competition again we were teased with in the previous game. The Zoe And Leona, once again, hit the 3-star version. It's very strong indeed, but Kenobi, I wonder, I mean, this is such a low econ, game that I wonder if he's going to be able to put together a board that requires quite so many 3-stars.
Well, the thing is, with this game being low resource, means he's going to have more time before the late game boards come online as well. But this composition is really, you live or die by the fact that Leona becomes immortal or not. And if she's 2-starred just a little bit too long, she's just going to get blown up on cooldown, gonna live for 3 seconds and then go down instantly. It's a composition where it's really rough. If you get to Leona early, however, she just becomes an immortal, absolutely unkillable demon queen, I believe. And but it's really first rates based off that.
And Tartman slotting in some Ixtal as well alongside this board, potentially open to playing the traditional version of Ixtal reroll. We don't get to see that often anymore on this patch.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if we're going to be seeing that come out from maybe a couple of different directions. I mean, Tartman, right now, hopefully we can get a chance to check in on the quest he's got going on, because he's suddenly managed to keep himself more towards the middle of the table. No streak intact as of yet.
Double silver augments means the lowest amount of resources you can get. And it looks like the restart mission is being looked at. There it goes. Is it good? That's pretty decent, actually. That's actually pretty decent. I think he can use that Teemo as his main carry in the water hex. He's got some front line. Could have been worse. Not the best we've seen.
The synergy between the units is very good. The units, if they were separately given to you without the synergies, I think would be quite bad with just the long shots. But at least he has 3 long shots online.
Wait, Elia also got a restart mission and he just upgraded his board. Hello? He had Nico 1, now he's got Nico 2. He had Miles 1, now he has Miles 2. Hello? Is this rigged?
And Elia was the opposite of committed. He's playing around lane and forge. He has no idea what he'll get. So actually quite happy to just roll the dice and just upgrade, just get pure value on his board off of the restart mission.
It's crazy to have your backline actually stay intact as a result of it, though. But hey, Elia's, again, in a good spot overall. We'll go up against the long shot board of Decup on the other side, which has really come together interestingly off of their own restart mission. And I think at this time, the Archangels and the Teemo proving to be a sufficient enough carry for now.
With the Infinity Edge being slammed by Decup, I'm wondering if we're going to see some old school Lux Kaisa duo carry, or maybe Lux Vayne duo carry for a while at the very least. It's going to be interesting to follow this game, because usually this is not a game plan that is accessible, because the ways to build into this board are not really viable. But now he's definitely in a position where it's costing nothing. It's costing him nothing to get there, and he's going to be very strong with it.
We got some rolling the dice happening also on Tartman's board. Unfortunately, the rolls did not quite go in his favor, branching out off of Silver Destiny into a Bilgewater emblem that is not really very usable in the line he was hoping to play.
No, that is unfortunate, but I suppose he was willing to take a gamble on the first log win. Why not number 2? Tartman on 10 points overall, so does need to have some of these big wins coming through to see how he can manage it, as Dasik on the other side has built up more of the Aphelios Ishtal variation. We've got the defenders on the front line doing a great job, and while Dasik may be stone-faced, he's doing pretty decently in the lobby overall. 71 HP, not a ton of gold, but at least his board right now is looking strong enough.
Yeah, not a ton of gold is the most worrying fact. If he loses a single round during this stage, his economy is going to be in shambles and going to be tough to recover.
We'll go now to Elia's board after this carousel comes through to see what his choices are with the Laden Forge. He's at 40 HP, so I think he does have to open up this anvil right now. There's the idea of waiting until stage 4 to eliminate the gold generating artifacts, but I think he's just a little bit too low in HP to do that right now. The 8 loss streak does sting.
Let's see what he's got for us. He's certainly been lucky so far. Perhaps he'll find something relevant. Okay. Maybe not what he was fully hoping for. Perhaps the 3rd item for the Malzahar, but
hear me out. Void Gauntlet Mundo.
It could have been a thing. It could have been a thing.
Hear me out.
I think the gauntlet would fit well
Silas.
on his hand.
Silas items.
Yeah, no, you're right. This will be absolutely super gross long term. And EMEA has been riding a loss streak for a while, 30 gold in the bank. We have sort of said that this is going to be a tough game to hit the level 9s and hit the big end game boards. But if he gets there, he is in for a very good game indeed.
How crazy it is that he's still losing with that ball. Like, first he's gone against the other restart mission, which was crazy strong. Not sure who he faced on 3-3, but now he's going against Daisy, who has also rolled super deep to get his ball. And it's looking like, unless the Zonias can do something crazy, he's going to be losing here? Question mark? No, he is. That's infuriating.
It's a
His
soft
ball
loss.
looked incredible.
It's an econ loss, Kenobi. He's just maximizing his potential. I'm sure his stage 4 spike will be massive.
Speaking of potential, YMAD Pro has been riding a huge win streak up at the top. We mentioned before, Bilgewater very powerful in this low resource lobby. He got onto that immediately and has been doing exactly what we've been saying coming into today. Bilgewater, if he gets hold of the tempo in the lobby, can just farm up a storm and really put the hurt to everybody else.
Yeah, and it's looking like an old school Slayer game, I believe.
Yeah, I
based
wonder
on
if
the
he
items.
if he opts into the GP3, has 4 copies right now. We did see some players in week 1 with like crazy spots to play into it, decide to play into it, and still go 8th. A comp that really did fall out of favor in the meta after the nerfs to Slayer when it was very strong with the 4 Slayer setups last patch. Oh, really curious to see where this game goes for YMAD Pro. His items definitely, I think, tailor much more towards the GP3 than the MF.
Well.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that one works out as well, because you're absolutely right. The item seems to be pointing us very strongly that way, and YMAD Pro will run an 8-round win streak in here. YMAD Pro on 17 points overall. Not the very top of the lobby, but looking pretty solid. For EMEA down at the bottom, the dreams of getting anywhere near that Silas seem like they are very far away.
Indeed, looks like we are going for that Leona, Malzar, and Zoe reroll. The big issue here is that, as I mentioned, the Leona gets more powerful when she's 3-starred, when she's three items, and being able to stack resistances onto her is crucial because the way her passive works is it's a flat damage reduction, meaning that if you were to take 150 damage and then you add the passive at the end, then it's going to be something like a 30 damage reduction. It's not incredible. But if you were to take 50 damage, then that 30 damage reduction is absolutely massive. And so the gap between the two is quite massive. And well, he's hitting quite a lot of Leonas here, but you can see he's rolling very deep because he knows the situation is desperate and he needs to high roll, but it's looking like it's not going to come up all well for him, and she's only 2 items there for now. Rough.
Well,
Looking at the board from Tartman, we did see a reforge on the emblem counterfeit in terms of the Bilgewater. Has become now a Warden emblem, which you can obviously fit in some amount of Wardens on your front line with a fairly flexible front line if you are playing around just fast 9 AP or just flexible AP, really. Considering that we see he's not playing reroll. We had the presumption maybe he would try and angle this line, but without, I think, the Giga reroll augments like Prismatic Ticket, it's just not quite good enough.
Well, perhaps we'll be getting some of that extended power coming in. So silver into gold or prismatic. Seems like prismatic is the key. So our players will be stamping on the accelerator as we head into stage 4. Talon gets the upgrade. Is doing the locked away Nico in the corner strategy. I know, Kenobi, you brought this one up in our green room before as a way to extend the power window of your Nidalee tremendously.
Yeah, and when it's done with Azir soldiers, it's really, I really love it. When you have to expend one of your actual units to do it, I'm a little bit more iffy about it, and it's going to be interesting to see if he manages to find that crucial Azir that also lets you scale into the late game. You have to remember that's what Lekoko used to win the first game, really heavy loss streak into this Nidalee with the Azir and the Shurimas to cap out, and it's looking like Elia found what he needed.
He absolutely did. Leona 3 on the board, holding it down. On Dedusor's side, picks up a Radiant item. So Radiant Decog going to be pretty impactful in this game, in this lobby, and just in the meta in general, with so much AP running about. I think the damage is going to be higher on the side of Malzahar with these Zhonya's still waiting to proc and the damage they're down for Dedusor. Dedusor, I think, we would maybe like a bit more gold from his Call to Chaos. Still missing big upgrades on both the Garen and Lux.
The big issue here for the Radiant Declaw is that it's not an item that's going to win you rounds in the late game. As you could see here, Garen was nearly the last unit alive, but he's not going to be able to take down any frontline unit on his own. And so that's why Radiant items for the frontline are generally harder to use in the late game, and it might end up costing him quite a lot here if he's facing off against ranged units and AoE units, most importantly.
So check back in with Dasic. We noticed the absence of the Bard from the board. Instead, get a little bit harder into the Demacia and Defender side of things, relying exclusively on this Aphelios tree to be our single damage dealer. Up against Decop on the other side, it looks like the long shots have actually stayed in place for pretty much the entire game. Unfortunately, it's not good enough to punch through Dasic, who can just grind down Decop's comp.
This is a very basic game of TFT. I think few players, maybe no players, would find themselves in this position at 4-3 in a tournament like this one, but he makes it work. You have frontline, you have backline. That's what TFT is all about. I think from his spot, still level 6, he is happy with the top 4 in this game, but that's all you need really to get some points on the board.
And it looks like some kind of crazy cooking. It's an adaptation of the way Aphelios became more popular in the last couple of patches. It really fell out of favor with the Fast 9 and all the legendary units. But he's actually using the loosened unlock requirements to try and get a Galio, I believe. It's why he's keeping all the Javans, all the Xin Zhaos as well. If he gets a Galio, that's basically more a free frontline for him, which would be fantastic.
We're keeping an eye on where Dasic ends up long term. I don't want to draw attention to Aaliyah, who saw from the previous round. We mentioned Leona 3 is online, but managed to find a very early Azir, and I believe just got the unlock as well. Though looks like if he did, he didn't choose to take it in the end. Really fascinating spot for him to be in. Finds golden trifecta and a golden Zoe at the same time. Now only one away from hitting the full power version of the board.
I wonder if he wanted to get the Zhonya's on the Zoe there. Could have popped off and used one less remover. Maybe it's just better on the Malzahar with the Voidlings and how they function.
Yeah, I think that's what he wants to use it for. The Voidlings with Malzahar, once he's 3-star, probably going to go on a different side than the Zoe to be able to stay in the corner and draw out the interaction with the 3 seconds of invulnerability from the Zhonya will let Malzahar's little beasties go to town, but for now it's looking like he has stabilized off the back of that prismatic trifecta and hitting that 3-star Leona with seemingly 20 gold and only 6 copies. He made the magic happen, and now the spot is not looking too bad. We even have a couple of extra lives in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the HP on the right-hand side, we can see that, again, similar to our last game, we've got a lot of players around 20 to 30 HP, very close with each other. Only Wayumad Pro and Dasic really keeping themselves above the scrum. Tartman, will we find the upgrade of the Commerce Core? Got the chance to bring in a 2-star on the Swain as well. So another player who's fighting back from low HP, trying to find his way back into the game.
It's gonna be difficult. We always celebrate the crazy fast 9 boards that end up top 4ing or winning games, but you know, a lot of the times players are not quite able to get there, or not quite able to find their upgrades, and they end up bleeding out so much in stage 4. That might be the case here for Tarman. We don't know what his quest is right now. Potentially has a way to come back into the game, but he might still win fights here, but in stage 5 in particular, I think he's gonna have a lot of trouble. He doesn't find the L2.
Well, the Nidalee is pulling its weight here. She just basically cleared the entire board by herself, showing off the worth of keeping Nico safe in the corner to give her 50% damage reduction and ability to not be targeted.
Nidalee 3 maybe?
Well, I mean, we have
cards.
Commerce Core. It's possible,
I believe.
but one of the big things that probably made this game way rougher is we did not get a single chain vest for Tartman. So no scanner, meaning we have to keep Milio on the board instead of having that much better Scorpion.
But you need
no
Milio
kidding, yeah.
to trap the Nico. He's a pivotal part of this comp, Kenobi.
Well, I mean, we've seen a
Not too
Zeus
certain
do it
about
long
that.
term, if you can get that far, but I don't know sure if Tartman's got enough economic punch to be able to get through. We've got the metal working. We've got the blast shield as well for a little bit more board time, but I think you're absolutely right that the front line here is a little bit of an issue. Allegri will be taking center stage for a moment here with a Mel of his own. We've got the upgraded Void Staff as well, and I think in this case, with maybe just some upgrades, which apparently the game wants to be Braum, but Allegri apparently does not want that to be the case.
A little bit surprising refusing that Braum with such vigor when the Tariq is not upgraded, the Sejuani is not upgraded. Kind of feels like somebody who's on his final breath should not be as peaky, but at the same time he only has 4 points, which means that he only has a choice to go for the best outcomes possible. Bleeding out to a 6th or a 7th is not going to make any difference for his tournament, so I understand the decision, even though it might look a little bit funky.
And in a surprising turn of events, another game where we have some off-meta stuff occurring. There's 2 AD Kaisas being played. We saw there on the flip side. Dicub is one of those players playing just a hodgepodge of different units alongside the 2 boys with Riphild and Kaisa. And Dalisom as well, playing AD Kaisa with the Demacia line and with Dragon Guard. So using the Jarvan and the Shyvana as his main tanks. A key, I think, adaptation of, hey, I'm not going to hit my Garen 2. This augment makes a lot of sense for me.
Imagine
Really like him.
Imagine thinking you're going to be playing something uncontested, something that nobody plays. I'm going to be playing AD Kaisa, and you scout around, and then there's 2 of you. The absolute maddening urge to slam the desk must be coming in here. But the Dragon Guard from Dalisom means he's not in too bad a position, I imagine.
But you've got a chance to go face to face with Decub, the other player, and at least put down some serious hurt. I mean, Jamie, could you give us a mini profile on the AD guys, just because this is something we don't get to see in too many games?
It's just not very consistent of a damage dealer overall. It's you usually always want AP Kaisa, and you're playing around this very front to back, very long fight where you can scale and win fights that way, and that's where she gets a bit of an edge. The AD Kaisa can also get herself into bad positions with her dashes, I would say, and she just doesn't fit into many boards. The way that Void plays out doesn't really favor her as much. Demacia has slanted much more towards AP most of this set. I think it's a unique position to be playing for AD Kaisa in the first place.
Definitely unique, yes. And Tartman, not finding the success that Legoko had. He finally unlocked the Skarner, but it seems to be a little bit too little, and without the Azir that made Legoko so powerful through that Renekton to enable a second reliable single target carry for that Nidalee. It's looking like the Mel is not quite up to the task, and we are also lacking any kind of wounding and burning effect. No Morellos. No fire hex through the silver augment, no red buff or anything of the sort, so it's gonna make some matchups quite literally impossible to win.
Well, we do see a little bit of what you're talking about, David, with
Another Spanish player goes down. And my streak is immaculate.
Oh no. Oh no.
Not enough of a sacrifice from Revan, clearly, but I do think that a lot of this came down to what we've been talking about the entire weekend, which is the contest on Garen and the potential side effects of this. We haven't seen Demacia players, quote-unquote, punished for that until now, but now we're seeing it here. Dedusor and Dalisom, both players playing into Demacia, Dedusor on AP, Dalisom on AD, and yet Dasik has a Garen 2 on level 6, playing around a Felios carry, still second place in the HP total, and Decub as well is running a Garen 2 on his board, so it's impossible for both Dedusor and Dalisom to hit their main tank, and yeah, I think it's why they butt out.
Yeah, we certainly saw in a few games in week 1 that kind of choke point of just not being able to get the units online quickly enough for yourself. Larry will be barely holding on along with Tarman on single digits HP, while Dasik continues to run the road less traveled through this game. Has managed to find himself the infinite money glitch, but is still spending hyper aggressively, doesn't want to sell off the Galio, so we'll just settle for having a surprisingly effective and very unique board.
And what's crazy is that means he spent time theory crafting how he could adapt the old Aphelios board to this new meta. And that's what I find super impressive, because when you see this game, you might think, oh, he probably just invented it on the spot, but I could bet that it's something he has a builder built for, that it's a variation that he knew was a possibility, and that's how he was able to pilot the game. Honestly, I just love it. I think this showcases the great... Hold on, wait. Oh no.
Oh,
Well, that's just mean.
That would have been an embarrassing loss for AD Kaisa and maybe the last nail in the coffin. But fortunately, she does get the win there. Day 6 still fighting for that top 4. Should be in good condition to do so, considering that Allegri is on his last life. And there are still some fairly scary players in this lobby. YU Mad Pro we haven't talked about in quite a while. On a 3-loss streak now, but is playing this Slayers line that we haven't seen much of this entire weekend.
taking a quick check-in on our Mels as well. We'll see whose Mels bells will toll the soonest. Allegri is going to be up against, I believe this will be the ghost board for this round with 5 players left in place, which of course is huge for him. He's got the massive golem for this Mel to hide behind to stack up as much as is humanly possible. He makes it through this round. I didn't quite catch the number on the Mel ability, but I'm assuming we're relatively close to getting the cash out.
I hope so, and if it's another AP item, we might just have a double Radiant on a carry situation that can be very, well, more than devastating because items multiply off of each other, so 2 Radiants is obviously absolutely insane in terms of the damage it brings, but is that going to be enough, especially against someone that's gonna have such quick fight as YU Mad Pro?
So, David, talk to me about this one here, because we've seen the Slayer Vanquisher board before. We saw it disappear entirely. YU Mad Pro had a chance to go full Bilgewater and scoop up the 7 Bilgewater rewards from here to Kingdom Come. He was doing really well early on. He had all the room he needed, but yet he decided to go for this board rather than just straight Bilgewater. What do you think the thinking is?
Just boxing lessons, and his items favored melee carries more than anything else. I think they're not quite that great in the meta because of just the AP bursts that you have on front lines with things like Mel and even that Zoe Malzahar board we just saw. But I think correctly navigated not falling to the trap of GP3. I think he's not really the most impactful unit right now, and seemed like he was torn between trying to go for Mbessa 3 on 8 and actually making it to 9. Does find a level to 9 now.
Very important fight here. We are going to get a knockout between either Daisy or Allegory. It's going to be all on the shoulders of these Aphelios. And you have to remember that 3-star J4 with as much as AP as this one has is going to be giving a lot of attack speed to the Aphelios, but it's looking like the entire front line has collapsed under the weight of the AP carries from Allegory, and Daisy will be going down as well as Decub. So will this be a 4th place for Daisy? Yes.
It will.
Aphelios getting a 4th place. Oh my god, this is huge for Allegory.
And this is the spike he was waiting for. He's been waiting for it for, I think, 2 whole stages. Now we can maybe think about winning the game outright. But we have to look, Peter, at EMEA. He's on an 11 win streak with the Malzahar, Leona, Zoe carry comp.
Yeah, this was just such an incredible turnaround point. We had our doubts a little bit about the lasagnas was going to be what the doctor ordered, but I really love seeing the Malzahar cornered and staying alive. And we'll be able to see in this round, particularly with the healing from the Hextech Gunblade from Zoe, just how incredibly hard it will be for any opponent to end out the rounds against YU Mad Pro favorably.
Well, this Leona's big weakness is definitely heavy single target, single instance burst damage, which is what Lissandra and Mel provide. The Zonia's is still up, which means that the beasties are going to town. Allegory is going to be...
Oh!
Wait, what's the line? Oh, that's
so
the Senna in the
close.
corner. The Senna was still alive in the corner. I thought Seraphine was last. That means Allegory gets the Radiant here, right? Yes, there it is. Boom.
That should
That's
likely
beautiful.
seal the deal for Allegri. That's a lot of extra power coming through. Really, the lobby complexion could maybe dictate the matchups for Elia in particular. If there was like a Jinx 3, for example, he would really be favored in that matchup because the Leona would mitigate damage from each of those auto attacks from the Jinx. But as you're mentioning, Kenobi, with the Mel, it's the complete opposite. It's a huge burst of damage that she cannot really stop too much of the damage from.
One last round for our 3 remaining players, all on single digits HP. Allegri, definitely the biggest difference maker in this lobby. 4 points coming in, a top 3. What the doctor ordered, but we'll see what Why You Mad Pro's got for us. The Slayers are trying to go off, but unfortunately, they're faced down with such a huge Omega tank there. I don't think it's going to be good enough. Swept away. Allegri gets another point, and that's absolutely massive for him.
And I have to point out that the Radiant TG was placed on a
Don't say it, don't say it.
It was great AP items, but that's kind of hilarious.
Anivia diff is all I will say if Allegri wins this game. And, you know, he was on 4 points after the first 3 games today. He absolutely needed a big comeback. We saw some... Oh, we just forgot about this. Silver Scrapes coming through. A lot of gold coming through. Who can make the best use of that? I'm not sure if Elia forgot or not, but he has his... Go ahead, Kenobi.
Yes. No, sorry. The Senna with the Radiant IE and the Radiant Protector's Vow here might be just what he needs, especially if he can manage to upgrade her. We're getting a ton of upgrades. We're going to get a Silas here on level 9. The boards are going to look a little bit different from what they were in the previous round. The Diana here is very interesting from Elia, though. Trying to add some extra backline reach to his composition here.
All right, let's see if France versus Germany in our final 2. Again, Allegri needs every point he can get to keep himself alive in the competition. Keep your eyes out. Well, the Silas does not punch through. The dummy on the front line holds for now. The Zonya is not going to be enough. Allegri goes forward and smashes through. One last shot, and you can see it's Elia who jumps up. Allegri shows nothing on his face, but this is an incredibly meaningful win for him.
And the matchup really did favor Allegri and the AP burst coming through, melting the Leona very early on into that fight. But what a game from Elia as well. Kind of flipping his game with restart mission, getting that same Multihard just upgraded, and then finding a good enough hit with the Zonyas off of the Later Forge as well, finding a way to get some more than a silver value more than a silver augment of value from that choice on 2-1.
It's gonna hurt for Elia, especially because I think without that the Mel 2, he probably would have made it and taken down Allegri before that Silver Scrapes allowed him to add the last couple of upgrades that completely sealed the deal. Elia did not have the same jump in power as Allegri did in that final round, and it really showed that on top of the bad matchup, the 2-star Lucian Senna with the Radiant TG completely flipped the matchup and made it one-sided.
All right, well, we've got that 4th game done and dusted. We are close, but not at the end of day number 1. So we'll be heading to a short break. Then we'll hear from our analyst desk and get into game number 5 as we get closer, game by game, to our first eliminations.
Always rises. Cannons.
Ta voix est l'une, ma voix est miel.
fabuleux. Je mène la danse et on se tire genre Formule 1. Nouvelle vie, on passe à un autre stade. Fini la nostalgie, aujourd'hui on saute les obstacles. Oui, pas de semblant, vite, on supprime cicatrices. Le but c'est d'être libre, indépendant. Viens ma main, lance la danse. Le chemin de la victoire nous attend.
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back after that short little break here at the EMEA Regional Finals. You know, every single time, Barry, that stinger comes, I'm like, cannons, Shurima. Always like it gets stuck in my head, and then for the entire game, I think of nothing else.
It is a bit catchy. It sticks with you. But what also stuck with us is what we've just seen in that game. I mean, compared to what we've seen throughout the day, this just had surprise after surprise. The biggest for me, Dasik, the man after our hearts. I mean, just. Yeah, I'll reroll a Felios. What do you do with a Felios now? I guess it's Demacia. Yeah, sure. Just figuring it out as he went along. As Kobe said, though, he had the plan for sure. And just a very unique lobby mix.
Honestly, I feel like that was the theme of the lobby if we were to pinpoint it. Throughout this entire lobby, there were these surprising comms. First of all, Elia starts off, gets a great start. Zoe, Malzahar, Leona on his board. You're like, yep. Game plan is sorted. We know where we're going. Items have been slammed. Hold up. Restart mission. Double prank. We're still going to go down that Zoe line. He just said, guys, just, taking you for a little spin. In the end, it works out to that second place. Luckily for him, but you already mentioned it, these AD lines cropping in where we're talking about how AP heavy the current meta is and how rare it is to really see those AD comps. And lo and behold, our players play Aphelios 3 and Kaisa carry, as well as Belveth carry and Demessa carry.
Yeah, we had the classic Slayers crop up, finishing in third place on YU Mad Pro. Two players playing AD Kaiser, which, as they mentioned on the cast, probably a surprise to each other. In the end, as we see, we got towards the back end, we had Aaliyah and Allegory going head-to-head here. They were some of our AP players, and it was Allegri who got that win on the more expected line. But yeah, across the rest of the lobby for sure, things we were surprised to see. And for YU Mad Pro, I think he's going to be really happy with how this game's went and also how his day has so far, considering one of our lesser known players coming in here, showing that he can play a variety of lines.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely one of the bigger surprises of last weekend. I'm hoping he can keep that trend for this weekend as well. You mentioned it, the Mel wins it all in the end, but I feel like the placements we saw in this game send a good message to the rest of the competition that you can find those niche conditions. You can find those niche comms that make something that isn't Mel or Silas work out quite well if the conditions are given. And I'm hoping more and more players will pick up on that. Now that it is getting more and more dicey, keep in mind there is 2 more games to go. So let's take a look at our standings together. The bottom 8 players after those 2 games will be eliminated. And we are seeing some players that are already in a pretty bad spot. They're tuned to be needing 2 high finishes to claw out, but keep in mind, points are not resetting after those 2 games.
Yeah, points aren't resetting, so it's 14 points is the cutoff right now, but as you said, you still need to be picking up maximum points because come the end of tomorrow, all that matters is being in this top 8. Yes, we're going to be seeing cuts after cuts as the tournament progresses, but players are going to really need to be jumping up the standings. We're seeing a familiar face right at the top in a double, a player we're not surprised to see there, and very proud to see the solitary Northern Legends representative is currently sitting high as well. We don't have many to cheer for.
Honestly, I was staring at Dalasum there, who the last time we looked at those standings was on first place. Unfortunately, took an 8th there in that last game. So hopefully he can turn that around and keep the previous tempo going as we saw. But also very happy that currently all of DACH players are on that first page, and 2 of them are in the top 8. I'm hoping we can keep that going, and we're going to be taking a look at our lobby here. We're going to be seeing double Ilya, Peppoglad, Kaiser, Motif, Og, Klemu, and Toon. Toon currently the player with the lowest points all across our standings. He will need to go for those risky playstyles.
Yeah, he certainly will. And I mean, he played the Shadow Isles line earlier, so shown that he has some unique things up his sleeve, but definitely needs to make quite a big jump here. The players to really keep an eye on now, Toon, Klemu, and Org, they're both at the cutoff point of that 14, so they'll really want to be jumping up the standings. More of the same for the likes of Double and Aliyah, who are having a really good start to things, but not just avoiding that bottom 8, there is the additional incentive in this particular edition that with Revan going to Worlds and potentially having the possibility to snatch that 32nd spot, players have to be aware that they want to at least finish 31st. If you do get cut after day 1, you want to make sure that you are locked for TPC and there's no surprise waiting around the corner.
Yeah, that's right. That is a niche condition we have unlocked in this set specifically, as we are looking across our lobby. 2 more games until the first eliminations kick in. 2 more games until that long road to the Tactician's crown could be brought to a halt all of a sudden. Hopefully it won't be the players in front of us, but as is the case with any TFT game, somebody has to go 8th, and that is what I tell myself when I end in my games. And I'm hoping our players have more solid mental than I do. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I took one for the team. Yeah. But as we look here, we see our variety of cams, the angles once again coming through. We have the top-down approach. We have Org's ceiling cam. Really everything's showing forward here. But Double, with that side profile, it's clearly working out for him so far, sitting on 27 points. He is unfazed. We saw him sideways earlier on in the day. Even that didn't bother him.
Barry, as a pro TFT player, I need to ask you something. What is going on with our pros playing in dark rooms? Should I be playing my ranked solo queue games in a dark room? Because even during the day, we've been starting EMEA finals a little bit earlier this time around. Players are sitting in pitch black rooms for no reason that I can identify. What do you think is the system there?
Maybe it's just the familiar. Some of the LANs, we've had some dark room experiences, so players getting a little used to that. I haven't competed in anything since like set 7, so back then it was more of a lights on meta, but we have certainly, it's went full doomed, turn off everything, close the blinds. Some players though, maybe they're used to the queuing up at 3 AM schedule, and it's just getting it's what they're used to, you know.
All right, because they usually play at night. They just want to be in the same mental. I can understand that. We do actually have another TFT LAN coming up in March. There shortly before the Tactician's crown in Germany. Gamescom LAN is coming up. If you want to try your hand at a LAN, you can. I believe there are still some spots, but our players are getting a little bit uneasy here, waiting for this game to launch. We are getting word that it might take a minute longer here, as someone is seeming to have a connective issue. We should be launching games shortly as players are getting ready. And of course, Barry, we won't be alone as we go into game number 5 and game number 6, because we have none other than Mr. Counterfeit Cast joining us here on the desk. Peter, I know usually I'm supposed to only call you in once the game has started, but I can see you smiling along as we are just having fun here. And see, it's
perfect timing
as we go in.
Aha! That's right. I was actually holding the start of the game until you introduced me.
Yeah, it was you. I understand. Yeah. Fair enough. My bad. I should have started that sentence just a minute earlier, but we are finally into game. You can see there's a couple of ready posts in the chat bottom left that will vanish in just a second. And we are looking over the shoulder of Toon TV, who is our lowest overall points holder. What would be the most risky version besides Ishtal that he could go for? What would you say?
Let's sell the whole board and go 9. We saw Double do it earlier. In fact, he went 10. He skipped 9. He just went straight to 10.
He did,
so,
yeah.
So maybe we're making 10. We're selling everything off. You are at the point where you do have to take those extra risks. 10 points is quite a way back from the cut. And as we touched on, the points are carrying over, so you can't just scrape through the cut, because then again tomorrow you also need this first place to jump up. So maybe it is time for the full econ, full greed.
To touch back on what you were saying before as well, staying out that 30-second spot and making sure there's no chance of not making TPC under these circumstances is worth something of itself, even if you can't necessarily make it through to day number 2. But holding a bit for our players to play with, as you can see in the top right corner, and I'm sure you've seen across their benches, means that we've got a little bit more money to work with and slightly stronger earlier boards, but again, no big transformative econs.
You know, every time I see Holding Abyss, I think it's a Yordle game, but I will be denied that joy for today, I fear, as we are going to be going into Golden Augments. Looking at Paperglad's selection here. Unsealed from Steel, a very, very common pickup for our players, is not going to be the case here, though, as we are seeing the augments come on in from the right-hand side.
Looks like an early build jangle as well, which is actually something last week we saw a little bit of, but it's been a while really since we've seen it do quite well. And this is a player that's middle of the pack in the standings, so could do with jumping up quite a bit. Builds though, if you aren't able to keep tempo, aren't able to stay strong, it really can't fall behind.
Looking through some of the other ones as well. We've got the advanced loan from Kamut, so taking a bit of a risk early on. And Motive with a lifting competition as well. As we see Double, of course, it's worth reiterating coming to this one. Tied
sideways again.
On the table with Raiko, yes. Oh no, you're right. What's his true form?
Oh, there we go.
He's ripping through everybody. He can't be stopped, Max.
That's right. I do want to pick up on the lifting competition you called out, though, because it hasn't happened a lot of time. We've seen it on broadcast, but every time we've seen it on broadcast, it has done really, really well for our players. It's always like a top 3 or top 2 finish for them. So I'm curious if Motive can play to the same strength as we've seen before with that lifting competition. And Pipaglat did end up picking up that Unsealed from Steel we were talking about. Besides that, a lot of generic income, econ augments being selected by our players. And yeah, sure enough, we have Noxus and Cyan in play, so that should hopefully build us out to get those bruisers going.
I think it's just such a strong early direction, as well as the potential econ down the line being really good. You get the Scion, and then you instantly unlock LeBlanc, and then you're like, okay, my mid game's fine. I've got the 3 Noxus in. And even if you don't end up cashing out some of the higher ends and you just stay on 2 Bruiser, we've seen it just be able to just give you so much direction. It's worked out pretty damn well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be quite good enough, I think, against Pepperglad, who's gone for a really interesting push into Darkin Bow straight away, which, of course, we saw a tremendous amount of play. We've seen a little bit coming back in again over this and last weekend, but not something that I've necessarily been expecting to see people being running towards wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think it's just the strength of the individual units there that we saw on Pipaglad's board that are pretty good. I mean, if you can have that Briar too early on, he also has the dualism of Tryndamere and Ashe, which is interesting to me. Maybe something could happen there, but most likely it's just going to be, if anything, a standard Freljord comp. Hopping across the board, we're taking a look at Og here. Also one of the players that's a little bit lower on the overall standings will need a high finish here. Or at least a medium finish in this and the next game to try and avoid elimination. Was a little bit unfortunate in some of the previous games we've seen, though.
Yeah, it has been unfortunate, but in a pretty comfortable position in this particular game. I think when you're low down in the standings, setting the tempo, being the player that's pushing levels, the win streaker, I think it can help just reassure yourself. Just know that you're not playing every game on a knife's edge. Some players really do like being 1 HP in a dream. But I think when you've not had the best start of the day, just tempo Timmy, win some rounds, just be chilling.
In fact, I just had a quick look at Org's tournament performance so far. He has only got 2 different results so far, which are 8th and 3rd, and that's been exclusively his game so far. So hopefully this will be more on the 3rd side of things. But to come onto Carousel, we can see our players. I mean, particularly one of them pull out Double and Toon TV, both on the win streaks right now, and Double with the Infinity protection means that he's managing to pull off this win streak without any outside assistance.
So when you look at those scores, Peter, is there like an algorithmic pattern that you can identify that they go like back and forth?
Yes, they alternate. Org is due for an 8th if the pattern holds.
Oh no!
No. Wrong answer.
That's not what we wanted to hear there. Oh my goodness, I regret asking.
It's time to break the pattern.
That's right.
Pattern's over.
Never let them know your next move. That is true for Double more than anybody else, to be honest. He's currently win streaking, something we don't see from him a whole lot. But if the chances arises, after all, why not? Why shouldn't he? But here's our 2 win streakers going up against each other. Someone will not be able to keep that streak.
Yeah, I think with the slammed items, the build order, we've talked about it again and again, that momentum is so incredibly important. I love seeing the Nasher slam as well, which lets Double get past Toon TB, and presumably means that Double will be able to cruise out the rest of this stage, and with his streak intact and as much HP as possible to eventually take advantage of this Infinity Edge coming.
Yeah, having of all the players in the lobby, the one that you do not want running away with things with Bilge would be Double. I think he knows as well that slam's coming through. If you're playing this builds line, you're getting enough items anyway that you really should just be slamming. You're going to get items. It doesn't matter if they're not optimal. It's all about just getting these Silver Serpents. But him and Org both on a streak in the early game, so can they both keep it going?
That's a big factor here. I would very much like to keep it going. We're seeing an Aphelios with an item. Important to say, this one is not a 3-star Aphelios, and it's also not basic playing him. But for now, he's going to be heavy lifting enough to guarantee the win streak for Og as we are moving into Krugs. But it looks like Double lost his. Is that an overlay buck, or did he actually? Yeah, he did. So Double's streak has been snapped. Og, the only one to get the 5 streak.
Gosh, and looking at Org's board, I was kind of surprised to see that work out on time. Case, of course, one of the players we were taking attention to early on is down at the bottom with Clamu. Looks like actually, in terms of streak, the only players who've managed to keep hold of theirs is Org at the top, completely undefeated so far, and Elias snuck actually into 3rd from bottom, keeping hold of his 4-loss streak, while apparently not losing too much HP while doing so.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Clamu because he's our advanced Lord player, so he'll be hoping for gold coming up here as the second augment. Otherwise, he's at quite a big disadvantage as the game goes on. And already in a bit of a weird spot. He's rolled for Bard. He's playing this Aphelios-ish style line that you can lean into early, but if the next augment is prismatic for everybody else, his spot suddenly becomes much worse.
Yeah, that's right. We did see the Cyan 2 come online there for Motive, which is pretty big on this lifting competition. Just allows you to stabilize with that chunky Cyan early on. And I do kind of want to keep tabs on Aaliyah, and that is not because of what he's playing, but because of what he's played in the last couple of games whenever we saw him on broadcast, because he plays a lot of crazy stuff. So let's just kind of slowly follow what exactly we're doing. As of right now, he has the Demacia Invoker on his board, has slammed to GG, and is playing slamming. So just trying to get into the late game, trying to go for the potential of those level 9 boards we know are so strong in the current meta.
And we can at least see there a little bit of a taste of what he's doing, you know, having the very pointed damage to try and at least get 1 or 2 units off the board. I suppose as we come to our second augment, it's going to be gold into gold. Aaliyah looks to be committed to losing even more HP to make sure that Spirit Link gets maximum value. Gazer, though, is all about throwing caution to the wind, so we've suddenly got ourselves a I guess either a Draven or a Jinx board, and it looks like it's going to be more of a Draven.
I love this Destiny into Magic roll. But this is what I would do. Just full gamble. We saw it last game. Everybody was gambling. There's TFT players that they are too tempted to click the dice option. Just see what happens.
It's true, and it does make sense, right? With the current meta and how important resources are, how important high finishes are, it just makes sense to click on the gamble in the hopes of receiving just that for a player. So I'm not all that surprised. I'm a little surprised we're actually going for the Draven over the Jinx, but of course he had the Bilgewater in play earlier on. It's just a little bit nicer to get that into the comp, but we're hopping over to Toon, who's currently playing around the Slayer emblem, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, as we talked about before, he's a player who desperately needs to probably be stacking first places at this point, or he's going to get eliminated at the end of the day, or the end of the next game after this one. We'll take the L here, but I mean, Bruiser, Slayer, we'll see if he can make it work with what he's got going on right now and turn this into something spectacular.
Clemu did actually have 7 copies of Nico, so he's going for this 2-cost reroll. We saw the Aphelios from Daysec last time, but did roll for the Bard. Thought maybe it would just be the Bard unlock into temp off the back of it, but has continued to roll, and we haven't seen too much of this particular line.
So I love this. First of all, it's a reroll. And second of all, it's a little bit of a callback. So in the beginning of the meta, the Aphelios Bard reroll line was usually played with the Scient front line. But then throughout the set, it kind of established himself that it's a little bit smarter to play around the Nico Loris, just because they're better tanks than that singular Scient if you are able to upgrade them. And given the fact that we are currently holding not only a Bard 2, but an additional copy of Bard on the bench, I'm almost certain that this is the plan that Clemu has here, and I feel like this is not a comp we've seen on this competition at all yet. Maybe we've seen it in alternative lobbies, but certainly not on broadcast, so I'm excited to see how this actually squares up.
As our resident stares at all the lobbies, what they've played, we haven't seen it. I don't remember. I think it would have stuck out to me.
Yeah, Day6 sort of teased us with it the previous game, but refused to play the Bard component of things, and perhaps it would have worked out ultimately longer. We do, of course, as mentioned before, the advanced loan in place there as well for Clemu, which was very important, as you're mentioning. We didn't have the prismatic second augment, so Clemu at least is not behind in terms of augment strength, and is holding relatively firm in the center of the field. Makes, though, I have to bring to the center again, Org, our Greek player in the lobby. We're halfway through stage 3 and he's still on the streak.
Yeah, I mean, that is just awesome. I love seeing that. He's playing around currently the LeBlanc in the back line, and more importantly, a very, very chunky front line. Front line goes really, really far in the early stages because it just buys time for your weaker backline units to actually do something. Towards the late game, then that kind of shifts. Often you want more better itemization for the backline carries, but I think it's just phenomenal that Aug is able to claw back here. Like we mentioned, a player that needs those high finishes, hopefully can get this going. We'll be looking for an Ambessa, most certainly, as soon as he can. He's now on level 7, so there is a good chance that one might arrive in his shop for him here to then unlock that Mel that is so prestigious, so popular in the current meta. I do want to talk about a different augment that was picked up there, though, because like I called out, the lifting competition for Motive, he has to sign 2. Unfortunately, he has been losing since then, despite also having a similar comp playing around a chunky Scion like Og, but he also picked up Epic Rolldown, which is pretty cool. So I'm excited to see what we're actually going to be hitting there once he gets there.
Yeah, Epic Rolldown, a little bit of a risk. You are accepting that for the next stage, you're going to be sacrificing some HP. Going to have a real big spike when the lifting competition comes through. If you can potentially just line that up perfectly so you've got the extra gold when you are hitting this epic roll down, and then you certainly could work out. But Clemu here, Nico 3 has arrived. We've got quite a lot of copies of our backliners still sitting at 40 gold as well. Things look pretty good so far for this unique comp.
It's a little bit unfortunate to have ended up with 2 different forms of anti-heal. in the comp as well, off of the random item, which is normally should be pretty safe, up against Pepper Glab on the other side, who has lent more heavily into the Slayers. I think with what Kamu's got going on right now, hopefully there's just enough punch in this board to be able to keep things nice and toasty and keep the win streak intact heading into PvE.
That's right. That's where we're going to be going. And like I mentioned, Ilya, what's happening? I said we need to keep an eye on this player. He does crazy stuff. We're on 3-7. He's on 29 HP. 9 wins in the tank. We are using our HP as a resource. Many players would approve of this, but that also means big things should be happening soon. He should be able to turn that around soon, because he cannot afford to lose that much longer. And with a player like Hawk in the lobby, that's so much pressure.
I don't know about you, Barry, but I much prefer to use other people's HP as a resource, because Ilya, he's in a good tolerant spot to take a few more risks, but this still feels very uncomfortable.
I mean, he's got the Spirit Link, so it's the game where you want to use your own resource, HP as a resource, rather than theirs. But we will stick with him here, as this is a big roll down. Does still have 2 and a bit lives, so it hasn't dropped too low off the back of that 9 loss. But as you've said, in such a precarious position, and this Demacia line, if you don't get the upgrades in time and you're not able to get this Galio, you can be in a really awkward position.
Yeah, I did not like that. I will be very honest.
We got away from it. We moved away.
Our observer was like, "Okay, go next. We're not even staying here. We're not lingering." There was an Mbessa in the shop, and for like a split second, I thought, "Okay, maybe we just go for Mel with the items that we have, because maybe." But that would be so expensive, and he really doesn't have any more gold to spend. Where some of the other players are looking towards level 9 already. So, Ilya with his back against the wall a little bit.
Checking in with Motu, of course. You guys mentioned the epic roll down, and of course we've also got the lifting competition as well. So we've got power in the bank. As we go into our last augment, it looks like it's going to be gold across the board.
Yeah, Opting should be picking up combat here with a lot of resources already from the first 2 augments. Big turn here. Does go to 8 and has a lot of rerolls in the bank off the back of that epic roll down. But you've got to hit. If the shops are anything like we saw from Ilya's roll down, then it doesn't matter how much you commit to it. If it doesn't arrive, it doesn't arrive.
Oh, it's really painful to see Motu run out of gold here, because, as you're saying, the epic roll down means Motu has the opportunity to really turn this game around, but it doesn't look as good as I was hoping it would.
Maybe this game is just not for roll downs this time around. First Ilya, now Motive. I think somebody in chat is actually at fault here for cursing these roll downs, to be honest.
And we see here, Elliot did take Malicious as well. So really gambling on these next couple of rounds, being able to be stronger than the opposition, and able to get that econ back up. He's going up against Double, who, sitting at 40 gold, level 8 on the Bilgewater line, is one of our weaker players currently in the lobby, so should be able to make this one work.
So you can see Ilya uncomfortably shifting there as he dances for the round. I mean, Double's board has been incredibly strong, but not good enough to put Ilya down.
When I saw the Malicious, I was like, oh no, but I think that's probably one of the best augments he could have picked up in his current situation, because he is so low. He has so little gold. He needs so much to try and get this online. And so that Malicious is kind of saving him in a big way, as long as he's able to, of course, clutch up those wins. Big upgrades coming in here. That guarantee so important. We have the Lux in shop. We are, of course, going to be getting her as well. Cannot afford to keep anything in the back pocket here in the situation that Ilya is finding himself in. And we're seeing a very, very similar story from Motive. Lifting competition, I called it out, works so well the past couple of times we saw it, but not working out for Motive as of right now.
Yeah, and we saw, at least for Elia, the upgrades did start to arrive, but Motive here hit that Mbessa to unlock the Mel, but doesn't even have the Mbessa in play now, so that's essentially dead gold. Sitting on a lot of rolls and no money to spend on it, and yes, is fairly strong for the time being, but coming up against a player that is going level 9, there's only really a few rounds here, it feels, for Motive, where he's going to be able to capitalize and pick up those wins.
Definitely feels
goodness.
really bad.
I was scared.
We were all scared for Aaliyah. Well, I suppose the good news is that Aaliyah is not alone on being in the teens on HP. Motive is sharing that with him, while everyone else in the lobby is 30 HP plus. The battle for staying out of 8th place is well and truly in place.
Can I just say, as we are looking at our lower third there, I love seeing Camus board there. The fact that he's currently third in the overall lobby leaderboard, and he's playing this like reroll of Felius Nico Bart line that we saw in the previous patches, but we barely saw at all during this meta, is so cool.
And we got a Reforger. We turned the Morello into the Sterak's by the looks of things, so at least something we can use, which worked out nicely. And it's a real test for the board, because Advanced Loan and then your Silver Augment is just a suboptimal item. It kind of is an indication of, okay, you only have this board and Ascension, so how good is it? You're not getting a lot of combat power, but it's certainly holding up so far.
Hopping over to Toon. Yeah, go ahead.
That's all right. I was interested to hear what you had to say about it, but it's really fascinating board we've got going to here. So 4 Invoker, 4 Bruiser, kind of variation board. You can see that the Volibear is doing a lot to try and keep the board alive for a long time, but Pepperclad on the other side, we've seen a reversal of fortunes from before. We're seeing the board from the previous game. The Slayers calling once more.
I like this from Peppo. We were talking about the Unsealed from Steel and how we've seen people play around the bow, and I was kind of hoping we'd see another version of like the 80 lines that have crept up more during this tournament day. We're of course still playing the Yone, which has been a thing last weekend as well, but Belveth stepping more and more into the light as an additional carry for these boards is really awesome to see.
Yeah, and when we've seen the Yone, it's mainly been on just the vertical Ionia with something like Ari reroll behind it. So a little interesting that he's actually just running the 3-piece Ionia and it is just true Slayers. I was kind of thinking, well, Yone is good and he's a Slayer and Slayers is fine, so it's weird we haven't seen it like overlap. But Pepperglad putting that puzzle together in this game.
Motive on the brink of elimination. Liv is on 2 lives. Motive's the only one on 1 life. Our Turkish player, I think it's just about going to hold on for this one, is hoping to eventually farm up that Mel, but for the time being, I do not feel optimistic about his chances. It feels more like a case of whether you can get 7th or maybe 6th at best.
Yeah, take a look on the right-hand side. 6 HP, 15, 17, and there's a small jump and then 3 players in the 30s. This lobby is incredibly close together at the end of stage 4 here. They're going to get a little bit of breathing room. Players like Toon utilizing that to go to level 9, which is really big. I'm expecting a lot of the other players that are currently still on 8 to clutch up, do the same. Camus, of course, a little bit of an outlier there, but was still far off that level 9, but happily on the golden units. Let's see what Toon can find here to put this thing together. There's a Rise, which is what we would want to see for his board. Can he find anything else?
Set and the Rise unlock, so big turn here. It's got a lot to do though, really, and still has gold to roll with, still has his positioning to fix. And doesn't really have the HP to be able to fumble around, so needs to make sure he gets everything in and does roll down. Does get the volley too, so that is a very, very big upgrade.
I mean, that's going to buy so much time. Also, the Bruiser Tarek on the front line should be an absolute rock. Of course, when you've got the Rise 1, you do need to be careful of people reaching out and swatting your backline. Aaliyah's got a real chance to take most of the damage of the comp out. Looks like Lux isn't quite hitting hard enough through the main body of the board. We'll see if the Bruisers can hold firm.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly, the Lux is hitting the backline. It is only a Rice 1, but the problem is she has no one to protect her. No Mr. President get down as Aaliyah's front line just leaves her wide in the open under attack. Goes down to 1 HP. It's what we call a calculated loss.
Tough crowd.
I was like, it's match
That's
for
both of
silence.
you. I'm sorry.
I was laughing on the inside.
Well, that's something. Thank you for sharing.
But Elliot does have everything came together when he hit that malicious. He did get enough gold to upgrade the board the next round. He has managed to get himself to level 9, but he's now in a position where it came up against one of our strongest players and is now coming up against our build squad player who's made it to 9. Could be facing down elimination.
We've just seen the last round. The Lux is not doing enough to cut through these Omega tanks. And we were talking much earlier on about whether the build squad could be able to pull together a lot of tank itemization. Looks like maybe it's done it, and perhaps they've misjudged this round because actually Aaliyah rips through, so Double takes a big hit. Motive is out in, I believe, 8th place, but there's a lot of players looking to follow him in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned at end of stage 4 how close everybody was. Take another look now. That is just incredible. We could be seeing 4-player elimination potentially if somebody goes up to Ghost Board. So that is certainly a pretty rare sight as we hop through the boards. Checking in with Og has found the Annie, has found the Zillion 2 and the Nasus 2. Unfortunately, hasn't found the Annie 2, which would be so important. Over to Double, who is playing on this Bilgewater line. No Tamkench in sight. Everything relies on this Alawi and the Volibear, and he's going up against Kaiser with that Seraphine Senna in the backline, which we actually haven't been talking all that much about, is also a Freljord variance that we've been seeing a couple of. I'm not sure who actually takes this. I would bet on Double here if you forced me, but neither of these boards seem to have a really strong frontline build out, and it will be the case. Double takes this one, takes Kaiser down, but who else will follow?
It's a big round win for Double there. We saw how Aaliyah rolled over the top of him.
Wow.
And no eliminations, but we do have so many players sitting on single-digit HP. Surprising to see the 3 of them picking up a win there. But at the top of the lobby, the player running away with things at the moment on that little bit of a win streak, our Aphelios Nico Bard reroller. And I just love to see this, something we haven't seen all weekend. And then 2 games in a row, Aphelios 3.
Yeah, it's very important for Clemo as well. As we mentioned, currently the cut-off for bottom 8 is 14 points, and that's what Clemo comes into this game with. So it's going to be hugely impactful however much he can get to keep himself riding ahead of the elimination wave to come at the end of today and tomorrow as well. For everybody else, they're scrambling over each other, ideally looking to take down Double, the points leader, tied with Ryko at the top of the table right now to open more doors long term. But Grog, it's everything to play for as the Silas 2 locks in at the last possible moment. He's up against Double here and now.
Yes, and this is not an easy board to go up against, but ever since we saw Og last, Annie has been upgraded to an Annie 2. That means not only she gets stronger, but of course also the Tibbers. If he can find his way into the backline, it would be so big. Silas does just do that, takes down the backline there on the side of Double, and we are hopping over to Aaliyah, who's able to replicate that, goes up against Clemu, who is of course starting to maybe fall off a little bit here, but Toon and Double out in 5th and 6th as we are locking in our top 4. And like you mentioned, for Clemu and Og, this is huge.
Yeah, it certainly is. For Double there, picking up a 5th, our standings leader right now. A solid placement this time round. But we are seeing, if you're just joining us in the past few games, this is not what the meta has been. It's being Mel, it's been Rise. Yes, we're seeing the Silas on every board, and that's more of the same.
Don't tell them.
It's AD heavy in this particular lobby, as it was last time round. Players are discovering even more.
Listen, the Americas are waking up. They're trying to take notes of what EMEA is doing. Why would you tell them that this is not the meta? This is the meta, guys. You gotta play Aphelios Bard reroll, everybody. But I fear we need to lock in as Aaliyah and Og go up against each other. Only one can live here, and it looks like this time around it will be Og. And actually, hold on. Yes, okay. Aaliyah is unfortunately eliminated. I got baited by the sides there. But we do have Og, Clemu, and Pepperglat moving into the top 3.
I'm impressed by Org managing to keep this streak going. Of course, Clamu, you never want to be in the place between two streaks on either side of you. I do wonder though, Barry, I mean, we've been praising this, the 2-cost reroll, which now has, of course, the Nidalee in place as well for being a remarkable choice. But I have to wonder if we might have reached pretty much the apex of how powerful this board can reasonably be.
Yeah, there's not many places you can take this now, and it feels like we've got the 5 3-stars coming through, so a lot of power for the Bard. Potentially you can get a real item here rather than this Infinity Edge, or maybe a full tank item for Nico. But you are just hoping, if you Clamu, that Org is 1 life. Hopefully you can at least get into that top 2. Does get the TG coming on top of Nidalee, so that's a nice little pickup. But really, only the 1 combat augment as well has took this board very, very far.
Finds a Garant if he wants it, sells it off, unlocks that Silas, very big unit, very popular unit, and will go up against Og on the other side. He could be taking fate into his own hands here. He could be knocking Og down and secure the top 2 for himself if his board is strong enough. It has carried him to stage 6, but this is where it will start to fall. This is where it will start to fumble. People Glad on the other side will win against the Ghost copy. We will go into one more round.
Gosh, this one being the Slayer, well, I will say Slayer Vanquisher board, but in fact just the Slayer Bruiser board ultimately. Fascinating stuff, and I'm so impressed it's doing so well for Peppergard in this game. Clamu going to try and get a little bit more punch behind his board, but it really feels like Org is coming after him. There's I just saw a 2-star Nidalee coming through there for Clamu, so threatening us with a 3-star, but decides not to pull the trigger finally.
Would so love to have upgraded that Nidalee to Nidalee 3. Ghost copy seems to be on the other side. Yes, this is the real fight. So another chance for Clamu to hang in there if he doesn't get beaten by that Ghost copy. But we get to see this Annie in motion once more this time around against the 80 line. And I feel like we have to commend People Glad so much for being able to save this much HP. And it will be an elimination on the back of the Ghost copy for Clamu as he takes 3rd.
Unfortunately for Clamu, Aug is just playing the meta line, the strongest composition, and he was hoping that he would get eliminated and he could scrape that top 2, but Slayer's really not anything you can do to live with this board. Pepperglad is going to be going level 9 soon to see if he can do anything to make himself stronger, but for Clamu, a very good 3rd place off very unique board. I think you're more than happy with this one.
I do admire that from Clamu playing that kind of way where you're going to probably be topping out at 3rd place when you're in such a dangerous tournament position. We expect to see players really just going completely 1st or 8th. He has kept his nerve. Org against Pepperglad here. We'll see how the Slayer matchup ends up going. The Silas does get taken down relatively early, but there's so much damage. Pepperglad's still got money in the bank, but you can see him wiping the sweat off his forehead. It wasn't even very close at all.
As we are looking at this carousel, unfortunately, there's none of the legendaries that Pepperglad would so like to upgrade. Those are unlockables. You can see it in the bottom there, the Volibear one. We have an Aatrox one. Both of these units would be huge upgrades for the board and maybe a change in how the trajectory is working out in the favor of Og right now. Aatrox is coming through. We're selling a little bit of a board to try and make it happen, get it in, get it together there. Not much gold left to work with. Azir is going to be showing up as the Lucian Zenna 2 does crop up as well. Big upgrades. Are they big enough? Has to be the question. Pepperglad could lose one more round, I would say, but that will be the end of the line. And if he's able to serve a win here, that might just be everything it takes.
All right, can you talk to us a little bit about how this is going here? Because I'm noticing that for the Slayer boards, we've got some really, really focused damage to the left-hand side, but as we see the bear coming through, we're getting to the ends of these rounds, and we've still got multiple backline carries up and fighting. We're not even getting close to a even round.
problem for this Slayer board is there's no real way to access the backline. This front line is just so big. We've got the Azir 2-star as well. We've got those soldiers, so there's not even a way to really wrap. And Pepogard had to sell off quite a few things to hit these big upgrades. And the board isn't strong enough. You can't be downgrading to upgrade your legendaries. I think when you're in that kind of position, unfortunately, unless he can somehow get access to the backline, there's no real way through for the Slayers.
All right, one more time around. Greece versus Poland. Orc versus Pepogard. The Slayer board we did not expect versus the board we very much did expect.
You all know the unkillable demon king, but have you met the unkillable demon child Annie trying her worst but falls here? The tables have turned. Pepogard able to find that wrap and will get the first place in this matchup here, much to I think everyone's surprise, being able to get the positioning just right.
And we saw that Aatrox actually got its way onto the backline straight on top of that Annie, was able to actually take it down quickly. And once you're on the backline, there's no problem for the Slayers. What we saw time and time again in the previous fights was it just got stuck. There was no way through, but the positioning was perfect there. Clamu maybe thinking, couldn't we have wrapped maybe one of the rounds earlier so that I could get a position? But very, very well done by Pepogard just to take that Slayers board as far as he could.
And honestly, a second place for Og on those 13 points is certainly not something he will be mad about either. Of course, first place would always be better, but certainly not something to scoff at. We're going to go into a quick break, and then our analyst desk will tell you all about the craziness of this round and the weird boards that we saw in there before we head into our final game of the day and find out who gets eliminated before moving into tomorrow. Make sure you don't go anywhere. You're watching the EMEA Regional Finals.
Always rises. Cannons. Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, everyone. After this game 5 has concluded, the meta is starting to look a little bit different, Kenobi. A lot more AD, a lot more Slayers. Aphelios played in back-to-back games is just surprising enough by itself, but I do have to send a letter of apology to Aatrox. I kind of insinuated he was a bit of a fraud at the start of the day, but he popped off in a huge way for that win for Peppelgad.
Yeah, I was counting him out, honestly. Even though Slayers had a favorable matchup into the AP board because of the lack of single target damage that tends to plague the board and the ability to reset from the Slayers. But the 2-star Aatrox just shifted the matchup after Oak was completely slamming him down and bringing the victory for Peppelgad here. But you're right to mention Aphelios, very surprising. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I think especially both of these AD comps, and this game in particular, but just in general, really feasted on weaker front lines in Stage 4. I think there is this 1st or 8th playstyle that some fast line boards will have to play into of, do you survive the Stage 4 roll down? Do you make a strong enough board and kind of navigate that fine line of finding a way to make it to 9 and then really capping your board out? If your front line is a little bit too weak and you have some incredibly strong Slayer boards, for example, melting through that front line early, you are taking a lot of damage and you're getting some big losses in Stage 4 in particular, which is what we saw, right? We saw Motiv, Kaiser, both of these players dropping out, to TV as well, dropping out into 6th, 7th, 8th because they couldn't quite stabilize on either Melflex or their failure flex.
And it nearly, very, very nearly happened to Elia as well on the back of a disastrous roll down, not seeing any of the upgrades that he needed. But he was in such a terrible position that he went for the malicious monetization and kind of flipped it depending on who he was going to face on 4-2. If it was somebody that was strong, that probably was the end for him because he wouldn't have gotten the money necessary to upgrade his units. But he faced someone weak enough for him to win, and then that fed him the money to upgrade the Lux, upgrade the Garen, and then find 1 zillion, brought him to level 9, and barely squeaked out a top 4, but that was such a huge win from his position.
The calculated risk, because you might think it's not a good spot to pick malicious, but you have to win these fights anyway, so you might as well gamble that you're going to win, and when you do win, you have this bigger payoff in the first place to allow you to stabilize and to stay alive, play for that top 4, as you mentioned. We saw an interesting game from Double as well, with the Bilgewater line, Infinity Protection not usually leading into Bilgewater, because you don't usually get enough value from the front line. Run me through what went wrong, because it looked quite good for the start of the game, but then kind of fell to pieces in Stage 4.
Yeah, so he found a way to win most of his early rounds despite the Infinity Protection not building up to, not giving actual combat power early on. And then in the late game, he fell prey to not finding enough frontline, I believe. The legendaries that he reached on level 9 that were not strong enough. He did not have enough comprehensive damage. Also did not manage to get a Tam Kench online and get it right next to that Ilaoi 3. So she ended up losing power. She's not a unit that scales well. Only being able to heal is definitely not enough to stave off the high damage that we have in this meta.
Still 5th place, we take those. We'll see how that affects Double's position in the standings. I believe we're ready to see what players are in the danger zone. 8 players in particular, the bottom 8 we are seeing. And oh no, Kenobi, you jinxed my poor Spanish guys. Safo and Giosco holding hands in the wrong part of the leaderboard, unfortunately.
Well, okay, yes, I did. It looks like I jinxed the Spanish guys, but on the much worse positions, there's way too many French flags here. This is not looking too good, guys. We need to go back to the drawing room. Unfortunate, I'm a little sad about it. Also, worth noting, Ging and Motiv, both players from Turkey, struggling here, and Raiko now standing tall. And well, we've been praising him a lot. No first places yet, but so much consistency in his play. It's really to be commended.
I will just say, the moment you threw some curses at Dalesom, he's gone 8th. Please retract all your magical curses, because we need him to do well for Spain. But I want to mention in particular someone I saw on the front page there, YU Mad Pro, coming all the way from Tier 2, all the way from the plans, fighting his way through Week 1, and now top 4 in the standings 5 games into this day. I think it is pretty commendable, and I think something to respect, really. It's hard to come into a competition like this one, where you know the odds are stacked against you. You don't have the experience. You haven't played in 14 regional finals like Double 61 has, for example, but you're still doing a fairly fantastic job.
Yeah, definitely one name to add to the list of elite German players. It's already a nation with many great players, and it looks like the list just gonna keep getting longer with YU Mad Pro making his mark, and it's not going to be at the bottom of the list.
Two key goals, I think, for this final game. If you're in the bottom 8 or anywhere close to it, try and dodge that cutoff that happens at the end of today. If you're in the 32nd position exactly, dodge that position as well, because potentially there's a convoluted scenario where maybe Revan will take your slot if he manages to make the top 8 attack round, qualifying to TPC that way. And the other goal is really just trying to accumulate the most points possible. No cutoff for all the other players coming to day 2. Only 8 of these players will eventually advance to day 3 and have a chance to play for that TAC round spot representing EMEA on the global stage.
Well, I wanted to point attention to how Tomino seemed to be having a good time, but we're instead going to send it to the casters for the final game. Take it from us.
You guys, you sure you don't want this back? It's Rise. It's 3 emblems for our players to end out this day. Counterfeit, Barry Baden, and myself, Mace, are going to be taking you through the crazy that is just that.
I think if you're a player that's had a rough start to the day and you're just needing to get yourself above the cutoff, you do not want to see 3 emblems loading in. Well, unless yours are particularly good, and then, of course, more than happy to.
I think Experian is communicating our mental state very well on his camera as he's put his head in his hands and contemplates the future ahead of him. As we take a look across, we can see we've got quite a lot of Ishtal emblems creeping in amongst the mix there. So maybe we'll see some of our players trying to use that as a vehicle to get themselves up and over the elimination point.
Yeah. The problem with this Ishtal emblem, if you're not able to get it early, it's the worst hit. If you're able to get it early, amazing. But it's not like some of these others that are kind of usable. You look at the likes of Tomino's and Kabixens, and definitely not ideal. There's some, same for Dasik, really. Piltover you could always splash in, but he hasn't played too much Slayers himself, so a few players definitely not too happy.
Yeah, just looking across those emblems. Of course, something like, an Arcanist or a Noxus, you're not going to be too mad about that. Demacia, of course, also joins the ring. But looking at the Yordle emblems in particular, those are usually pretty hard to figure out and figure into boards. We also have 2 players in Tomino and Kubixen who picked up a Zon emblem from that Rise portal that we'll need to check in with. But for now, we'll be started off with augments, golden augments, and if you can find additional emblems here, that could actually be in your favor. So let's see if any of our players hit it.
Yeah, Kubixen's gone right for it. So we'll have to check it. Let's see. So we've got double void emblem, Piltover and Zorn in the mix. I mean, not incredible, but at least it's going to give us access to those void unlocks considerably earlier than we should be getting them.
Checking in here with Horror. I think you'll be pretty happy with this. Demacia +1's really, really good. Warden you can always use. There is the potential to reforge another one down the line. So I think the general rule, if you get 2, one that gives you a lot of direction and then one that's quite flexible, then you're happy. 3's in Dreamland, but I don't think Horror will be too disappointed with this spot.
We also saw from our observer there that we are going to be in a Transcendence Ionia, which always leads people to lean into those rerolls a little bit more. So let's see if that is something that is going to be considered by the players that have found the Ionia emblem like Experian.
I do want to take a second just to recognize kind of the point situation. We're currently on 20 points as the cutoff coming in for elimination. But there's something strange with the table overall. Is that if you go all the way from the bottom, the cutoff point, up to 11th place in the tournament overall, it's only 24 points that they're at right now. So the tournament overall is still very volatile, and there is a chance to bust out as one of these lower places and make it into day 2.
And if you're wanting to cheer for our lowest points player in this lobby, perfect. It's the player you can use any emote for, because it spammed this thing to help Ging. And we've seen literally any emote can work for that. So that always helps him just get that a little bit extra momentum.
That's right. We will need to see what other copy pastas chat can come up with. Experian is certainly flashing some thumbs up here, gets those returned by a Jedu. Jenna's just smiling. She's just grinning along. Having a good old time.
He's having a great time. I mean, why wouldn't he be? To be fair, like, yeah, the setup he's got there is very, very good. Noxus, Arcanist, Executioner, you've fantastic ones here. Vermundeth, I think, has done very well as well. Arcanist and Defender. I think we know one unit who's both an Arcanist and Defender who's very popular right now.
Hopping across the boards, checking in with Mr. Ging. We were talking about him. A rather awkward set of emblems for him. Didn't really get a chance to reforge or add any additionals onto that either. Really has a tough puzzle to solve for himself.
Yeah, what about players, I assume, really hoping to get a Reforger down the line? Tamino, though, on the other side, was one of our Ishtal players and actually did manage to get Ishtal. So it's all well and good getting the emblem. If you're not able to unlock it, it basically offers you nothing down the road. So he's in a decent position there, at least. As we do approach Carousel here, the potential for a spatula or a pan, some plus ones or twos that could be added to some of these boards.
Yeah, see, our players are a little more keen to get extra classes for their board than Origins, as Tamino and Kubix are going to high five, but Tamino will be the one to scoop it up. And as you mentioned, he's already the player who's actually got a pretty decent setup in his board, so I'm curious to see what he'll do with that long term. Maybe add Freljord into the mix?
Honestly, Freljord has been one of the most splashable traits in the past couple of days. We've been seeing so many different variants of people playing into Freljord, either along the Rise or the Lysandra or even the Jinx. Certainly an option that you can think about if you don't want to slot in that Ashe, or if you want to try and maybe even go up in the Freljord into a Freljord 5. I could see it both. I'm quite excited to see if there's any awkwardness. You know, after all those cooking in the last two games, maybe we'll get a ladder treat here.
This is the happiest lobby we've seen in a while. Jedisaw's camera, he was smiling away. Tamino looks pretty content with his spot. I think players, they've had potentially the first week, they've had 5 games today, and they're thinking, you know what, Rise, why not? Let's just have some fun with it. Let's see where this one goes. The entire lobby was pinging Jedisar when he double duped his LeBlanc, so the players just settling into just the fiesta they've been presented with.
And Tamino went for a direction which I wasn't expecting at all. We're talking about the potential for a Freljord emblem, decides to double down on a Zorn emblem while having AP itemization, which is not at all what I certainly would have been expecting. I'm fascinated to see where he goes with this game.
I think if I was Tamino, I'd be crying. I'd be hoping for a Reforger, either for the emblems or for the items, but he's chilling. So I'm willing to trust him. Tamino, take the wheel and show us what you're made of. A much easier puzzle is presented on the other side for Jedu. He knows exactly where he's going with that Arcanist, with that Noxus emblem. Has all of the AP flex open to himself, whether it is Mel or Annie that he wants to go for in the end. He will be chilling and trying to find that Mbessa at some point, and he will also be getting that 5 win streak as we go into Krugs, notably Ging able to get that 5 loss streak at the same time.
I just want to follow up on what you're saying about Jegister as well. Having the Vanquisher emblem in place, we saw a couple of gold being dropped there, and she said once we get the Mbessa in place, once we get the Vanquisher online, that it's been one of those emblems that's not just giving combat prowess or a little bit of extra stats, but it's letting him really propel himself through the game. You combine that with a win streak in stage 2. Jedusaw's looking extremely good, even though he's directly on the cutoff coming into this game.
It's like Ging's one of our praying for a Forger players. It's just a really awkward spot to be in. He took the additional pan, at least, but definitely has some stuff he could kind of toss away and see, especially with this Ishtal emblem. At least the Yordle spat gives quite a lot of stats. It's generally a pretty good item now, but I think one of our players definitely praying for some kind of Reforger.
Maybe next set of augments will be the salvation, the saving grace for those players specifically. We're hopping over to one of our Polish players, Kubikson, who we also spoke to last week quite a little bit, has a Piltover emblem, which usually you're pretty thankful about. It's a very easy, splashable trade to just get in there, get a lot of extra power, but then the other ones are looking a little bit more sus. Could be playing around this double Void emblem that he was able to get here, but will need a lot of resources if the end game is supposed to contend with the rest of what we've been seeing. Something like a Baron that we saw from Double earlier on could be an idea here if he can find that Kaisa and then all that money. But do you guys remember what I was saying about like Yordle is really weird to play around?
Dasek doesn't think so.
Did you see what we saw in the other? Yeah, let's take
Here
a
he
look
is.
here. So first thing completed is a Lulu 3-star. That was actually illegal until recently. She was buffed now. She's actually become a unit. And we're playing around this Teemo for now.
Yeah, and he has the salvage bin, so you can get the Vargout unlocked like whenever he wants, really, which is quite nice. Normally, I thought maybe you would just play Vargar and then just lean into like an Arcanist board with a couple of Yordles, but the actual reroll, or at least getting that leaning into it early game. I mean, if anybody was going to do it, it would be Dasek. This has been the one player today that's just been kind of doing whatever he wants.
Oh no, he's absolutely forging his own path through the lobby. For the players, of course, we see it's on the other side, Experian with the Disruptor and Invoker. It feels like this does open up some really interesting potential lines here for Experian to make it work, trying to build in both sides of the particular AP pyramid. We can see, right now at least, it is working relatively well. Experian is certainly up on the upper bounds of HP, sorry. And I think he might be challenging Jegisaur soon enough for dominance of the lobby.
He did take the Epic Rolldown as well, so sitting pretty in HP. We saw last time around Epic Rolldown, it's a little bit risky if you don't have a lot of time. You can often be sat in a position where you've got 10 rolls and no gold, but Experian definitely one of the better spots to be taking it in, but player here is just absolutely playing his own game. Jegisaur instantly with that double dupe on top of this LeBlanc. As you mentioned earlier, Peter, the Vanquisher emblem coming through means he's getting a lot of this gold back, just playing on a different plane to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense why he was grinning so much. He knew exactly where he was going to take this, and it has been working out beautifully for him. I will also note that Ging has been able to protect that 7 loss streak, so we will need to keep a little bit of a closer eye on him as he is growing in econ and levels in similar fashion to Jedu, just only losing a lot of HP in the process of doing so. He does get prio on the next carousel, and he looks like he's building out a Shadow Isle board. Now, statistically, our Shadow Isle boards haven't been doing all too hot.
It's been bad.
I didn't want to say that, but yes, it's not been great. Hopefully this time around it goes better. And as I'm actually saying that, being able to find that win there, it's only Horo X that's now on the 6 loss streak, as both of them get released early here into the carousel. Both forecasts are going to be picked up in Swain and Tarek. Only misfortune remains.
The one real worry I do have for Ging is, even if he's able to get this Callista Shadow Isles board going, is it going to be like top 1, top 2-able? And that is kind of what he needs to be at now. He's sitting at 14 points. He needs to jump up the standings quite a bit. And even if he does manage to get it going, I feel like he's maybe capped at around that top 4 position. But we'll have to see. Maybe if he can get to something like a Thresh 2 one day, then that could work out. But Horo here, our early Ishtal player, double econ, living the game on a knife's edge.
I do like it though. I mean, Horo, let's see. So, on a pretty precarious position to say the least, needs to throw everything at the wall. I mean, we certainly know what we've seen from Demacia boards long term with the Demacia emblem, which I pointed out from before. This does feel like it's got a very good high end. We'll see if he can keep his loss streak intact without taking too many HP damage and getting driven out of the game early.
And Horo is one of our players, actually, that in the previous TPC was playing a lot of Ishtal. It was very strong at the time, players were leaning into it, but he loved it. Every game he got the chance to, he would play it. So definitely comfortable on this line, and I think won't be worried at all that he's taking another big loss here.
Well, I trust your guys' word on that as Northern Legends specialists.
It's our solo rep. We've got to.
I know. I will let you guys
It's not relevant very
agree.
often.
I will say for Ging, it's really unfortunate. He had 6 losses, 1 win, now 1 loss again. He's kind of just flip-flopping around. Healthy on the econ, but this is what we were talking about, playing around the Vanquishers, playing around the Shadow Isles, trying to accumulate some of those souls. You can see he's holding a Gwen on the bench there to maybe think of the potential of a Thresh in the long term. But what more often happens with these Shadow Isle boards is that before they can even reach the Thresh, they have already fallen way too much to then contend. So that is what King has in front of him, and I'm not too confident that the current trend of his HP indicates otherwise. But let's take a look at Jedu. Can he keep the 100 HP streak going?
Of course, we did talk to Jedu last week, and he seemed very confident about his chances of this being his season. I mean, certainly it seems like fate has been kind to him in this game. With the start he got, with the emblems he got, and he's showing no mercy whatsoever to the rest of the lobby. A 10-round streak. He's missed the 100 coming out of stage 3. He is pushing every advantage he has to the absolute maximum.
Yeah, with the additional emblems as well he took coming through, so it does have the 5 emblems, does leave him a lot of ways he can take this. We expect him to be angling around this Mel, but the position he's in, already getting an Ambessa as well, just makes it so nice for him to be able to really cap out this board with a variety of different legendaries.
Yeah, let's hope he can let her die here. It's usually a good point. 3-7 is able to kill off your Ambessa, unless she picks out some challenger moves, and sometimes you're not. But generally, it's pretty reliable to get the Mel here from her, so Jedu should be able to do just that, as we are looking over to HoroX.
Up to
Cash
370.
out coming in.
Goes. But he's got the chance to push forward his power pretty heavily. With all the emblems in place, we're really out of sync with where we should be in the game itself. Demacia 7 online. Horo, I think, is calling for this to be the moment for him to snap his losing streak and start pushing up the table.
Yeah, Demacia we've seen hotly contested throughout last week and today, but in this particular lobby, Horo had pretty much a free hit at it, able to get a few upgrades there. He just wants to be able to hit this spike, get that Galio unlock as quickly as possible, but should be in a pretty strong position at least for the next few rounds.
Look at that Radiant Shojin, of course, the cash out from the Ishtal. Even though it's not, the game ending kind of cash outs we might see under other circumstances, I do appreciate Horo deciding to take it a little bit early. He is coming to this lobby on 28 points, so he's the leader of all the players in here, and he's looking to try and farm up as many points as he can for tomorrow.
That's right. Points don't reset, so that makes sense. You know what else makes sense? Starting off with Rice Portals and ending with a Prismatic in our last game of the day. And just like that, it's going to be happening for our players. I'm seeing some variance. I'm seeing some high risk, high reward being picked up by Tomino, by HoroX. We'll, of course, need to be informed on what exactly they have gotten as chaos reigns amidst our player group.
And this game has just been flipped on its head. We see Jedusor, Money Monsoon will just be going all the way up now, already sitting in a pretty good position. We've had our Call to Chaos players, Kabixen, Growth Mindset, another player that will be leapfrogging up towards that level 9. And suddenly, out of nowhere, when a lot of players looked fairly stable, the rest of the lobby has just accelerated.
And I love seeing as well our players who are doing well be the ones who are going for the Call to Chaos. I mean, HoroX and Tomino, they're suddenly low enough on HP. They've got to take these bigger swings. But for Experian here up against Tomino, the lower HP players going after each other. We talked a little bit about the Zillion before. I don't know if it's quite good enough this time. It's down to the wire, but Experian takes the L, and it means Tomino keeps up and standing.
Did you say that was a Radiant Dragon's Claw diff? Because that is what he picked up from his call to Chaos. We're also getting word that Horo X has gotten the 64 XP. I'm personally terrified. You know, we did see Jedu laughing at 2-1. He saw his emblems, he saw his game plan, he saw the stars align, and apparently he also saw into the future because he just picked up Money Monsoon after he was 100 HP streaking. But despite unlocking the Mel, despite insta getting the Mbessa early on, he has just found a loss on 4-2 and is now on only 91 HP.
Player here who's not really found everything that they wanted, has hit the upgrades, but is double econ, playing with a silver augment. He needed a big result here, and I think with the prismatic getting thrown into the mix, we already know that Kalista isn't going to be able to keep up in the late game, so whether or not he's able to survive throughout stage 4 here, we'll have to see.
I do like the attempts being made, saying, you know, my only out here is to find a Kalista 3. I've got rerolls aplenty, or at least he did have rerolls aplenty, and now have a Nasus as well, but I'm not feeling too confident about Ging. Of course, long-time fixture of the Turkish scene. He's on 14 points coming in, 6 points behind the cutoff. It's looking like his journey could well be over a little earlier than others.
I mean, that's the big question, right? He's on 14 points, like you're mentioning. He is on the cutoff. He needs a high finish here to not get eliminated after this game. It's all on the line, and he is playing for a win out. I don't know if you saw it on his board, but he's holding a second Kalista 2 on his bench, so he's trying to go for that Hail Mary 3-star forecast, but he's quite a ways off with 3 copies missing and 22 gold. That will need some really, really fortunate chops.
A player we've not seen for quite a while, who is in a little bit of a now what moment. Dasik has unlocked Vigar, but we are still playing just Yordles. The lobby's prismatic all of a sudden, people are level 9, so where exactly he'll be taking that, we'll have to see. But Ging here, trying to put something together, does get the Nasus upgrade in the front line, but feels like he's just really lacking the damage. I feel his days are numbered.
Yeah, it's so much a characteristic of the Shadow Isles boards to really need that Thresh 2 to realize the full potential. Unfortunately, it's a Thresh 1. With the Vanquisher, it's a little bit more damage. With the Yordle, with the Ishtar for HP, but it's not what it should be. The Nasus will have to stand in for any more Shadow Isle power, but this could easily be the end of the entire road for Ging.
I mean, good point for him is that the opposite side only had a Rift Herald 1, so not upgraded just yet. The Kalista 2 and the Belveth 2 are doing their worst, but there is another shot at maybe getting something to upgrade this board. The Nasus 2 certainly helped for Ging, but you can feel that he is kind of just clawing his way through and not on the stable edge by any means, as we are hopping a little bit higher in the HP totals over to Tamino, who has been re-rolling some of those units on the Pandora's bench there. Not looking for the 3-star forecast for himself just yet, though.
And the problem for Ging is the players that are down there in the standings, like Horror, who we're checking in with, is our lose streaker, is our Ishtal player. He is so strong. On the 4-win streak here, legendaries are starting to arrive and has reached level 9. He even has the Ornn in play, so the potential to get even more power coming through. And a player that has really managed to put together a stable board after this cash out.
I'm a little worried for Daisy that the Fizz, Fizz doesn't have the items, it's of course being prioritized onto Vega, but he'll need to chew through the board a lot more honestly. And Horax with the rapid fire casting Lux with that Radiant Shojin will not afford him the time to do so. Horo takes a 5th round win in a row. He's starting to chew away at the HP above him.
Can I just say, as we're looking across the lobby, everyone's incredibly broke besides Kubikson and maybe Vomendeth. Like, everybody spent all of their gold level 8 or level 9 to try and assemble something, and compared to some of the boards we've seen in the couple last games, they're kind of all lacking. Like, this entire round, just everybody's just looking for the big upgrades, looking for their carry units, and they haven't been able to find many of them just yet. So hopefully that does come around, as we are seeing another influx of resources from the PvE round here. Another chance to maybe hit those upgrades.
Yeah, Kabixen was our growth mindset player, so hadn't actually went up to level 9, still sitting at 8, so probably isn't going to get there with quite a bit of gold to spend. But Jedusor makes it to level 9, has Econ constantly coming in, even extra through that Ambusher emblem as well, so things are really starting to get put together, but is on a far loss streak, so has been punished by pushing towards level 9. A lot of players did get stronger. Seeker Bixen also just went up to 9, so he needs to put things together, but if you can get Mel 2, we know how powerful that is.
And we've got Tamino, of course, who is threatening to become all-powerful himself. The only thing really holding him back is his lack of money to be able to put units on Pandora's bench and fish for the big game-ending unit you were talking about before, Makes. We'll see if Tamino could hold on long enough to push that inevitability through of the bench.
You know who was fishing for something? That Fizz in the backline there. Wasn't able to get the Zillion though, as Dasik takes yet another loss here. Yordles are starting to fall off, and speaking of falling off, Ging has done just that. 8th place, 14 points prior. I don't think this is going to be good enough to avoid elimination, but the rest of the playing field also needs to scramble for points. They do hold for tomorrow. And we are taking a look at HoroX's board once more, hopping over to Vomendeth, who has actually built out the 5 Freljord. We were talking about this as a potential with the extra Freljord emblem, and I'm honestly pretty excited to see it.
And it's the lesser spotted Kappa Juice, an artifact that I think everybody forgets is in the game, but here it is. And if you can get a few wins together on the back of this Silas, because he's already got a couple of hats coming through, maybe you'll be able to get that going.
I mean, with the Freljord emblem as well, and be activated on Freljord 5, this Silas should be incredibly hard to get rid of, and once he gets into the backline as he is doing here, he's not unfortunately got that much damage as of yet. And I think this is going to be quite tight towards the end. The Silas holds on for a decent amount of time, will get dropped down. This is going to be big, and the win is secured.
F in the chat for the hats we lost.
Sejuani 2 coming on through, Ziggs coming on through, we have a Rise in shop, everything's coming up for Mendez, but players are in trouble as well. Tamino getting the upgrade from the Zillion here, but has actually 0 gold to do anything with it, so has just gotten the level upgrade. And Dasik, we've been seeing loose. He's always been on the other side of those matchups, and he also doesn't have anything to turn around here. That Veigar was supposed to be scaling. He was the chosen one, and he's really not doing all that much. Hopefully, this Fist this time around finds the backline and can take out some of the units, but Kaisa, just such a natural enemy of Fist, always jumping away, unable to really let him get to his worst. I don't think there's any winning this for Dasik, unfortunately.
And we are just playing Yordles, Dasik. Like, unfortunately, we weren't able to get out of it, but suddenly, mass eliminations. Tamino drops down in 7th place, Dasik squeezing a 6th, which is good for this Yordle board. I think you're more than happy with that. Experion going out in 5th place, and all of a sudden, we already have our top 4, Peter.
Yeah, so if we look at the points they've got left in, I mean, Jedusor, of course, as much as we've been, praising him and sort of treating him as a player who is doing very well in this lobby, and he did come into this lobby as the lowest points overall ahead of Ging. So this current trajectory is absolutely enormous for his tournament future. Horo does seem to be the main challenger to try and push Jedusor out of the top spot and seize all the points for himself.
I mean, Horo was our Ishtal player and our Lost Streak player. He also reforged his additional emblem into a Demacius span. He got 2 of them. So spawning that one in, he didn't even need it really. He has so much more power over the rest of the lobby, sitting really pretty.
I'm honestly just astonished how quick eliminations came on through there towards the end. So many boards falling down there. Yeah, the Yordles we were kind of not too hot on, but both Tamino and Experion with pretty beefy boards knocked out here towards the end, and more players are going to follow. You guys already covered how well Horo has been doing, but a player like Jedu, who is on the 20 points, which is not a whole lot as of right now, that's still sitting in the lower end of our overall standings, not in the elimination bracket, but not in the best position for tomorrow. So a win for him would be really, really big here. And on the back of finally having that Meld 2, having the Silas 2, you would expect him to find those wins, but he has lost again.
He's got the chance to eventually print. I mean, he's got a good item set. He's got, of course, the Silas 2 in with the Vanquisher emblem as well. So it feels like a good setup, especially with the gold pouring in as well. He can't beat Horror X, it seems like, for the time being. But there's a big question of how long it will take Vermundeth and Kubixen to die in the lobby as to how many points Jedusor leaves with.
And Jedusor has got 27 gold from this Vanquisher emblem. Well, 27 before this round. It has been printing money the whole game. And that is a crazy amount of econ that he's got on top of the rest of the lobby. With the money monsoon as well, he's just so much richer. I was going to say,
that's not the only thing that's been printing
He's
money.
going 10.
We do see elimination coming in here for Kubixen. 4th place on the 24-point marker. Not necessarily what he hoped for, but I feel like in a Rise portal, you're always happy if you make it to the top 4. You're like, okay, good enough, I'll take it. As we are seeing the move towards Dragon here. One more round, one more chance to maybe make something like the level 10 happen for players like Horo and Jedu.
Vermundeth is the one who's the most vulnerable at this point. He's on a lost streak. He's got 2 HP left in the tank. It really feels like so much of this next round is going to come down to whether or not the Silas can stay alive. He has managed to put together enough hats to be an impressively tall individual, but I mean, we need maybe just a little bit more of the 2-star, but I don't think we're going to get it.
This is the best item in the game. Look at all the hats. Even it might not be doing too much, but it's just so satisfying to see them stacking away.
I mean, it's just fashionable. That's just it's fashion. It's what you wear these days. On in case you're not aware.
we are
getting closer.
Yeah, Jedusor is very, very close to getting the print out of Mel, but this could be the last gasp for Vermundeth.
That is right. Can he avoid that fate? 2 HP is not a whole lot, and Jedu on the other side has been looking terrifying. Elimination does come in. A top 3, I don't think you're too mad about, and that secures the top 2 for Jedu and Horo X here. Money Monsoon doing what it can. Radiant does come in, and it's going to be QSS.
Yeah, with 2 streakers, the last 2 players here. The Jedusor, who was just running away with things, pushing levels, win streaking all the way up to level 10. And then Horo, who went for this massive loss streak. So the 2 players rewarded for focusing on their econ, rewarded for taking those little bit extra risks. And we see how many more resources these players have over the rest of the lobby.
And for these 2 players as well, they came in so far distant. With Jedusor with 20, Horo with 28. But it's been a magnificent run. People were pinging Jedusor when it all started, but we've ended up with a massive brawl between just the 2 remaining players to end out this lobby. We're going to see this a few times around before it's truly done.
That's right. I'm just looking at the measuring of strength in front of us, but an 11 win streak now turned into 12. Jedu will need to find an answer. That level 10 not good enough, as Horo has found the same. Can the Rise 2 be an answer for him here? I think it's really unfortunate he got that QSS, but on the Silas, it's actually not the worst item. Instead, it's being put onto the Rise here for now. I was hoping maybe we would jiggle our items just a little bit. Shyvana 2 will come into the mix. Both of these players have more than 1 life to give, so we'll see at least 2 more fights.
Barry, if we get a theory craft here for Jedusor, as it seems like Jedusor is trying to do himself, do you think, at least on paper, the Rise change-up would be enough to swing this?
I mean, it's a massive upgrade. I mean, the fact you're getting 3 items on top of it as well, you have suddenly a secondary damage dealer, but you also provide so much utility for this board. The problem is, on the other side, Horror has been printing artifacts as well off the back of this on. He's so powerful, and we're just seeing Ishtal cash out into on, into just a ridiculous amount of items. He's got almost everybody's itemized on his board, and Jedusor, as you said, the Radiant QSS going through, not ideal, just lacking that little bit of extra oomph to get through this front line.
Yeah, as we are looking at his board, we're also seeing why the move is not coming in. No removers to be able to actually move items around, so actually doesn't go for the TG here either. Make sure he gets some extra casting power for that Mel. I'm not sure if this one can go any other way. 13 wins already for Horo as we go in what could be the very last round here, Peter.
It could be lucky number 14. Worth noting, Jedusor has been to the crown 3 times total so far, and has certainly acquitted himself very well. For Horo, he has never been to the crown, and in this moment he's making his case as he moves towards day number 2. He rips through the board. It's not even going to be a little bit close. Rise has done his darndest, but that is an Annie equipped with everything she needs. Hororex takes the lobby, grabs hold of maximal points heading into day 2.
And Horo just had so much value from those emblems as well. We saw the Warden, the Juggernaut, providing just raw tank statistics, whereas Jedusor not getting anywhere near the same value. And despite the fact he made it all the way to level 10, win streak the entire game, there was the Ishtal cash-out player, and some things really don't change too much. They're always going to be a force to reckon with.
Honestly, I'm not surprised Horex won. I'm on a broadcast with 2 Northern Legends casters. It's obviously caster bias. You guys you made that happen, of course.
We've been owed one.
We're going into a quick break, and then we'll hear from our analyst desk on how they pulled this off, as well as who is getting eliminated after this round. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Always rises. Cannons.
This city never sleeps, chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on my name. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure, charged up, my fuse igniting a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage bursts through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the
Always rises. Cannons.
Welcome back, everyone. What a final game to cap things off in day one of regionals week 2. Rise said, you know what? I'm going to add some chaos into the mix. I'm going to throw a wrench into everyone's game plan. Well, at least everyone but Jedusor, because his combination of emblems and his opener was a little bit illegal, you know.
Yeah, he threw a wrench into a lot of players' plan, but definitely just gave out a hand to Jedusor, especially with the combination of the duplicators into one for that 2-star LeBlanc with Arcanist and Vanquisher, two of the craziest emblems you could get. And on top of that, you got the Noxus emblem to just round it out and make sure you had an incredible streak going on. And don't forget, the Vanquisher emblem gives you a chance to generate 1 gold every time you crit. It's a low percent chance, but across the early game, it makes a huge amount of money. And the moment you get Mel, because it has a chance to proc for every tick of the orbs, she sometimes makes 5, 6, 7 gold and allows you to go into the late game so rich, as well as being so strong.
Yeah, just a really, really strong start and game in general from Jedusor. But in the end, he was not the victor. HoroX, I think, played a masterclass, a player who I always look forward to seeing in terms of how clean he is in his execution. I think he had a great start playing into Ixtal, sacrificing a lot of his HP for this huge spike into a Demacia board where you need all the resources you can get to hit your Garen, to hit your just entire board, and then navigated that into an even stronger AP board, similar to what we saw from Dalisom earlier today. HoroX, a player who has been very close to making a day 3 at regional finals. He was 9th in into the Arcane in set 13, but he hasn't quite made it. Hasn't quite made it to attack round either. So I'm really happy to see him popping off at the end of this day and having a good chance maybe tomorrow with similar performances to finally make it to day 3.
Yeah, and well, let's take a look at where he is at on the standings now as the day comes to a close. Let us see who the unfortunate players are. Ginged in the 32nd position, but eliminations go up until the 25th place as well. Clemu just dodging barely out of eliminations, but we're losing all of these players from the 25th position onwards to the 32nd, and everybody else still has a shot, although it's going to be super hard because the points do carry over for tomorrow.
On the flip side, the player who everyone knows is going to pop off when it comes to the end of the set to regional finals attack round, Double, now on G2, has changed his team, but is still the exact same player, dominating the field with 38 points on the day. HoroX right behind him, though, with a really strong 36-point performance, as well as Aaliyah, a player who was relegated last set, had to fight his way through Tier 2 alongside someone like Jedusor, made it through ladder, and said, you know what? I want my spot back. 3rd place now in the standings after this day is concluded.
I'm super glad for Elia coming back to the TPC because he's such a treat to watch. You can see everything that's happening inside his head, in his heart, on his camera. So it's always a little bit of an extra treat to see a player so expressive. It makes it all the more fun to watch, and I think all the more attaching.
I think we will have the chance to talk to some of our top performers across today. Is the magician, Mr. Italy himself, Raiko Mastery, on the line with us? Hello, Raiko. Yes,
Hello.
You are. Congrats on the performance. How are you feeling after this first day?
I'm feeling super great, actually. I didn't expect to have this success. I guess I did top 8 last game, so but yeah, I'm feeling great. Thanks.
So tell us about how did you achieve such consistency in this day 1, but also overall in the set. It's really been showing how much better you've been than the competition to get some of these high results.
Probably, I feel like it's probably a different meta call because the majority of my opponents are probably going like some good comps with rides, Mel. They're just trying to rush Naya. I'm probably like okay with top 4. I'm just trying to top 4 every game. So it's basically I'm playing weaker comps that actually has they have a good success on going top 4. So basically I think that's it. Yeah, like Yunara. Nobody was playing Yunara. I like Yunara. Nobody's playing Yona. So I'm just playing weaker comps, we can say, but more solid. Yes.
I was really curious, Raiko, across this set in TPC in particular, you stood out to me as a player who was the Ionia master. It seemed like you were always playing on Ionia, always finding success. No one could match your results and your consistency with the comp. after I saw the patch coming into this weekend, I was a little bit worried for you. I'm like, is this guy one trick?
I was too.
Is he gonna explode on the big stage? But we saw one of the broadcast games was you playing Ionia, and somehow you were so healthy coming to stage 6 with a pretty normal board, I would say. I don't know if you remember this game. How did you feel about that game? Did you feel like it was your destiny to play this game?
Well, my idea was not playing Ionia. I mean, approaching this tournament, I'm not playing Yunara because I feel like Yunara is not very strong. But I guess we are all the Yunara spots. So, I mean, if you can play it, I guess it's fine. You can still top 4. You see, I knew already I wasn't going top 1, but I was like, okay, let's try to spike with Yunara, and we can maybe top 4.
Yeah, and using the extra tempo that you get from playing AD compositions.
Yeah. So basically, everybody is sucking stage 4, and they're gonna spike on level 9 with rides, etc. I'm just trying to spike and save HP, and then you're basically top 4 guaranteed. Like, this is the plan.
Coming to tomorrow, Raiko, do you feel you're gonna do anything differently? How would it feel for you to make day 3 potentially and have a chance to play for a TAC round spot, something that I think you've been dreaming of your entire career?
Yeah, I mean, I've never been to Tactician Crown, so I feel like overall I'm gonna stick to my plan. I probably watch some VODs probably from Double or like the top performers of today, seeing what they were doing different. But I'm probably sticking to the plan, and I'm just gonna try to top 4 every game. Basically, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I've been using your VODs because I've watched a bunch of your gameplay from TPCs to teach the students I have, because I do a lot of coaching. So how does it feel knowing that you're being used as an example for aspiring players? Because the way you've worked on the lines of not only Ionia, but for second cup, it was Warwick was something you had a lot of preparation on, and it showed. So how does it make you feel knowing that you're now one of the examples for some players?
I mean, it feels good. It's actually exciting. I feel like I have some edge on this particular comps. It probably comes from a lose trick scenario. I feel like I have an edge on the lose trick scenarios because I'm usually the guy that tries to lose trick more often than other players. So I feel like I have an edge on those particular scenarios. And I mean, it's great seeing people that ask me about how to play this scenario, it's always great. And I mean, it feels good. Yeah.
Tying to that question about maybe you teaching other players and our viewers as well, can you explain to us the concept of the magician that you're so famous for in the chat?
So I basically call it the magician because you basically sell your entire board and poof, it's magic. Your board is no longer your board, and you just make 10 and you make eco. So the idea is basically you play loose trick, you open 4, so you have prio on carousel, which is really important. Mm-hmm. If you want to afford some specific items, the idea is also you're trying to maximize the income. So you're making 10, you lose tricking, and the idea is there will be a moment. It can be stage 3-2 or 3-5. I mean, there's gonna be a moment where you have to push and try to spike, otherwise you're gonna to pay it. So the idea is you need to understand what is the correct moment to spike, and I mean, if you do it correctly, it's fine. This is the idea.
We were talking today that I think a lot of the skill on this patch is exactly this: identifying when people are going to spike and playing around this and using this information to find your placement. If you can play for first or just a top 4, maybe even a 6th in some low roll games as well. But thank you so much, Raiko, for all this info. I'm sure our viewers took notes. Last thing, any shout outs you want to give? Anyone you've prepped with? Any fans of yours? Any family, friends? This is your.
I mean, shout out to 2 women of my life, my mother and my sister. Shout out to all the people that I'm prepping with. Shout out to my best friend Lorenzo. It's his birthday, so happy birthday. I mean, shout out to everybody who's following me on Twitch, YouTube, etc. All the supporters. I have a lot of names to say. I'm just gonna say thank you all for the support.
That was a very diverse shout out. Thank you so much, Raiko, for joining us, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Always a fun personality in our scene.
Yeah, it's so great seeing such a huge smile on his face after the day. It must be so, especially because it must be pretty stress-inducing, pretty exhausted, and despite that, showing how much he enjoys doing all of this.
Really cool first day of the tournament, Kenobi. Any meta wrap-ups you want to do? Any big brain conclusions, any predictions, spicy stuff for tomorrow, this is now your moment to do a little shout out if you want it. No, you can just pass.
I think one of the games that I liked the most today was actually the first one, played by Lekoko, using the Nidalee as the stabilizing point that we've just been talking about, how important it is to have one anchor point and one moment to really spike out. And the fact that it's one of the Ishtal units adds so much potential to any board that you manage to add with Nico and Nidalee and Skarner, giving you a potential to scale into the late game in different ways than everybody going for Ryze, Mel, Annie, and Sylas. And obviously, Sylas will fit super well into that with the Nico being Arcanist and Defender as well. So I'm excited to see if some players will be taking notes from the other players that have been using it. It wasn't only Lekoko, but he was the one with the most success that we've seen on broadcast today.
Yeah, fingers crossed we'll see more of that and a lot more excitement tomorrow as players continue refining the meta for this week 2 of the regional finals. That being said, of course, do not miss tomorrow, round of 24 players left. 8 of those players are hoping to continue their season for one more day to try and fight for the last few TAC round spots that are remaining. And we have America's broadcast, of course, after this as well. So if you want to see more TFT, you are in luck. It's essentially almost a 24-hour cycle when it comes to regional weekend, from APAC to EMEA to Americas as well. If you want to follow more news from TFT in general, make sure to watch Compete TFT on X. We have Teamfight Tactics on Instagram, and we have Play TFT on both Facebook and YouTube. And for the casters, you have Petrus Panda, Kenobi_TFT for us two. And for our casters from Game 6, you have Makes_Counterfeit and Barry Madden over on X as well. So we hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast for today. It's been an exciting day 1, but there's still so much more in store across this weekend. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Always rises.